Hello, everyone, and welcome back to 3 Point Weekly. Today, we're going to move on with our top 10 positional rankings list and rank the top 10 small forwards headed into next season. But before we get to that, we have a few things to discuss. We'll discuss our expectations for the Pelicans and the OKC Thunder heading into next season. But first and foremost, before we even get to that, we will discuss about the only news there's really been in the NBA since James Harden made his comments a few weeks ago, and that is the PJ Washington deal. But before we discuss that, be sure to leave your thoughts on the PJ Washington contract and anything else we discuss in the stream in those comments below. Be sure to give us your thoughts when we do those rankings as well. And if you do enjoy, be sure to hit that likes button and be sure to subscribe to the channel for more NBA content throughout the rest of the offseason. But let's get started with that PJ Washington contract. Finally, it seemed like we're now almost 2 months into the offseason, and it just seemed like he wasn't going to get a deal. There was debate that maybe he just signed the qualifying offer, which for as good of a year he's had over the last couple of years was a little bit concerning. But finally, he signs a deal, ends up signing for 3 years, $48 million. I will get your thoughts first, Gabe. How did you feel about the PJ Washington deal with him going back to Charlotte?
He was in a really weird spot in that roster just because of kind of the other moves they made over the offseason. There was a forward spot that I think was pretty open there because, you know, they had like the Miles Bridges situation was so weird. We didn't really know if he was coming back or not, but then he did end up coming back. So it's like, okay, that's one high level forward who's probably the second best player on the roster. And then you have a guy who you just drafted in Brandon Miller, who you probably expect to play a forward position. So then with those two now being there, it did kind of leave PJ Washington in that spot where I don't know if he's really our long-term 3 or 4. But then when you look at the 5 position, it's like, is PJ Washington the guy you want as your long-term 5? I don't think he has that kind of skill set to do that full time, especially with the rise of Mark Williams, with Nick Richards looking as a solid backup for them during the second half of last season. Those guys look more well suited to really improve that defense and hold down that 5 position for them long term. So where that really leaves PJ Washington is as a backup. So at that point, I really see why it took so long to get a deal done because he probably thinks, oh, I had a good season. I could be a more impact player. But for the way their roster is built and what they need, I feel like he didn't have the best fit there. Now, when there ended up not really being anything else out there for him, obviously he didn't get a deal until this late in the offseason. It makes sense they say, oh, even if you're going to come off our bench, it makes perfect sense for us to just bring you back on whatever we can. We'll just give you this deal, and you'll be here for the foreseeable future. Because it's not like anybody was out there overpaying him. It's not like something where they had to match like some $80 million deal or something like super crazy. At the end of the day, I think it's a fine move for Charlotte. I think they could definitely be better than they were last year. They were that top 3 pick level team. So going into next year, they could really see themselves back in that kind of play-in level team. I don't know if they're to the playoffs just yet, but it just really adds to a decently talented core, and I'm pretty interested to see what they do because there's a lot of question marks around them, but also a lot of exciting things.
How you mentioned like their roster is pretty talented for a team that was just picking second in the draft is like it's very telling. Like they have a lot of like very quality NBA players on that team. As far as like re-signing PJ Washington, I think it was a W move for that value because he was underratedly pretty solid for them last season. Pretty good actually. For what he brings to the table. We know what we're getting from PJ Washington at this point in his career. Um, did take a long time to get him re-signed, but I think if Miles Bridges, like for instance, comes back in that year off, really, maybe hinders him, maybe he regresses a little bit. You'll have PJ Washington, who I think will be able to just plug and play. Whether he's coming off the bench or he's starting, I think he's still going to provide that same level of basketball that he's been playing over the past couple seasons. I'm excited to see the team, man. A full year of Mark Williams being the full-time 5. Hopefully LaMelo and his ankles can hold up because last season was just a big issue for him. It happened like I think 2 or 3 different times where he hurt his ankle. So hopefully he can stay healthy there. Brandon Miller coming in as a second pick. Like there's so much talent on this roster, and they should be able to be competitive and potentially push for that play-in. I think even though the Eastern Conference is tougher, I think that they're one of those teams that could probably surprise some people.
Yeah, I think there's definitely an argument for that. They are only a season removed from being a 43-win team. So this is a team that could surprise a lot of people with now adding Brandon Miller, with PJ Washington back, with Miles Bridges back after missing a year, who was their leading scorer in that 43-win season. even though LaMelo does get a lot of the credit because he was in that all-star conversation where Miles Bridges was nowhere near that. So that's something that has to be looked at. But when you consider PJ Washington, obviously you mentioned it, Gabe, there is a lot of forwards now heading into next season. But the good thing is with PJ Washington is, one, he can play time at the 4 or at the 5. He's done it plenty of times throughout his career. And like you mentioned, Gabe, you probably don't want him to be a full-time 5, but there might be nights where teams have a smaller 5 and you want to run him more at the 5 as opposed to Mark Williams. You might want to close some games with him at the 5 and then Bridges at the 4 and Brandon Miller at the 3, depending on the matchup. Gives you a little bit more spacing on the offensive end. So it gives them a lot of versatility, and there's a lot of different ways that PJ Washington can get in the lineup. It doesn't just have to be Miles Bridges is off the floor, so now we bring him in. So it still allows him to have a significant enough role to be worth paying over $15 million a year. The other thing is that Miles Bridges is still only guaranteed to be a Hornet for one more season. So there's very strong likelihood that a year's time comes by and Miles Bridges is back and PJ is a good trade piece, or Miles Bridges walks and PJ Washington is now your starting 4 again. So this gives them a little bit more flexibility and a little bit more assurance in that spot going forward, so that they don't go into next year and they just have the possibility of having nothing at power forward if Miles Bridges does indeed walk. Because after that, I mean, Gordon Hayward's not even on your team next year. He's entering the last year of his deal as well. So gives them a little bit more depth for this year, of course, but even moving forward as a team that is still very much looking forward to the future, evidently, as they just did pick number 2 overall. This gives them a little bit more options moving forward with that, and a guy who's still very young with PJ Washington. So for this year and beyond, I think it makes a lot of sense. I think the price tag's good, and I think he's only going to continue to improve and be impactful for Charlotte.
So I guess going off of that, and especially with their forward depth, a player who I'm not really seeing a lot of traction on right now, did Kelly Oubre ever get a new contract?
He has not been signed by anyone.
That's
He's
something that was very
agent,
surprising. That's something that was very surprising to me. I wanted to double check and confirm that. But yeah, as far as I knew, like Kelly Oubre, he averaged 20 points for this Charlotte Hornets team last year. Now, was it efficient? No, it was not efficient. But you cannot tell me that Kelly Oubre is not a talented player. Now, with all of this forward depth, with Gordon Hayward there for another year, with PJ Washington now re-signed, and with Miles Bridges coming back, and then the pick they made in Brandon Miller, they essentially had signed 3 forwards to new contracts, right? Or at least brought Miles Bridges back. So I'm going to just say new contract, regardless of how the situation was. But 3 forwards in the door or staying along for longer. What do you think is the future for him? Do you think if it gets to the same thing, because they just did it with PJ Washington, where it's like, oh, you could leave, but nobody else really gave you a big offer, so then we re-signed you for a little bit less. Now that we're this deep and Kelly Oubre doesn't have a contract, do you see them just throwing him something small and just saying, why not? We could have some use for you, maybe play a little bit of time at even the 2 or something, or just be there for minutes for depth for something, because right now, I mean, he's not making any money.
I would say probably not, to be honest, because my thinking is, even though Kelly had his best season of his career, scoring wise, it doesn't make sense just drafting Brandon Miller. Do you want to bring in another wing player that will take touches away from him, maybe take minutes away from him? I would not want to. I would want to see my number 2 overall pick have as much opportunity early on to prove himself and to get those reps. So I don't think it makes much sense really for both parties, because I'm sure Kelly, he's probably waiting this long because he's like, I just averaged 20 points per game. Why would I take a lesser deal when I just had a career year? So I would expect maybe a team that's looking to compete for a championship or needs some wing depth to really go after him maybe once we get closer to training camp and stuff. But I don't see him going back to Charlotte.
Yeah, I don't see him going back there either. I'd assume at this point he's waiting out from one of the few teams that haven't used their mid-level exception yet to give him a little bit of that pie, because otherwise he's probably just getting vet minimums at this point. And like you guys have said, I mean, he's coming off a 20-point per game season. He was probably expecting a lot better than vet minimums going into this offseason, and understandably so. So I think, like you said, Tyrik, as far as Brandon Miller being in there, it doesn't make sense to have Kelly coming back, even when you consider the fact that Kelly Oubre played a lot of time at the 2 last year. I'd rather just give Nick Smith Jr. those minutes at this point because I think he's a good talent for them as well going into next year as another valuable rookie for them. So valuable season for them last year, especially in a year where they needed his scoring as much as LaMelo was in and out of the lineup. But now that Miles Bridges is back, now that PJ Washington is back on his new deal, you bring in Brandon Miller, you bring in Nick Smith Jr., there's just a lot of guys in and around his position, in his role, that are going to do similar things that they would rather prioritize their development on. Although I say that while Steve Clifford is their head coach, but even still, they should be prioritizing that young development. So I would imagine he's signing somewhere. There's no way he doesn't, but I don't see him back in Charlotte.
Yeah, Steve Clifford almost has no choice but to give young guys minutes because there's no Mason Plumlees on the roster. There's no Cody Zellers. Like, all those vets that he would used to give those minutes to, like, most of them are gone except for, like, Gordon Hayward. And I guess you want to consider Terry Rozier a vet at this point. I mean, he kind of is on this team. So, just hopefully it is time just to get those young guys those reps. I still think they can be very competitive doing that as long as LaMelo's healthy because when he's on the court, this is a very, very competitive basketball team, for their standards.
Yeah, overall, they're like one of those teams where I don't really know what my outlook on them is because while it's like, yeah, they could be competitive, when I look at this Eastern Conference, I feel like there's an argument for almost everybody to be competitive. So, like, I look at the Hornets and I'm like, even with all this talent, I'm like, I feel like there's still probably 11 teams that are better, if you know what I mean. Like, I think most people have a pretty similar, like, top 6 to 8, and I don't even have to get into all those teams, but teams that are kind of sort of on the same tier as them, like, I think a lot of people expect a big jump out of a team. Like, the Magic this year, the Pacers are going to make a pretty significant jump because they finished down there last year. I think pretty much everybody thinks that's, like, a given. And kind of other teams that are on that level, it makes it hard to really say, oh, like, I think the Hornets could really make like a play-in or playoff push because for as much talent as they have, it just feels like that's everybody. Like, there's really not that many rosters that I think are that bad. I almost say, like, I feel like I say at least once a week on one of the platforms I'm on, I'm like, dude, I feel like the Wizards have, like, the worst roster in the NBA. But then it's like, oh, but low-key, like, Kyle Kuzma's pretty dang good. Like, Jordan Poole, he could have a really big jump season, and maybe they could have something going there. So it's like literally every single team in this conference, I'm like, I feel like they could be competitive. And so when everybody's competitive, it's like, I don't know how good they're going to be. But like Devin said, they did win 43 games before. So it's like, I guess they're right there with the pack with everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, this comment sums it up perfectly. It's going to be one of those situations, especially for like the 8 through 10 seed, the 9 through 10 seed in the East. Who can stay healthy? Who can be consistent throughout the entirety of the year? Who can have those surprise jumps or surprise production from a rookie or two? That's really what it's going to take at the bottom of the East. And the Hornets are one of those teams where, like we've said, we have seen it, but they're going to be relying on a rookie in Brandon Miller. They might be relying on some extent to another rookie in Nick Smith Jr. They're going to be relying on an all-star who has notoriously had ankle problems in LaMelo Ball. So there's a lot of what-ifs there where if all goes well, they could sneak into the play-in tournament. But there is also a lot of scenarios in where it doesn't go well and they're a 12 or a 13 seed next year. So that's going to be the fun with the bottom of the East. But they're going to be a fun team to watch. Hopefully they can stay healthy and remain competitive. But PJ Washington will certainly help them in doing so.
We just got about 15 minutes of Hornets talking.
Definitely a nice
positive Hornets talk too. That's
positive Hornets talk.
That's rare.
You would have told me 8 months ago I was talking positively about the Hornets.
No. The team in the East that I'm the most negative on is probably my own. So, I mean, it literally, like, it's the like, really, when it comes to like negative Eastern Conference talk, it's like the Raptors, the Bulls, and the Sixers. The other, like, 12 teams, I feel like I'm moderately neutral to positive on right now. Maybe the Hawks I'm a little bit neutral, a little skeptical of. But even them, like, moving off of John Collins and making the coaching change to try and make the John and Trey work better, like, even them, like, I'm a little bit higher on than I was 12 months ago. So a lot of good things in this East, but this is an Eastern Conference bias podcast.
It is a bit of an Eastern Conference bias, but we are jumping to the Western Conference today for a few discussions, so we're trying to break the mold. We'll start with the OKC Thunder, a team that has only been rebuilding for a few years now, even though they've been notoriously scrutinized for how evident and blatant their rebuild has been over the last few years. But they already scratched their way into the postseason last year, even if it was just for one play-in tournament game. And now have Chet Holmgren coming back from his injury, and they'll be hoping to compete at least in a very, very competitive Western Conference heading into next year. We'll start with you, Reek. What do you see from OKC next year? I know you've been trying to buy in on the OKC top 4 seed takes, but what are you thinking?
Yeah, we'll see how true that is when we get to our Western Conference predictions and everything. But I mean, how can you not be feeling good about this team going into next season? Especially with the leaps that they made last year. I mean, they were a game within making it to the postseason or to the playoffs. I mean, they did play some postseason basketball with the play-in, but a team that's just on the up and up, man. I mean, they're well coached. Young talent has been playing well. Giddey got better, which I remember last summer when we were talking about Josh Giddey, we were very just like iffy on him, like, how much better can he actually be? And he really stepped his game up to, I think, levels that maybe we didn't even see coming, for him, especially so young into his career. Shea was all NBA first team this year. Jalen Williams, I think, really stepped up and, showed that he was one of the better rookies from this class. And then their top pick from last year's draft, Chet, we're going to see what he can produce in his, quote unquote rookie season. Exciting times in OKC, man. I wasn't a big fan of what they did in the draft. We kind of discussed that either last week or the week before. Drafting Case and Walls, I didn't love that. But outside of that, I'm really a fan of what they've been doing. It's just about, one, Chet being healthy and making sure their young guys stay healthy too. But I think I can like almost comfortably say that this team should be a top 6 team next season. 4 seed, I don't know yet, but top 6, I'm bought in on that for sure.
I think that's a pretty fair buy-in. Just looking at the talent that this roster has top to bottom. I mean, you just look at the starting lineup of Josh Giddey, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, like we'll go like J-Dub. Honestly, whoever else they want to start out there, I assume probably Lou Dort at the other forward spot. And then if they play Chet at the 5, like that's a very talented starting 5, not to mention the amount of bench pieces they'd have supplementing that. So just even looking on paper, I feel like they're a team that should be kind of competing for that level of spot. But then also, I think something that just makes sense with this team to me is like when we're giving these standings predictions, like there might be some teams that finish below them that might be better in a playoff atmosphere. But I think as far as the regular season goes, a team like this where like everybody's so young, wants that first taste of playoff experience, is on the up. I think honestly, it kind of goes back to that comment that we had in chat, kind of that was more about the Hornets, but I kind of want to apply it here almost, where it's like I feel like they could be one of those teams that really hits like a regular season stride and ends up winning a lot of games. It might finish in the standings ahead of some teams that should be better than them, just because they're like kind of the new kids on the block. They really want to prove themselves, take the league by storm, for lack of a better term. So it could be a very big season for them. I would hate to see them disappoint. I think now the expectation is to make a push into the postseason and not just to play in, but make the playoffs. But I think they're perfectly equipped to do that. If Shea plays like he did last year, I think people will definitely further him in those superstar level conversations. If J-Dub doesn't take a sophomore slump and he continues to progress, and I've been the guy who day in, day out keeps pushing these Chet agendas, specifically on his defensive impact on this team. They already have some good defenders. Josh Giddey is a good defender for a guard. Shea hasn't shown it all the time, but he has good intangibles to be good there. Lou Dort is one of the best perimeter guys in the league. Really just having Chet Holmgren in there as that paint presence, specifically on the help side, I think it's just going to be invaluable to this team and what they're trying to accomplish. I think his impact will be seen from day one. And I would not be surprised if he was one of the front runners for Rookie of the Year. I think he's that good. And in a league where you have rookies coming in like a Chet Holmgren, or not like I'm talking about Chet, but like a Wemby, like a Brandon Miller, like a Scoot Henderson especially, he's right up there with those guys. And I do think that he'll be a special talent for them.
Yeah, I think Chet is going to completely change OKC this season, because everything that OKC were bad at last year is what Chet is good at. For the most part, this was a team that was really lacking size, that was really lacking interior defense. Chet's giving you that length, and he's certainly giving you that rim protection. They were a really poor defensive rebounding team, and Chet's going to come in and improve that immediately. And they were really, really lacking a play finisher or any amount of lob threat. They just didn't have that. I mean, they were running Jay Will and Jeremiah Robinson Earl at the center position for the majority of last season. And one could argue those guys shouldn't even be playing center. And two, they're fine role players, but they're not exactly ideal as your starting center. So you put Chet into that situation. Evidently, like you talked about, Gabe, that defensive impact is going to be significant from day one, even with growing pains, even with rookie struggles, even with adjusting to the fact that he was just injured for a year. He's going to be a better rim protector than they had at any point last season. And on the offensive end, you consider the playmaking of Shea, the playmaking of Giddey, and of course, Chet has a bit of a three-point shot. He's going to have a better handle than most bigs do. But even just the fact that his length and his ability to be some amount of a finisher around the rim is going to be so much better than what they had at all last season with as good a playmaking as they have. It's just going to open up their offense so much more. And like you mentioned, Gabe, with them being a team that could just get hot during the regular season, that might have that desire to win a lot of regular season games that older teams like the Clippers or the Suns or teams like that might not have as much of a desire to win. The other thing with OKC is despite the fact they're young, they don't play like a young team. And what I mean by that is usually a lot of young teams, like they're not great defensively. They have turnover problems. They have a lot of mental lapses on the defensive end. This is a team that without Chet last year was still 13th in defensive rating. That's pretty much a top 10 lock with Chet now on the team, now that you have a really good rim protector. They're a defense that forces amongst the top 3 in turnovers forced in the league. Very active defense, very long defense. Throw Chet in the mix, that's only going to get better. And offensively, they hardly turn the ball over. They're bottom 5 in the league in turnovers on the offensive end. So this is a team that doesn't make those types of mistakes that these young teams usually do make. Part of that's just the fact that they play with 2 very good ball handlers in Shea and Giddey for the offensive end of the floor. But point being, this team is mature beyond their years in a lot of aspects, and then now have got a year under their belt where they played significant and meaningful basketball for the entirety of the season compared to the few years before that. So I think there's a lot to indicate that this team is going to have a much better year than they did last year. Chet being a big part of it, but the fact that they're just going to continue to develop and have already got a lot of good habits is really going to help.
Definitely. I mean, I love the point where you said Chet's going to have it like very easy offensively because he's not going to be – I don't think he's going to be looked at to be like the second guy right away because Josh Giddey's so good with the ball in his hands. J-Dub, I think he's only going to improve, being a primary playmaker. If Summer League was any telling, they want to put the ball in his hand more, and I think that's something that he will be able to do. And he's going to have just so many easy opportunities just rolling to the basket, just being in the right spot at the right time and just having good hands. Chet's going to have a very good rookie year, but like Gabe mentioned, and like you alluded to, Devin, his defense is really what's going to separate him and is what's going to make this team what we maybe all – I don't know how Gabe's really feeling about them, but we all think that they have the potential to be a certified playoff team next season. So, I'm excited to see Chet, but just, continue growth from Giddey, J-Dub. We know what Shea's going to bring. And who's going to be those guys off the bench that you can look to every night? Because they got a lot of guys on that bench that are still young. Like Ousmane Dieng didn't get a lot of burn last season. Trey Mann's fighting for his spot. They got a lot of guys that, want to still prove themselves. So who's going to be those guys in that second unit that can really separate themselves and be contributors night in and night out?
Yeah, no, I think they're in. I guess just to clarify that, just because looking at the Western Conference, like I think it's a pretty easy bet that Denver's above them, that the Suns are above them, and teams like even like the Lakers and Clippers, like I'm pretty damn sure are going to be in there. But at the same time, those are kind of older teams that are more built for the postseason. Especially looking at the Lakers, like I know what they were really good towards the tail end of last season, but I think they almost had to. I think if they were to just say like, hey, like we're good, we have an older roster, we're gonna take it to the playoffs, like I think that's perfectly acceptable. And so if they were to finish a little bit lower than the Thunder, I'm not surprised. We know the Clippers have players in and out of the lineup all the time. I'm not surprised that the Thunder are over them. And you can see the Kings dropping a few more games. I still think the Kings are in as a top 6 still, but like we know usually after you have that breakout season, the next year things are a little bit harder for you. So while they're still a very quality team, if OKC's taking the league by storm, I can see that being another team they finish above. things just get complicated when you start talking about teams like the Warriors, the Grizzlies, the Mavericks. There's a lot of teams that are very good. But, those teams have a lot of question marks too. Dallas is trying to find their first playoff appearance with Kyrie on the team because they fell out last year. Memphis misses Ja for 25 games. That's a lot of ground that OKC can take on them. And so really all these rosters, OKC, they're ready to head into this season full force, 100% from day one. There's not really a lot of figuring out to do as long as they manage to slide Chet in effectively. And I think they'll definitely be able to do that because while he's new in terms of playing NBA games, he's been in the franchise for over a year. So their biggest new impact piece should be a smoother transition than what the other rosters have to figure out.
Yeah, I think they should have a pretty easy transition with Chet. Like you say, he's been around. He's been with the guys now. And sliding in to play next to Shea and next to Giddey is about as easy as it's going to get. So very, very optimal situation for a former number 2 overall pick to be rolling into. But let's move to the team that OKC beat out in terms of getting into the postseason last year, or I shouldn't say beat out, but another team that struggled to make the playoffs, the New Orleans Pelicans, a team that once held the 1 seed last year, inevitably was torn down by injuries with Zion missing time, BI missing time. And this is a team that I believe you guys both had as a top 4 seed last year. Evidently, they showed they could do that when they're healthy. But when not healthy, that proved to be another question. We'll start with you, Reek. What do you see from the Pelicans heading in the next year?
I thought you had them top 4 too, though, Dev, or did you have them
I think
5?
I think I had them top 6.
Okay,
it might have been 5 or
fair.
6, but it's just outside top 4.
It's a funny transition because I feel like the way I'm kind of thinking about OKC is exactly how I felt about New Orleans last season. Like, I was expecting, even though they did make the playoffs, but I was expecting like that jump into them being one of the more competitive teams, a top 4 team as I did have them. But this year, man, it's a tough outlook, man. I mean, while I love what Brandon Ingram brings to the table, I love what Zion brings to the table, those guys have both missed a lot of time over the last couple seasons. B.I. only played 45 games last season. I think Zion played 29 or something like that. Like, not a lot of time on the court. These guys were never on the court together, and that goes for C.J. McCollum as well, who maybe took a little bit of a step back last season as well. So I don't really know how to feel about this team. It's definitely not as positive as it was last season because it just seems like the injury bug is a recurring theme on this team. And if it happens once, it might be an accident, but anything past one time, it's more of a trend. And, I can't really trust this team to stay healthy at all. Can I trust CJ to get back to how he was playing that second half of the season when he got to New Orleans? I don't know. He looked kind of rough, especially towards the back half of the season last year. So, I guess the positive signs is like, Trey Murphy really ascended last season. He had a big year 2 jump. I'm still want to see like what Dyson Daniels can bring to the table and stuff. But definitely not as positively thinking about this team as I was going into last season. But maybe injury luck can be on their side this season. That would be a big dub because this was a team that was a 1 seed, I think, after like 25 or 30 games last season. And then all the injuries piled on. And that was with just Zion playing. So if they could just get like 50, 60 games of Zion, CJ, Ingram, that would be lovely. But we haven't seen that yet. And I don't expect if we'll be able to be lucky enough to see it this season.
Yeah, one thing I know about the Pelicans for certain is that Willie Green is going to have them as a winning basketball team. Despite all of the injuries they went through, despite who's in this game, who's out this game, this team has found a way to either sneak into the playoffs by coming through the play-in or just finish over 500 or just stay afloat or do whatever they need to do no matter who is out there. And I think that just goes to the coaching staff and also the depth of this team. Like, they're probably at least like 10, 11 deep with quality players who, while maybe not like a playoff rotation, can definitely give you quality production in a regular season rotation. So there's always going to be a lot on this team to like and to enjoy. And I think they're a tough win for anybody, any night, all 82 games of the season, no matter who's there. But when you look at this team's upside, it really just comes down to what's happening late in the season because I think it's almost a given at this point. Zion's going to miss some time. even though we see pictures this offseason, oh, he looks like he's in the best shape of his career. It should be time for a huge bounce back from him. He could be an all-star again this year, return to form, really be back on his stuff. And, Brandon Ingram, I think he played 45, 47 games, something like that last year. He maintains his consistency a little bit more. He's out there. Either way, both of them are going to probably miss time. I don't think you can project more than 50 to 60 games for either of them. I'll say Brandon Ingram's peak is probably 65, and I think Zion's might be 55. Even still, the problem always ends up being that when Zion is missing that time is always around playoff time when the games matter the most. If Zion's going to miss time, even if they drop games because he's missing time in November, December, all they really need is for him to be healthy in March. If they can stay afloat till then, we saw, not this season, but the season prior, when they were against the Phoenix Suns as the 8 seed, they looked very quality in that matchup, and that was with Zion out. If they have their guys healthy, they're a tough out for anyone in a playoff series because they're just that good of a roster. Especially this year, I think they get even better with just internal improvements of guys like Herb Jones and Trey Murphy. They just need Ingram and Zion to be healthy in March and April instead of being healthy in October and November. Whether that means you have to load manage them during the early parts of the season, whether that means you just don't play them for a while if they get a little dinged up and you're just hey, sit out a week. I don't care what they have to do. All I want to see from this team is, once again, Willie Green keeps them afloat throughout the regular season, and Zion and Brandon Ingram are ready for April. That's all I'm asking. If we get that, this team is going to look very fun and very interesting to predict come playoff time.
It's a lot to ask, though, bro.
It's a lot to ask, but at the end of the day, it's really the only thing you can ask. I can't sit here and give a projection of just, I don't know. It's a if. I think they got to take things. They got to take the initiative into their own hands at a certain point. If we got to sacrifice some regular season production, that it is what it is, bro.
This is the player in the league that should be load managed more than anybody. Anybody. Like you said, Gabe, if you get 50 games of Zion, I don't care if that's him playing once or twice a week. I don't give a damn.
I think you win. I think you win over 30 of them, to be honest. That's just my opinion.
50 games out of him, and just hopefully BI, these last couple seasons, he's been hurt a little bit. If you can get 60 out of BI, 65 out of CJ, I think this roster's talented enough to win an amount of games to where they will be in the playoffs. But they got to load manage on because last season, it's I think he got hurt because he was playing at such a high level every single night, and that's because CJ was out. It's because Ingram was out, and he was running with Jose Alvarado and Herb Jones and just, quality basketball players, but he was the lone guy that really had to get going. That's before Trey Murphy really started to ascend, and he had to play at an extremely high level every single night. They need to tone that back because it's clear he's somebody that is at high risk of injury, so they got to tone that back just a little bit. Let the guy sit out as many games as he needs to. Don't let him play back-to-backs. Just rest him every opportunity that you get. If you get 47 to 52 games out of Zion, that's perfect. That is more than enough for this team.
I think you win 30. I really think you win 30 of those games, and then you just need 10 to 15 wins without him.
He's that good.
You are in a solid spot, and you're in a solid spot.
He's that good. He's that good, and if Ingram's there too, I think those two together are that good to where they can beat any team on any given night with both of those guys on the floor.
Yeah, he really is that special. Whether like you guys say, whether it's load management, whether you have a pretty consistent minutes restriction on him throughout the season, I don't know what's best for him because Zion's such a weird case where you can say you want to load manage him, but we also know that he's a guy who, when he doesn't play for a while, that's when the weight starts to be put on more, and then it's more of an injury hazard. So there's a reason I'm not one of the medical staff guys in the NBA. That's got to be one of the most unique situations to figure out the most optimal plan to keep him healthy for. I'm glad it's not my job, but health is the obvious thing in New Orleans. And obviously that's the concern. That's the make or break deal for them. If they can be healthy, like we saw last year during the first third to first quarter of the season, that's when they're going to be a very good team. There's no doubt about it. Outside of that, when you compare them where they were 12 months ago, like you were talking about, Gabe, where they did put up such a good showing against the Suns, I want to believe that they're better than that now for some reasons, but I also feel more negative about them than I did now for other reasons. I like their youth. There's no doubt about that. I think Trey Murphy is going to continue to improve. I think he's a really talented player. He started to show flashes in that postseason series, but I mean, that entire rookie season, he never got consistent run until the postseason. So that was just a little bit of the flashes. He has shown way more as an on-ball guy now than he ever did during that postseason where he was just a defensive guy and a catch-and-shoot wing. Dyson Daniels is someone who still has more upside. I'd like to see more from him as long as he can stay healthy going into this season. And they have some fun pieces there. Herb Jones hopefully can continue to improve his three-point shot, but is still always going to be an elite defender. That's the upside for me, but the biggest thing for me that I saw from this Pelicans team, or at least clearly I saw because I ranked him so damn high last summer, was CJ McCollum this year compared to where he was once he was traded for over 12 months ago. Looks like two completely different players. And that's not to say that he was terrible this past season, but he wasn't great. And for those 20 to 25 games he had in New Orleans and in that postseason run, he was great. It looked like some of the best basketball we'd ever seen CJ McCollum play, finally being a full-time point guard. The playmaking was there, the shot creation was there, the on-ball responsibilities he looked very comfortable in. That we just haven't seen yet. And not to say that he's completely out of his prime at this point, that he's going to be completely falling off at his age, but I'm not confident we're ever going to see that return. And given the fact that BI is a good perimeter guy, but much more of a mid-range shooter than a three-point shooter, and Zion obviously is not a perimeter guy, come the postseason especially, CJ is kind of a type of guy that you would like to rely on and have a little bit more consistency from. So that's a point of hesitancy for me. The other point of hesitancy is JV, again, still good, but just was not as good last year. The role was not as significant. They just don't look to be seeming to get him as involved in the offense. He's not closing games anymore. They're opting to go with Larry Nance more at the 5 because they don't want JV out there defensively. We'll see how that goes with him and CJ. Those are the two biggest holding points for me outside of the health, but it comes down to the health at the end of the day. That's the biggest thing either way. But those are a few things that do worry me. I still think they're going to be good if Zion and BI can stay healthy, but those do hold me back a little bit as to thinking, can they be that team that was almost forcing a 1 seed to a game 7? I don't know if they're quite back there yet.
Yeah. You had CJ ranked high as hell, and everybody who knows me knows I'm a big CJ McCollum guy, but he was bad last year. Like, for his standards, for the way he played, like you mentioned, Devin, like when he got to New Orleans that second half of the 2022 season, he looked elite then. Compared to that, he looked bad last season. And his low moments were like very, very, very poor, especially in that play-in game. I just remember him just not being able to hit a shot. So he's obviously somebody that can bounce back this season. He could get back to how he was playing, or at least close to that level. But he's also of that age to where the regression could continue. And then they're going to be in the market for probably another guard, their third point guard of this regime potentially. So they got a lot of questions going into the season. I don't know what the answers are. I hope that they can figure out just health. I hope CJ can figure it out. I hope BI can stay on the court. I hope Zion can get, 50 games out of him. That's all hopeful, but we got to see it to believe it, honestly. And this just might be a team that might not be able to realize their potential because of all those factors.
Yeah, I do think one thing that works in their favor just regarding reaching that potential is the fact that, yes, CJ looked worse last season, but he was forced into a role a lot of times where he was the number 1 or number 2 guy on the court, when in reality, he probably should be your number 3 guy at max. And honestly, if JV is having a really good offensive night, CJ might be able to be managed as your 4th most prominent guy. Where he should be there, I think it might have been asking a bit much of him for a guy who's over 30 and should be starting to show some signs of regression. I don't expect him to get better as a player per se, but I do think that he can just kind of shine more by taking a step back, if that makes sense. Just seeing a little bit less of the defensive attention, kind of being a little bit more under the radar. But once again, that's going to rely on their 2 stars being there together. Also, one guy I want to shout out while we're still on this team, I know he did not look great in Summer League, at least from what I remember, but I do think the addition of Jordan Hawkins could really open up this offense as well. Talking about especially Zion on the court, who is a very in the paint, inside kind of guy. Having a shooter like that out there, if his shooting translates at a high level, that could be another thing that would really open Zion's game because BI is a positive shooter. Trey Murphy's taking really good shots as an outside shooter. Then you have Jordan Hawkins out there. If you have a bunch of shooters around Zion, like that offense could really be nasty.
Yeah, we'll see how that role fits. We'll see.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting. The shooting will definitely be valuable. How he translates defensively and how that impacts his playoff minutes will be interesting to see. But the shooting's definitely there, which will make him valuable, assuming that he can transition to the NBA game. The only counterpoint I want to make to your CJ argument, this dude was only a second option when he was traded here. He has not really played at all with Zion and Ingram on the court. I mean, he probably had a couple of games last year, but that's about it. So I agree that he is probably best served as a third option, but realistically, more often than not, he's going to have to be a second option on this team. And when he was playing really good basketball when he was first traded here, he was a number one or a second option on this team.
Yeah, he needs to be capable of it, especially with the amount of money that he's making. He's got to be able to command that offensive workload some nights, man. But he's been in that position, man. He's somebody that's also been a riser in those playoff moments. We've seen that in Portland. We saw it.
That Game 7 against Denver. Holy.
Yeah, I think we talked about that last week. Like we saw it in Portland. We saw it in the series against Phoenix. I believe he was still pretty good in that series, especially that back half of the season where they were playing playoff basketball essentially every night just to make it into the play-in. So he's capable, man. He's just a year removed from that kind of basketball. He just has to get back to it. I believe he can get close to that level, but I also would not be surprised just with his age that he might not. And if that's the case, BI's got to be there. BI needs to be able to be on the court. Zion has to stay relatively on the court. And hopefully guys like Trey Murphy can continue to ascend. And, other young pieces like Dyson Daniels can contribute, maybe be that backup point guard. It's nice where CJ's not playing well. I mean, they got a lot of talent on the team. Just where do all these pieces fit? How are these guys going to be on the court just because of health reasons? A lot of questions, but Gabe let it off. Willie Green figures it out. Like he figures out a way to make these guys play competitive basketball, no matter if he has all three of his top players out there or if only one of them's out there or if none of them are out there. He figures out a way somehow. So,
they got the most improved player out there, dog. They got the most improved player in my eyes, dog. I definitely have publicly picked Trey Murphy for that award. Just like about CJ needs to play as a second option and it'll be that. Listen, CJ might be the third option anyways, because if Trey Murphy makes the leap I think he's capable of, damn. Hey, if they are healthy and Trey Murphy takes that jump, CJ is the fourth option. And wow, I still think he'll probably decline a little bit. Brother, if you're telling me CJ McCollum can't be efficient as the fourth option on the roster and just dish out the rock to all those different guys, whoo, I'm ready to watch that. I'm ready to watch that basketball.
I don't know who I'm picking for most improved, but
it's a random pick, but he just has the athleticism, he has the shot, he has the defensive ability, he has it all. And because we keep saying guys are going to miss time on this team, I think he'll get enough opportunity.
I don't know if his numbers will pop enough to win the award, but it depends. The pool seems kind of weird this year. Like, I don't think personally there's an obvious pick, even though people might look at Mikal and be like, that's the obvious pick.
He was too good in the last season. And Cade is a terrible pick, bro. Cade, and let me tell you why. Because this is not comeback player of the year. If you're injured, Cade, when he played last year, was a star. He played so good last year when he was in the lineup. If he comes back and he just plays like that, it's not an improvement. He just didn't play.
I don't like picking year 2 to 3 guys, like when they're going from year 2 to year 3, because especially if they're a top pick, that's the whole John Morant thing. Like, duh, he's gonna improve. Yeah. Like if he doesn't improve, then it's a big problem because it's like this was a number 2 overall pick. So
yeah. I I only like guys picked that high if it's further down the line, like a Brandon Ingram type situation, not a year 2 to year 3, been on the same team, linear progression. Like, yeah, that just feels a bit redundant.
Like that's just
that's
so obvious.
Like certain guy, his stats were too good at the beginning of the career, but like as a player, like if Andrew Wiggins was in those conversations year 1 in Golden State, I wouldn't have been mad. It just sucks that he was a guy that averaged 25 at one point, but the way that he just looked at how he contributed to winning basketball, dude, he might have been a top pick, but he got so much better. The only top pick guy right now that I'll shout out is like a guy who I can see there. I'm not too mad at people picking Jabari because they were slandering him to all hell. So if he's proving everybody wrong, yeah. He was good at the end of last season. He got a lot better in the tail end of last season, but even still, bro, he got slandered so high. That'd be the perfect, like, please let the apology be as loud as the disrespect. I'm not even mad.
2 reasons why he won. 1, he's a second-year guy, and, like, I forget who the last second-year guy was to win it, but it was, like, 20. Nah, he was year 2 to year 3.
I thought that was year 2.
Nah. Year 2 for Ja was, like, around 19 points per game. That's when they made the play-in. They beat the Warriors.
Oh, yeah, he won in 2022. Yeah, no, I'm bugging.
I don't remember who the last guy was, but I know it was like 20 years ago. That's reason number 1. And reason number 2 is because they just went and got all of these guys that are going to take shots away from Jabari Smith. So that big jump is probably not there. I think he will improve as a basketball player, though. I think he'll be a lot better than he was his rookie season.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know where I'm at with that award this year. I mean, the homer pick's always the Tank Nikhil, but as far as the serious pick goes, I don't know. It's a weird one this year. I'm not sure where that one's going to go.
That's why I went outside the box.
Anthony Simons would be a good one, but he already averaged 20.
Yeah, I don't think he jumps that much.
Like, I never want to take the obvious pick because it's never the obvious pick. Who was picking Lowry Marketing, bro? Nobody.
I had him third.
I don't think nobody would. That. All right, that's fair. But like even like as far back as like bro, when Pascal Siakam won it, like, dude, in 17-18, he was just another one of the guys on Bench Mob that was like just balling out for the Raptors. He's a fun hustle player. Then all of a sudden, oh, this dude's the most improved player. Like, where did this come from? So, like, it's just always just a random guy.
Julius Randle, like, everybody was down on Julius Randle, and then he just exploded.
Yeah, because year 1 in New York was so bad. I always forget that year even happened because he had, like, the stint in New Orleans where he was putting up triple-doubles all the time, and it's like, oh, this dude might be nice. But then he had, like, a dog water year. Then he popped off after that.
You know who could be sneaky? Somebody like Devin Vassell. He could be sneaky.
Yeah. Vassell's definitely got a shot. I don't expect it, but the most random dude to get it could be a dude like Grant Williams.
If Grant jumped to like 15 points per game or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, someone's got to be the third guy over there. I think it's more likely it's Josh Green, but he'd be my pick over there. I think Josh Green actually probably has some amount of a shot.
Josh Green's a sneaky guy. Obviously, somebody like Jordan Poole could jump to like 28, 29 points per game. Just maybe that's enough because he was at, like 20 last year. I'm really trying to think.
Most of the time, I just feel like it's a guy who jumps into the all-star team. Like, just thinking like, I mean, I don't know if they made the all-star team that year, but like, even like Jimmy Butler, like Giannis, Victor Oladipo. I don't think Pascal made it until a little bit later. Paul George, like all these guys, like jumped to the All-Star. Even very recently with like Lowry jumped to the All-Star team. All these different guys, exactly what they're doing. So like, it's really thinking who can make that legitimate All-Star type jump. And it kind of goes against my own pick because I don't think Trey Murphy's making the All-Star team. Let's keep a spade.
Yeah,
but also like so many players, like a guy that could jump into an All-Star team, like you have to be like somebody random, but like. I know he put up great stats before, but like imagine Kyle Kuzma has the Wizards looking real good at the beginning of the season. He is like averaging like 25 or something, has some crazy stretch. Like that's something where I'm like, and the Wizards look better than they should. Like that's like one of those. This is random as hell, but also he scores so good before to get this new contract that it's like still not even that random. But I don't know who else jumps into an all-star spot.
It's a tough year to pick this award, bro. I feel like most years there's usually a pick that's like more obvious than others. I don't even remember who I picked last year, to be honest. But
I had Wendell. I don't remember who you had though.
I have to go through my notes sometime. Maybe I did have Wendell too. I don't know. I think I might have had Halliburton. I'm gonna be honest. I think I had Halliburton.
What a great pick.
Yeah, you might have had that. That sounds familiar.
What a phenomenal pick, bro.
I think I had Halliburton.
He improved over being the 6th best point guard in the league, dude. Like that was a great pick.
That goes against everything I just said about year two to year 3 because I picked. I don't know. I might just have to go with Nikhil again or somebody.
That's so lame, bro. You can't go with Nikhil's not jumping to an all-star team.
Go with Markelle Fultz, incoming 4 seed.
I'm like looking at these rosters. It's just like because you need a team that doesn't have like an all-star level guy already, and like literally, if you look at the top 10 teams in the East, plus the Pacers who have like Halliburton's not winning it. That's like the 11 teams from the East last year. But then like the bottom 4 all have those players who, like we just mentioned the Wizards case, but like the bottom 3 in Orlando, Hornets, and Pistons is all those guys that are like, oh, he was a top pick. Like, why would he be a most improved player candidate? Because they've been at the bottom for a while. So it's like, I don't know who that player ends up being.
Maybe it's somebody on Philly. Like somebody got to take those Harden touches away.
And that's. But I just feel like Tyrese Maxey was already good enough to where he won't get it. And honestly, maybe
that's somebody who don't play. Like maybe Jaden Springer's still over there. He's barely played. Maybe he comes out, averages like 12 a game or something like that.
And honestly, that's why I'm not mad at the Devin Vassell pick because it is a lot of those Western teams, and that's why I picked Trey Murphy because I'm like, who might have some opportunity? And it's like, oh, these Pelicans guys just are always missing hella time, so those shots are going to be available. And so, because like Dallas, you got 2 star level guys who are going to take a lot of the touches, so nobody's going to make some like 23 points per game jump there. Portland, a lot of those guys are like top level picks and have this potential that's sky high, and they're young. Besides like Anthony Simons, but he's shown so much over the past couple of years that I think he'd be good for that already.
I don't know.
And then, like you mentioned, like Houston picked up a bunch of new like older guys, so those shots are taken up. So there might not be opportunity there. And you look at the Spurs, it's like. Bro, I know you're the biggest Dylan Brooks fan. I know, dog. We can't get back to this.
No,
Dylan Brooks winning it would be crazy.
That man's gonna score less than he did in Memphis. There's no shot Ime is gonna let this guy check up shots.
Maybe he's more efficient, just because he's not able to take those shots.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. I think he'll be more valuable, but there's no way he's in MIP conversations. Okay. Otherwise, I have a lot of apologies to make for Rockets fans.
Yeah, a lot.
Dude,
I don't hate Trey Murphy.
You have like 2 or 3 videos up slandering shit out of the Rockets.
It's bad too because it's back-to-back off seasons. I'm consistent with it, but man,
you did it on here, and you did it on your main channel, right?
Yeah.
If there's content of you slandering the Rockets on Key of Threes, that's just around. There probably is because we did some off-season.
Probably.
I bet it's out there.
I'm sure it's somewhere.
It's gotta be there. You know how mad Dev has to be to like dedicate a video to just one team and just slander them for 12 minutes straight?
Usually it's stuff like the Magic videos and like Jazz videos that are super positive and just this great outlook, but the
Rockets, nah.
Dude, was it coming
out? Rebuild.
Is the video dropping tomorrow? This like the Raptors' future is horrid.
No, I think I have that scheduled for next Monday or something like that. But yeah, no, the why the Toronto Raptors future is horrid will indeed be a thing.
I can't wait for that video to drop.
Gosh, yeah, maybe somebody from the Raptors can take that lead. Probably not.
Nobody from the Raptors is taking that lead.
Incoming.
However,
MIP.
Listen, bro, the Marquise Noel, bro. Marquise Noel Rookie of the Year agendas might be strong.
He's probably not even going to play enough games.
No, he's going to be the best player to ever step in a Raptors jersey. What do you mean?
That man will be lucky to play 10 games.
Bro, we need guards.
We have
He'll
Jeff
probably
Doughton. Give me Jeff Doughton minutes, please.
Oh man.
Man,
God, don't ask
that's
me what
such a
college he
Raptor.
went to.
Yeah, I don't know either. That's such a Raptor fan pick, but I saw that
I
guy
don't-
play in person. I was like, why is this dude not playing?
Just
He's him.
it's always
We've
those
been
guys.
hyping up Malachi for 3 years, and Doughton came in and was better in 5 minutes.
Gosh.
But that's what happens when we hype up guys after pro-am performances. So here we are.
Oh, maybe Payne Pritchard makes a comeback. I'm just throwing names out there now. This MIP race is gonna be so ugly next year. It might go to McHale if we're being honest at this point.
Man, unless McHale is averaging 32, like
I'm not picking him,
that's nasty work.
but he'll probably win it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, McHale or Cade or some.
If Cade
obvious
wins
pick.
it, y'all gotta boycott the award, bro. He
Cade is a
literally,
nasty pick.
bro, he was playing so good last year. He didn't improve. He just got healthy.
I
I
will
don't
be.
even remember Cade playing last year, but I believe you, Gabe.
I will boycott picking an award winner for that award next year if Cade or McHale win it, unless McHale is averaging 32 a night and he has Brooklyn as a top 6 seed. Like, there's just no way.
Brooklyn's top 6, and now he gets the award. All due respect, listen, here's my other snub pick. Let me just, bro, if Cam Thomas gets consistent starting minutes, hear me out.
You know, that's one of that's on the Mount Rushmore of ifs. if Ben Simmons gets a jump shot,
Bro.
if Cam Thomas gets consistent minutes, that brother ain't getting consistent minutes, man.
Hear me out. He averaged 10 points per game last year, and when he gets consistent minutes and touches, brother was dropping like 40. He was dropping like 40. I don't understand why not. He's quality.
I trust Jacques Vaughn. There must be a reason. I trust Jacques Vaughn. There has to be a reason why that man's not getting consistent minutes.
Bro, he was a 38% three-point shooter last year. That's all I'm going to say. Give that man some volume.
Man, give me Dennis Smith Jr. for most improved next season, man. and all defensive first team.
Yeah, this is getting outlandish.
Gotta go after that one, bro.
Yeah, that was absurd. My bad. But, hey, Ben Simmons, maybe.
You can't be you literally can't be a defensive player of the year finalist, multi-time All-Star NBL.
All NBA player.
I swear I'm seeing the same Ben Simmons quotes I saw 12 months ago, and it's like, why? Like, I hope he does well. Like, I don't disrespect the offseason prop to say that I hope he does bad, but it's like we have done this like 2 summers in a row where I swear word for word I'm seeing the same quotes and I'm basically seeing the same highlight clips, and it's like, man, I hope he does it, but until I see him on an NBA court for like 10, 15 games, I don't care. I just don't.
I'm so tired of seeing Ben Simmons pull from the hash and pro.
Yeah. I don't pay attention to that, but I think there is some truth to it. Like a back injury, especially as a basketball, or really any athlete, is a major injury.
For sure.
And even like I think back to like when Dwight Howard had his back injuries, he was playing through them and stuff. But it took him like a couple years to really get back to looking anywhere close to where he was in Orlando, right? So like you said, Devin, I'm not buying into these quotes and all the shit Ben Simmons saying and these workout videos that his trainer, Chris Johnson, posts every fucking all season. I'm not buying into that shit. But I am buying into the fact maybe he is fully or at least close to fully healthy, and hopefully he can just get back onto the court. His confidence is back to some degree. Because I'm a Ben Simmons fan. I want to see him play well and play good. But I'm not buying into the quotes and shit and these off-season workout. I'm not buying into that, bro. We just got to see it on the NBA floor for a full season before we can say Ben Simmons is back.
I hate talking about Ben Simmons, bro. I want to see it on the court because honestly, I keep forgetting that he's on that roster. Like, I genuinely, like, yesterday, one of our topics on the Key of 3 stream that we did like yesterday was the X factor for like every Eastern Conference team. And I picked Cam Thomas for the Nets because I'm like, he got some like limited showings last year, but he was dropping like big numbers. Like if he got a consistent opportunity, he could really be something crazy and like raise his stock as an asset for them. But then all the other guys were like, oh, it's definitely Ben Simmons because he could be great and really like improve their defense and like the playmaking on the team. And I'm like, I forgot he was even there. Like I genuinely forgot that he was on
That's
that
fair.
team.
That's
and so
fair.
like if he really were to play and show out and become their starting point guard, that's a decent little like at least starting lineup. I mean, you
It'll
got
probably
like
be like a
if they got Ben,
forward for them, I would think,
if
because
they got,
Spencer Dinwiddie's still decent enough to play.
but
Starting point guard.
honestly, if Dinwiddie's your backup point guard and it's like your lineup is Ben Simmons, just any of you shooters, like I don't even care if it's like just Yuta Watanabe in the starting lineup, just having a shooter out there for spacing in the lineup.
He's not there anymore, Gabe. What are you talking about?
Oh, he's not.
They lost all their shooters. Seth Curry's gone.
Lonnie
Joe Harris
Walker's
is gone. Yuta's
Lonnie
gone.
Walker's there.
Lonnie Walker
I
is there.
don't follow Nets talk, bro. But if they just have
Cam
somebody
Thomas
who
might
can
have
shoot
to play.
hey,
Cam might have to
if
play,
they
to be
just- If
honest.
they got somebody who can shoot, there's too many moves this offseason. Some of these role players, until the season starts, there's some guys that I'm like, I don't know where you're at. I'll keep a spade there. But if they just can play some shooter at the 2 by him, and then you have like Mikal and Cam Johnson at the forward spots and Nick Claxton,
A shooter.
it'd be a decent little lineup.
Be all right. Or maybe run Ben Simmons off the bench. Let him run the second unit.
Nah, bro. Come on. For his morale's sake, bro, we need him in the starting lineup if he's going to play at all.
I mean, that could give him just a boost. Like, hey, in starting lineup, Mikel's going to have the ball a lot. Why not? We'll just bring you off the bench. You can run the second unit. Run with Day'Ron Sharp, your backup. I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
Day'Ron
Sharp or Noah Clowney.
And Cam Johnson, Cam Thomas. Yeah. The more I think about this team, they're probably not going to be that good, but they could be fun still. THT, most improved.
Bro, Dennis Smith Jr. is going to start
THT,
there, bro.
to be
What?
honest. I like the THT show.
THT is a good candidate for most improved. It might go back to Utah this year. It could.
Yeah, it could. I genuinely hope they make him the starting point guard this year. I know they won't, but I think he genuinely has the skills to do it. But yeah, Brooklyn will be interesting. Like they got so many different ways they could go. They could start Ben. They could start Spencer at point. They could start both of them. Do they start Dorian Finney-Smith? Do they start Royce O'Neal? How important of a role does Lonnie Walker play? Like they got a lot of different options there. So a lot of depth, a lot of fun pieces. They're going to be. I hope Ben Simmons is healthy, just so I can fan watch over their defense, because their defense is going to be wild, especially if Ben's on the court. You can have Ben, Mikal, Finney-Smith, Royce O'Neal, and Nick Claxton lineups. It's crazy defense, but
that is a dream lineup for Devin to watch basketball,
bro. That's like
who's scoring 100 on that team? On that
that's the Devin meme, bro. Of like that's nasty and I love it. That's real. That's run the NBA.
That is encapsulated there,
bro.
No doubt.
The spacing's probably a little poor.
I for real had no idea Dennis Smith Jr. was on this team.
That's why I was pushing that agenda, man.
Yeah, underrated. Very underrated free agency signing. They got some very good point of attack defense, to say the least.
Honestly, if he got, I don't even know if it's more minutes. If he just wasn't on Charlotte last season playing that defense, he might have made an All-NBA defensive team, or at least been a lot more respected. But definitely. I don't even know if he got any votes, to be honest.
I'm not sure he did, but he definitely could have been deserving of being in that conversation. He had a really good year.
And he looked okay offensively for his standards.
Dude, his shooting splits were kind of nasty, but for his standards.
For his standards. he would have some games where he dropped like 15 or something like that. Like that's good for him at this point offensively. But he's found his role in the league. He's just going to be a menace on the defensive side of the floor, which is good because he's going to be able to stick around that way.
For sure.
Those guys, they keep jobs.
Keep jobs. Like Jose Alvarado, that boy's going to keep a job forever.
Yeah, exactly.
How do we always end up on Brooklyn Nets talk? It's a tradition around here.
I feel like we ain't talked about them much.
In a minute. They ain't got much to talk about the Nets from an off-season standpoint compared to the last 12 months. But
oh my God, 15 minutes of Gabe Nuts talk straight. Those days are well past us.
Those days are indeed past us. But hey, we got to throw a bit of Nets talk in there because this is indeed the podcast that was streaming live for the Kevin Durant trade. So
yes,
gotta have a special place in the pod.
Be honest, we must have been the only basketball podcast in the world that was streaming at that time. Like, find me another one because I don't know if they exist.
This is the best NBA podcast I've ever seen personally.
We're also probably the only people that record near midnight during the early portion of the week. But hey,
yeah, we're some sickos. We're out here for the young guns, bro.
Game is game, man. Game is game.
That being said, it is probably time to move to our main topic of the stream.
Love it.
I was doing this. We've been talking about the Nets for 15 minutes, and we talked about the Hornets for 15 minutes. Like, hour done went by. I'm like, damn, we still do got the topic of this video.
At least like 4 of those things were planned.
True. We did just go into like a 10-minute most improved player tangent about how Cade shouldn't win it and second year to third year guys probably shouldn't either.
That's the beauty of the podcast, bro. If there's good conversation, we got it, man.
We're here for it, man.
There is a script, but there is not a script. It is just hoop talk at the end of the day. But we do got to make sure we do cover the title and the thumbnail of the stream. And that is indeed our top 10 small forwards lists. The last 2 weeks we've done our point guards and shooting guard lists, so be sure to check those streams out if you are curious to see where we listed those. But today is small forwards. Just for clarity, we did not include Jaylen Brown in our shooting guards list. He is included in our small forwards list. And for any potential confusion about KD, he will be discussed next week in our power forwards list, so his name will not be mentioned here today either. But outside of that, it should be relatively straightforward. My random number generator will indicate that, Reek, you will start your list first. So, number 10, small forward. Start it off.
Oh, man, I kind of mentioned to y'all before the pod, like, there's a few guys that you could maybe plug into the 10th spot and make a good case for. Out of those guys, I went with Franz Wagner as my number 10 guy. Very impressed with his year 2 development. His shooting splits, I mean, he's basically like 50% from the field, like around league average from 3, 80+% from the line. Really good slasher, very solid playmaker from the wing spot. And he doesn't have to be a super high level one because Markel's such a solid playmaker. Paolo displayed decent playmaking skills as a rookie. So they got guys that can create outside of him. And he's just continuing to excel his game. I love watching him in like the FIBA play because, you know, you just see his game like in overseas. You just kind of see how it just translates right back to the NBA. Like last summer when he was playing Euro, I think it was the Eurobasket, played really well for Germany, came back and had a very good year too. Expecting another jump from him. Him and Paolo as a 1-2 punch. It's going to be fun for years and years to come. So I got Franz at 10, and he only has room to improve on this list.
That's a very good shout. I know a shout that Devin definitely likes a lot as the biggest Magic fan in the world. But I don't have him here. He's definitely an honorable mention, definitely a guy that was in considerations. But I might have some bias here because this is a train that I've not been driving as much recently. But in the history of this podcast, if you're a longtime viewer, you know that I have been driving this train in the past. I have Andrew Wiggins at my number 10 spot. I think what he offers to Golden State is very valuable, just the way he was able to – I mean, he still brought a lot of his scoring prowess, but in a more controlled environment, so his efficiency there went up quite significantly from his days at Minnesota, but we know how much talent he had there already. And then his ability to just make that progress on the defensive end, that was so important to their title run when they made that last year. And then this past season, he did miss a lot of time. And you might say, that lack of playing games might have hurt his stock. And for me, if a guy struggles with availability because of injuries, that's one thing. Andrew Wiggins missed time last year for non-injury related reasons, so I did not want to hold that against him at all. And so for the player he was, and even what he showed me coming back, I'm still pretty confident that he's the second best player on that Golden State team. And that's still a very quality team. They went out in the second round this year, so didn't make it as far as the year prior where they won it all. But I still do think he just provides so much quality play for them on both sides of the ball. And especially at the small forward position, it's very just even more important at that position.
Great pick.
Definitely a good pick. Definitely a good pick. Those two, both honorable mentions for me. As we've mentioned, this number 10 spot is probably where there's the most variance on this list. This is where I have my all-star pick of a year and a bit ago in Chris Middleton. As much as the injury concerns were evidently problematic last year and he never really got back to full form during the regular season, even though it was a short playoff run, he showed me enough during that postseason run that his struggles during the regular season were not necessarily a sign of regression and just the fact that he was indeed battling with injury. He is, of course, aging at this point, but not to an age where I don't believe he still has another productive season or two ahead of him. He just signed his new deal. He's still only 32, a guy who has proven to be a guy who can be the primary perimeter shot creator on a title-winning team. And although they got bounced early last year, his offensive production was not the reason for that. He was the consistent piece on offense for them. Drew Holiday struggled. A lot of their shooters struggled. Obviously, Giannis didn't have as good of a series as he would have liked, given his high MVP caliber standards. But Chris Middleton was there. And despite the injuries, I still think he has a lot more productive basketball in him. That availability is going to be the biggest concern. But I'm still going to buy into him and as productive as he can be when it comes to the postseason, which the Bucks are most certainly going to be in again next year. So Wagner's a great shout. I really wanted him on this list. Andrew Wiggins is a great shout as well, but Chris Middleton is my number 10.
Yeah, the fall off in production or I shouldn't say production, but just the fall off in ranking for Chris Middleton is pretty striking to me because I checked my list from last year because I'm like, wait, I don't have Chris Middleton on my list. And I know it's because some of the guys have switched around positionally where they're at, so that definitely knocked him down somewhat. But he was number 5 on this list for me last year. And so for him to go from number 5 to not making my list this year, I was like, dang. And looking at it, I do think the next 9 guys are definitely better. And you have probably, Reek, unless you can correct me if I'm wrong if you have him higher. But the fact that he only made your list at 10, Devin, just shows that, I mean, there's a lot of small forward talent. And I think this position really bolstered itself last year. So the fact that he had a down year and that's able to drop him so much, I don't even think shows as much of an aggression from him. I think it just shows the competition is really so stiff that one down season can drop you far in the rankings.
Yeah, it's not like the shooting guard or the power forward positions where you got guys at the bottom that are like, okay. They're not all-star caliber guys. Small forward has like, I would say 9 guys that are like all-stars. And then Chris Middleton in a year where he's healthy is competing for an all-star appearance. You know, he was just an all-star last time he was fully healthy. So, you know, it's a very deep position. But, you know, like you said, Devin, hopefully he can be healthy next season all the way through. And because we saw it, like you said, in playoffs, his production was still elite, which we've seen Chris Middleton do for years and years as a postseason player. I just want to see him just healthy and there, you know, available during the regular season because even though the Bucks were like really good last year, I mean, just having Chris Middleton, that just adds just another just explosive offensive guy that night in, night out can give you 20, 25 a night. Once, you know, some nights he can be the best player on the floor. So, you know, just health is just the main thing for me. That's why I didn't have him on my list, spoiler alert. But, you know, a fully healthy Chris Middleton, I think, is a top 10 small forward in the league.
Yeah, he's a very proven player. So, I mean, it's just getting back to form. He's one of those guys who you'll probably give the benefit of the doubt. If it's like, yeah, down year last year, but you look better next year, all of a sudden, yeah, he's right back there. Really, at the end of the day, for me, it just came to, all right, him and Wiggins are probably both on a bit of a down season because they both missed time, but because there's a little bit more concern with Middleton for me because it was injury related, that's where I gave Wiggins the nod. But I will go ahead and move us into number 9. I assume we all have the same 9 guys here, but the guy that came out at the lowest of those 9 for me was Brandon Ingram. And once again, it's a lot of injury concerns with Brandon Ingram. We talked about the Pelicans earlier in this stream. It's a situation where Brandon Ingram is a very talented player. He has a very wide array of ways to score the basketball. All three levels of the game, he can get the job done. Has proven to be closer in big moments. He really does a lot. He's rounded out his game pretty significantly over the years and has elevated himself to play at a number one level for New Orleans quite often. However, that inconsistency with availability did take a little bit away from him, as well as the fact that I think some of the skills that the other guys I put above him have, it knocked him down just that little bit. I do think probably like my honestly 6 through 9 range is all very close. So if one of you guys had him as high as 6, I'm really not mad at all. I think his skill set is just something I might value a little bit less than other guys.
See, I'm on a different – I feel a little differently about him. Like, I feel like I value what he brings a little more than, like, my number 9, which is DeMar DeRozan. Obviously wasn't the same season that he had a couple years ago where he was going insane for, like, the first 3 or 4 months of the season. Still a very good year, man. DeMar is playing some of his best basketball of his career, still at his age, still where the athleticism may not be what it used to be, but he's, rendering that in different ways, just being a mid-range killer, which he's always been, very efficient, just shot maker. He's always 50% from the field, it seems like these days. Still very good. Definitely took a step back, obviously, and he's not making up for that, like, defensively. Still a fine playmaker from the wing position, but I value some other guys' skill sets a little more. The one thing about DeMar, though, he is pretty much always available. He doesn't miss a lot of games. But, it's a tough list. DeMar still had a very good year last year, but I got him at number 9.
Yeah, that availability is definitely the biggest thing for DeMar that, for me, helped him over a guy or two in this list, and that's why I also have Brandon Ingram here at number 9. As a guy who does struggle a little bit more with availability, especially over the last 2 years. Great season when he was healthy last year, very efficient, continues to make some improvements, although not as consistently as you would like, but nonetheless some improvements on the defensive end, some improvements as a playmaker. A lot to like with Brandon Ingram's game. I just need to see more than the 90 games he's played over the last 2 years, and the fact he hasn't played more than 62 since his rookie season. That's the biggest thing holding him back for me over a guy like DeMar or some other guys on this list that are much more available than him. And when you're really starting to have to pick between some really insignificant things, that's just what gets looked at when there's so much talent that, like you guys mentioned, there's like 9 guys on this list that are all-star caliber guys most seasons. So great season for Brandon Ingram last year. Just need to see him on the court a little bit more, as we've talked about lots today. So he's at number 9.
It's almost hard to make all my points here. Just literally because it's like, dude, he is so talented. It's like, I'm like, I have him this low, and then I'm only saying positive things about him. It's like, but why do I have him low? So it's just the more we get into the other guys on the list, and it's like, here's why I have him just a little bit higher.
Yeah, I got Ingram at 8. I mean, obviously the availability is like super concerning, but I don't know. I just have more faith in him being able to play more games like this upcoming season. But I was so impressed with like his playmaking last year, especially like when CJ was out, Zion out. He really stepped up. He was having like a lot of like 8, 9 assist games, it seemed like, on most nights. Like his game is becoming a lot more well-rounded, which I didn't really see that. Like if you look back to his LA days, it's like, even though like early on they played him at the point guard, it's like we don't think that this is something that he can sustain. But he's been like a lead playmaker for this Pelicans team for like the last couple of years, especially with his co-stars missing time. Very impressed there. Had a pretty much like 25 point per game season for him. Still always very efficient. His game just continues to expand, and still pretty young, man. He's like he's not even 26 years old yet, which sounds insane to say, but he's still pretty young for how long he's been in the league. So I got him at number 8.
So we're pretty much flip-flop here because I have DeMar at 8, and Devin, I think you might have him a little bit higher from what you were saying because you said he jumped a couple guys on the list due to his availability.
I have him at 8 as well. I just wasn't spoiling.
Okay. So I guess we're all pretty like similar here with just the tier of these guys. But yeah, for me, really what put DeMar just a little bit higher was the fact that I think his situation was a little bit worse, but we got similar production out of him as well as that consistency with availability. And I also think he's a little bit better at the playmaking side. As guys who have the ball in their hands a lot and are more lead guys on this team, both guys who I'd probably call a 1B, even though DeMar stepped up as 1A a lot of the times, really, and Brandon Ingram just had to be 1, both of them because of like injury concerns and other guys being out of the lineup. But just looking at like the turnover numbers and especially the way I saw DeMar, like his highest level playmaking definitely came in those late San Antonio years where Coach Pop really helped him improve that a lot. But when he gets to showcase that in Chicago, it's quite good. And let's be honest here, like that team was just looking so poor and the situation was so bad. And obviously Brandon Ingram's situation struggled a bit too, but I think DeMar's dealing with a little bit worse coaching and a little bit worse roster construction, and both teams pretty much ended at about the same spots in their conference. So I just put DeMar a little bit higher because he's obviously more of a driving force in leading his team since he's there more often.
Yeah, I don't have much more to add on DeMar either. He's at number 8 for me. Another elite offensive season, not quite as elite as he was season prior, but it would have been pretty hard to replicate that given how crazy he was on the offensive end of the floor night in, night out. It's an absolute shame the Clutch Player of the Year award did not exist during that season because he would have ran away with that award. But nonetheless, another good year from DeMar, another elite offensive season from him. But I'll move us to number 7 here, getting Ingram and DeMar off the board for all three of us. And at number 7, this feels wrong because this guy was number 1 in his positional rankings last season. But this is where I have Paul George.
Ooh.
This is where I have Paul George. He falls from number 1 on the shooting guard list last year to number 7 on the small forward list. And he's still a great talent. There's no doubt about it. He's still a great talent. But similar to like we talked earlier with Brandon Ingram, availability continues to be a concern. Those shoulders continue to be a concern. And he has been a productive player when healthy, but the Clippers have not been able to have the type of success that they would have desired over the last few years. His availability is a part of that. And although he's still very good, he's not quite as elite as he was a few years ago. His three-point shooting is not quite at that same level it once was. His defense is still very good, is not as elite as it once was a few years ago. So there's still an all-star caliber player in Paul George. He was just named an all-star last year, even though I didn't agree with said nomination. He had a very good year. He was deservedly an all-star. There's a lot of talent in the small forward list, so number 7 is where he falls.
That's a very valid point. I mean, by my reaction, I think it's I have him a little bit higher. I think I'm going to address it more because I don't want to look like I have inconsistent criteria, but I definitely do get the point on the availability being a concern with him as well.
Most def. I guess I'll jump to 7 or my 7. I got Mikal right here. Very good back half of the season when he got traded. Was still very solid in Phoenix too offensively. I don't want to act like he was putting up, 12 points per game when he was in Phoenix. He was still very, very good. I think he's averaging around 17 points per game when he was there, but that obviously exploded to 26 a night when he was in Brooklyn and he was the featured guy. Just want to see it full season. Let's make sure it's true. Let's just make sure he didn't just get hot going to Brooklyn or anything. Let's just make sure it's true. But I think it is true. This is somebody that probably wasn't even on our honorable mentions last year as a top 10 guy. Nobody's really thinking of Mikal in that light, but really came onto the scene and it's probably only going to continue to get better. And that's while still being an elite level defender. It's almost like people don't talk about that anymore because of how good he was offensively. Still super elite defensively. This is a list that's full of two-way guys, but you can make an argument that he's maybe a top 3 or 4 defender on this list just from that side of the floor. So I got Mikal at 7.
Yeah, I heard a comparison of him to having Kawhi potential yesterday. And while I don't think he'll end up being as good as Kawhi Leonard because that's a ridiculous bar to set for anybody, I do think him being almost like a poor man's Kawhi, where it's he has that elite defense, but he can also turn it up as a shot creator. I have Mikal Bridges at 7 as well. I do want to see him do it for a little bit longer as this top-level guy because while he was a very efficient and a very high-level 3-and-D player in Phoenix, we did not expect that shot creation at all. And there are guys who there's times where their shot creation and them taking more difficult shots, they go in for a little bit, they get hot, and then it starts to taper off a little bit. So just seeing a little bit more, he could honestly rise above another guy or two on this list because especially just what he's offering on the defensive end, as well as just being a complete Iron Man out there, like never missing games, is incredibly valuable. But it's really just a matter of proving himself because what we saw in that back half of the season is definitely better than a couple guys who I have above him.
Yeah, if he does that for a full season, what's up, my guy Justin, man? No Jaden McDaniels on this list, sadly, brother. But we promised Anthony Edwards was ranked high last week.
Anthony Edwards was top 3. He was top 3 in our rankings.
Consensus.
He wasn't 3 or 2. Go check out the video.
Yeah, it's like you can feature in a good NBA player like for a night or something like that. But Mikal did it the entire second half of the season. Like every night, it seemed like it was 25 points every single night. Like he was absolutely insane that back half of the season. And I've been watching this man since he was in college. I've never even saw a lick of shot creating potential like that. Like I was thinking like what he was doing in Phoenix is like a third guy. Like, he can get to the bucket, maybe hit a pull-up jump shot. Nah, he was completely in his bag. So like the poor man's Kawhi, like that's fine. Like that's not ridiculous, man. Because I mean, two-way player, good shot creator, can some nights explode for 35, 40 points. Like that sounds like a Kawhi Leonard type of mold to me.
He must have gotten the gym with Devin Booker, I guess. Just got some of those skills rubbed off. He said, "Hey, can you teach me how to do some of that?" And hey, to his credit, he picked some up. But really, I think the main thing that'll grow him as a player is like, and I hate to keep making the comparison because I don't want it to be like too heavy, but when Kawhi became the elite offensive guy, we know when he locks in on defense, he is still one of the top wing defenders in the league, but he doesn't always have it turned on to 100. If Mikal Bridges continues at this offensive level or at least close to it, like say he averages out at like 24 points per game or something, and he's still playing similar defense to what he did in Phoenix, then we're talking like some crazy two-way production. Because most guys that come in and they play that good defense, once they start to take more of an offensive load, they kind of will back off on defense a little bit. So if he's still doing both at that high of a level, insane talent.
He's going to become that guy like how we see Kawhi kind of does it now. Really everybody that started out as, or even just, star players in general that are two-way guys, they'll finish the game on the best offensive player on the other team. Like, I think Joe Johnson was telling a story about like how Paul Pierce was like, "Hey, you grab Kobe the first 3 quarters, I'll grab him in the fourth." Like that's how all-star players do that are two-way guys. So that's probably what Mikal's going to do. But like you said, like how Kawhi does, Gabe, whenever he locks in, he'll still be one of the premier wing defenders in the league.
Yeah, I would not doubt that at all. And they have that luxury in Brooklyn because we talked about it earlier. So we're talking about Brooklyn, but if Ben Simmons is healthy, you have him there. You have Royce O'Neal. You have Dorian Finney-Smith. There's a lot of good wing defenders on this team. So they have that luxury where Mikal Bridges can pick and choose his spots, can primarily be that elite defensive guy on the guys that are the opposing stars in the fourth quarter, and they're still going to be fine defensively otherwise. But hey, that's Toronto Raptors legend, Jelson.
Bro, Raptors legend.
What school did he go to, though? What school did he go to?
Bro, come on, bro. Just stop.
Come on, man. Little Arizona Rock Wildcat. We dropped a stream link.
Oh, did I? That's.
Oh man. Somebody said earlier they was like link. Maybe that's what they was talking about.
Maybe that's what they were saying. Yeah, that's what a 12-hour workday be doing to you. That's.
It's all good, man.
But hey, no one's joined the stream yet, so should have had someone join at this point.
Man.
That's hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. Hey,
that's probably where my gear hasn't tuned in yet.
It does happen to the best of us, I'm afraid.
Oh, good. We was having like consistent viewerships, man. We all good.
We can. Hey, Justin's talking about I need to join, bro. You're supposed to be a guest on the podcast at some point, man. What happened? Make it happen, bro. We here every Tuesday, bro. We have one Tuesday evening. You can get on.
Maybe we'll have to. We might have to line up the centers list for the Gobert and the Cat.
Oh man, yes.
Oh, that's dirty,
bro. 2 weeks from now, Jeff, got to make sure your Tuesday. I I mean, we can do it next Tuesday too. I don't care.
I mean, if that's what works.
Listen,
Next Tuesday.
I'm gonna jump us. Let's jump to number 6 though, man. Because
taking a picture of that, Justin. So if you lie, I'm airing it out.
Here's where I have Mr. Moneybags at number 6, man. This is where I have the richest player in NBA history, Mr. $300 million himself. So I have Jaylen Brown. To me, these guys at 6 through 9, I think, are all in a similar tier. And I think Jaylen Brown has just shown the best peaks of any of these guys. Not to say, like, career-wise, DeMar DeRozan probably has the highest peaks. But as far as, like, last year or recent years, Jaylen Brown has shown, like, the definitely highest peaks of these guys. The way he played in that finals run and even, like, last season during their playoff run, there's times where he looks like the best Celtic on the court. And that's with a guy who we have not named on this list yet. Not one of us has named it. That's a pretty good player that he looks better than sometimes. And so for him to be able to rise that kind of a level, even with the flaws in his game, the way he's continued to progress as a scorer and just bringing his two-way ability to the game, he's a bona fide star. He has risen his stock to the point where he is now an all-NBA level guy. And most of the guys below him, I don't really think are the NBA level guy anymore. So, like, he's probably the top of this tier. I will say he's with these guys and not the guys above him because I do think the deficiencies in his game are a bit more apparent. Notably, everybody memes about, like, the left hand and all that. But we know it's not perfect. The playmaking is not perfect. But still a very good player overall. Deserved at least most of that contract. And is one of the premier reasons why the Celtics are so good year in and year out.
I got Paul George at 6. I agree with everything Devin said, so I'm not even going to elaborate anymore. PG's great when he's on the court. Definitely regressed just a little bit, but he misses so much time for somebody that we look at as like a star, borderline superstar player. Misses a lot of time. I mean, he wasn't there when they needed him at the end of the season. He missed a lot of time with, I think it was like an ankle injury. So, got to knock him down to this point.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely the availability hurts him. That's why I had him as low as I did. But this is where I do have McHale. I'm buying in fully to what we saw at the end of last year in Brooklyn. It was a big enough sample size where, sure, he might have been on a bit of a hot streak, but once you start getting past like 8, 10, 12 games, like, you're just that good eventually at some point in time. So whether we see him dropping 26, we'll see. But 23, 24 seems very reasonable. If not the best defensive guy on this list, he's damn near it. Very special talent. Still going to have the opportunity to continue to be the number one guy in Brooklyn. So over PG, maybe slightly premature, but especially when you consider the fact that this dude is arguably the most available guy in the league, that values a lot. It's going to matter a lot for Brooklyn. And it's going to help him have a chance to get some type of all-star or regular, even more so than before, all-defensive team nods, because this guy's always going to be qualifying, and there's going to be a few dudes that used to get these awards that are no longer going to be qualifying.
It's not even arguable. That is the most available player in basketball.
Yeah,
he doesn't miss games.
That is – yeah, that's just he's number one. There's not another guy. He for real is. What did he play? Didn't he play 83 games last year?
83. Could have played 84, but they wouldn't let him play that first night after he got traded.
Right. Yeah, no, he is definitely a very available dude. There's very few guys that come into the league over the last few years that are that type of available. Like the only guy, and even then he still missed a few games, but the only guy that comes to mind is the guy who's joined the league the last couple of years who's that available is Saddiq Bey. And even then he still misses a few games. But like, there's just so few guys these days that are like that. It's so valuable.
The load managing era, man. He's
like Kevon Looney doesn't miss games anymore, but he went through like 3 seasons where he was hurt like all the time. So it's tough to play that much, man, especially in this era of basketball. But Mikhail's that dude when it comes to being there, and he's that dude now just when it comes to being a great two-way basketball player.
Am I bugging if Kevon Looney's on a list in like 2 weeks?
Yes.
Might be. Yes.
You were bugging hard because that means you don't have Wendell, and that's a problem.
Hey, bro. Listen, that's Western Conference Finals should have been MVP Kevon Looney to you.
That's facts.
That's also first round series against the Kings MVP Kevon Looney. Better than Sabonis Kevon Looney to you.
No, now you got chat
Bro,
riled.
I got chat riled. Bro, come on.
Oh, it must be a top 10 list.
Bro. All right. Well, I guess I'll rile chat up a little bit more because I'm gonna give a guy that I have the highest out of the three of us, since this will finish up talk on him. So like I said, I have 6 through 9 as like all the same tier guy, and I think Paul George is just one tier better, and here's why. This is what I mean. Where if I think a guy is a basketball player is a tier above, and this is what I was talking about, where I said I'll elaborate when you put Paul George a little bit lower because that shoulder. I had Brandon Ingram low because of that. But I think Paul George is a tier better than him. So I'm placing him lower than guys on his tier because of that availability. But what he is as a basketball player, his game is just so like refined. I feel like he just has so few flaws. The guys at 6 through 9, I can list a notable flaw. Like Jaylen Brown, his decision-making with the ball in his hands, and especially that left hand, can be a big struggle for him. Mikal Bridges, less flaws in his game, but we haven't been seeing him do it for that long. DeMar DeRozan's is a little bit more well-stated. It's the outside shot. And obviously with him and Ingram down there, their defense is not the same level as some other guys on this list. With Paul George, his game, he has the defensive tools. Now, he might not be prime Paul George on defense, but he is a plus defender. Paul George is very just an overall plus with the ball in his hands almost at all time, from his jump shot to his ability to break defenders down one-on-one, to his ability to fit in next to other star players and play off the ball as a spacing threat. And we've seen him be successful next to Kawhi. He had his best season playing next to one of the most ball-dominant guys in the league in Westbrook. He has such just a well-rounded game. It's so hard to find a big flaw with him. And not to say that he excels at everything. I'm not going to sit here and say he's like freaking Chris Paul as a playmaker, but he's just able to do everything, I think, at an average to above average level. And to me, that lack of a weakness did put him one tier higher. But that availability obviously is going to drop him towards guys that I think are on the same tier when they're on the court.
So you think him and Jaylen Brown are in different tiers at this point in their careers?
Jaylen Brown, his peak, like when he's at his best, they're definitely very close. I just do think his deficiencies are a little bit more glaring. However, I guess given the situations they're in, they are basically both second options. So that, I mean, they are next to each other on the list. Like Jaylen Brown, it's like literally like top of like B tier versus like bottom of A tier. So it's not like it's super far off, but just because there's not as notable of a weakness is why I do think he's like A tier better.
I think they're in the same. Like for me personally, I'm not saying you're wrong, but like I look at them as like the same because I've been flip-flopping them on my list like all day. So I kind of look at them as like the same tier of player right now. Like Devin was saying earlier, like you kind of got to pick, hairs at a certain point. And for me, it's just like Paul George's availability. I got Jaylen Brown at 5. JB's more so pretty much more available than Paul George is at this stage. And yeah, people have a very distasteful thought of Jaylen Brown because of the playoff, performance, and more so the Game 7 performance and later on in that Miami series where he wasn't great. But you can't ignore he had the best year of his career in the regular season, was an all-NBA player, almost 27 a night, still playing quality defense, still a plus defender on that side of the floor. Obviously, yeah, there are the deficiencies in his game. Like, obviously, his playmaking hasn't gotten to the level where people would like it to be. People make the memes about his left hand, his dribbling and stuff. Guy's still a hell of a basketball player. Now, is he worth $300 million? I don't think so, but that's another story for another day, which we talked about before. But even then, man, Jaylen Brown's still incredible. You said earlier, Gabe, this guy on some nights can be better than Jason Tatum is, which Jason Tatum is one of the best basketball players in the world. So it's tough to be able to say on any given night, Jaylen Brown can be the best player on the floor. Yeah, so I still think JB's up. I still think he's up there, man. But I do get your point. I'm kind of flip-flopping. But I feel like him and Paul George are in like that same tier. Both really good second options when they are on the floor. Just kind of gotta, I guess, pick and choose, which one you think's better at this point in their careers.
I guess I'll say this. If Paul George didn't come out and say, like, to his own admission that he's not a number one anymore, I would put higher stock in him as a number one guy on a team. Just because I've seen him do it in the past and I know he's capable of doing it successfully. And because Kawhi misses so much time versus Jason Tatum that we do see Paul George step into that number one role more often. Whereas Jaylen Brown does have that luxury of being able to fall behind Tatum because Tatum is very available. And while sometimes he does look better, there's also times where he can kind of shy away and you're like, is he even on the court right now? And him and Tatum both do that sometimes. And that's why there's always that big discussion that I think is a wash discussion of like, oh, can they play together and succeed? They made the finals together. That's out the door. But you still can admit the fact that sometimes one or the other will take a bit too much of a backseat and not be as effective as they can be.
I feel like that's been lesser. Like, I feel like this playoff run, I feel like Tatum more so asserted himself as like the alpha, and that might have been at the expense of JB playing poorly towards later on in the playoffs. Like in that game 7, you would have loved to see Jaylen Brown when Tatum hurt his ankle be like, okay, this is why we have you. This is why you're about to make so much money because we need you now. Like Tatum's hurt. Tatum got us back into the series. We basically need you to close it out. He wasn't able to do it, which is fine. Miami was playing great basketball that entire playoff run. That's a tough team to just all of a sudden turn it on and, you're the best player on the court. It's tough to do that. So I definitely get it. My thing with Jaylen Brown, like the only thing that I'm very concerned with, his 3-point shooting has gone down over the last few years while his volume has remained the same, around 7.5 attempts per game. He's down to low 30s. He's a better shooter than that. He shot upper 30s, 38, 39% before on 7 attempts. He needs to get back to that because if he can just space the floor comfortably, not have to take the tough step back, pull up mid-range jump shots, I think that would just help him overall, especially late game situations. If he does have the ball in his hands, he'll be more comfortable. Teams will have to respect that, and that'll open up a lot more driving lanes for him. But I feel like teams defensively are not as concerned about his jump shooting because it's consistently gone down over the last couple seasons, which I don't think is talked about nearly enough. As far as people love to joke about his dribbling and stuff. But I feel like his jump shooting is something that he was good at, and he should be able to get back to that, in these upcoming seasons.
Yeah, that's definitely something I'd like to see more of. His defense is still very good, but I think there's an argument to be said that he was slightly better on that end a couple of years ago as well. So there's definitely some points for re-improvement for JB, but this is where I have him as well at number 5. I think there's much more of a gap for me between JB, Paul George, and then what's coming at 4 and above than there is between JB and Paul George. I think that's where the real tier separation is here. JB, like we've mentioned, has those glaring flaws, but there's enough guys in this league that we can see, even at the wing position, that can have glaring flaws and still be an elite talent. Now, some of them are freak of natures because Giannis's and Zion's are not common. But point being is you can still have a pretty glaring flaw and be very, very impactful. And JB is definitely one of those guys. Even though we call it a glaring flaw, it's more so the fact that his playmaking and decision-making is not as good as someone commonly as productive and as good offensively as he is. He's not a bad ball handler. He's not a bad decision maker when you compare him to most players across the league. But for a guy who has the ball in his hands as often as he does, for a guy who's scoring as much as he does, you would definitely like it a bit more. But the last thing I'll say about Paul George, if we were rating aesthetically pleasing games, Jacob, top of the list.
One of the best.
Top of the list.
Oh, trust me, bro. Part of the Paul George pick is obviously Hooper bias. Come on.
He's a Hooper's Hooper.
He literally half of the new breed of players they look up to Paul George more than damn near anybody. One of the most. Brandon Miller said he was his GOAT, and that's what I mean. I say one of the most refined.
Or not his GOAT, but one of his favorite players.
I think so. Yeah.
Refined game, very few weaknesses, very well-rounded, can do it all on the court. That's what a lot of these players want to come in and do, and it's not just him. A lot of the all-around guards, they came up seeing Westbrook putting up these triple doubles and doing it all, and these different kinds of things. Obviously, LeBron goes into a part of that for some of the bigger guys. So, I mean, it's just kind of the direction. And I think Paul George is one of those guys who is just so well rounded. Like a guy who can be a small forward but still have one of the best handles in basketball, can drop you off and can pull up and be like a very high 30s 3-point shooter. There's just a lot to like there, a lot to like. And when it comes to that tier break, I guess that gets us into our number 4 discussion, because I think we all probably have the same guy here unless there's a hot take. But to me, the top 3 from last year are still the top 3 this year.
Agreed.
So I have Jimmy Butler at 4, and I guess he's in a weird spot because I think he's like defined for it, which makes sense why we all have him here, because I do think that he's easily better than Paul George and Jaylen Brown, but I think the top 3 guys are all easily better, and it mostly goes to what they do in the regular season, because in the playoffs, Jimmy Butler usually, recently, at least the past couple of years, has often played better, if not just as good as the top 3 guys.
I think Jimmy's here because of that playoff rising that he can do. Like, it's just, we know that this is Jimmy.
Yeah. If it's just regular season, he's not at 4. It's the playoffs that does it.
7 or 8.
Which it's the mix, and so that's why I can't really put him any higher, is because of the regular season. Like, he is very pedestrian for 82 games. But I forget who said this, but I think somebody compared him to like Paul Pierce, where Jimmy Butler was never like the top guy at his position, but he was a guy who at his position could outplay those guys any night. And to me, that's just who he, especially it. I guess, I mean, I don't know what the exact small forward game was looking like, but I guess the comparison they were making was like Paul Pierce could go out and outplay Kobe. He could go out and outplay T-Mac on any given night. Jimmy Butler can go out and he can outplay Jason Tatum. He can go out and outplay LeBron any night. He can play better than them on any given night. And so he's a guy that, while he's not going to do it consistently for 82 games, we know that he has that in him. And at the end of the day, he's led his team to the finals in 2 of the last 4 years and to the conference finals in 3 of the last 4 years. And regardless of what seed they were and what their path was to get there, you cannot deny that fact. The guy is a leader and he is a winner.
Yeah. Even though I feel like he fell off, like at least from that scoring standpoint towards the end of that postseason run, he was still incredible. That might have been an ankle injury too. People forget he had the ankle injury game 1 of the Knicks series. But still, the stuff he did in that Bucks series was insane. The stuff he did the first 2 games of that Boston series was insane. Jimmy Butler is a superstar in the playoffs, and like you said, Devin, that's why he is 4 on this list, because regular season Jimmy Butler is just a very cool player. He's going to get his 20 points per game. He'll play okay defense. He might make an all-star game just out of the respect, but we know what he brings once it comes to the playoffs. He's like how we talked about Jamal Murray. Like, he's one of those guys that elevates that game to a superstar status, and that's why he's number 4.
Yeah, you guys touched on it all. He's very much number 4. Postseason runs over the last few years have got him here. Of course, he tailed off a little bit more in the back half of last year's, but great series against the Bucks. Has proved it time and time again over the last few years that he can do this regularly in the postseason. And that's enough for him to continue to be in this top 4. The moment he stopped having those playoff performances, or the moment Miami start to slip down in the postseason conversation, which could be as soon as this year if they don't trigger a Dame trade, we'll see how the conversation surrounding Jimmy Butler follows that. But for the time being, even last year, if they're just getting into the play-in tournament, as long as Miami are getting in, they seemingly have a chance. And Jimmy is the reason for that.
The Paul Pierce comparison was kind of – I saw what dude was saying. I know the video that you were referencing, Gabe. I see what he was saying. I feel like it more tailors towards big 3 Paul Pierce, the first couple years where he wasn't putting up the 25, 26 point per game seasons, but he was going at LeBron and scoring 40 in a game 7, and he was going at Kobe in the finals a couple times. I see that. I see what the points he was trying to make. But Paul Pierce younger in his career, that might be a little bit of a different conversation.
You got to remember, I'm only 15 years old, so I was not seeing Paul Pierce when he was very
19.
young.
19.
The Paul Pierce I know.
Don't say I'm on here with a minor.
Is Paul Pierce.
I see the argument he was making though, which I guess I'll take it because Paul Pierce seems to not get any sort of respect these days, which I hate.
A guy who might not be as good as the best guy in the league, but he can outplay the best guy in the league any night. Simple argument. Makes sense. Fair. That's high respect to give somebody.
Yeah. Jimmy is that guy though, because we've seen it time and time again.
I mean, I thought Giannis was the best player in the world, and Jimmy shut him down twice. I shouldn't say shut up, beat him. He beat him twice.
I mean, Drew Holiday's like, I would say he's the most respected on-ball defender in the league because all the star players say Drew Holiday's the best defender. So he's the most respected on-ball defender, and Jimmy Butler like completely sunned him for an entire series. Like made
Jimmy's also he's 2-1 in playoff series as the top guy against Giannis and Tatum, and I don't have him and Embiid played each other in the playoffs anytime since they split up. I don't know if Miami.
Oh yeah, last year,
right?
But Embiid missed the first 2 games, I think.
Yeah, and he was never healthy that whole series. So
yeah, he came back like I think game 3.
Either way, I think most people consider the top 3 players in the Eastern Conference to be Giannis, Tatum, and Embiid. And Jimmy Butler has a winning record in playoff series against all of them. So that's just food for thought.
It's Heat culture too, man. I mean, it seems like them Heat players, role players, just shoot lights out once they get to the postseason most years.
Yeah, but before Jimmy, they still had Coach Spo before Jimmy signed on, and this team was not doing this.
They needed that leader. They needed the leader for sure because they was still super competitive, regular season wise, but they needed that alpha. And Jimmy fits that team, that culture. Just it's one of the most perfect fits that you could ask for in the league, to be honest.
All right,
incoming Newwood Highsmith most improved player.
Oh my God, wouldn't that be insane?
Bro, I was trying to think of somebody on that team earlier, and I could not think of any names except for Nikola Jovic.
They just got random guys, but listen.
Maybe Duncan Robinson comes back, has 15 points per game. They're like, hey.
So I had to come to a realization here, and now that we're at the top 3, so my order has changed from my top 3 last year. I guess you guys will see what that is very soon because there's 2 guys that had to switch positions. And it might go very contrary to a lot of things that I've been saying recently in the public sphere. But who y'all got at 3?
This guy's not giving up his 3.
I have Kawhi Leonard at number 3.
Okay.
Kawhi at 3. Why do I have Kawhi at 3? I don't know. I'll just say availability. That's why. The man's missing a lot of games. He got hurt in the playoffs again. But no, when Kawhi's on the court, he's still so. It seems like if you just watch Kawhi, it seems like it's still Toronto. He's still playing at that high of a level when he's on the floor. Phoenix would have been in trouble if Kawhi Leonard did not get hurt after, I think it was game 2. They would have been in trouble if Kawhi was out there, but it isn't if Kawhi Leonard is somebody that's going to miss games. Sucks that he gets those just freak injuries at the worst times too. That's his last 2 playoff runs. He's gotten hurt, just very randomly. It just seems like so. Hopefully he can recover, have a fully healthy offseason, get back on the court because he's still playing some of the best basketball of his career as far as I'm concerned. But it's just the injuries, I guess, that's just holding me back from, putting him at 2 or 1 potentially.
Yeah, that's very valid. The availability is definitely the biggest concern with Kawhi, but availability is a concern with LeBron too. And current day, if both of them dudes are healthy, I'm taking Kawhi over LeBron 10 out of 10 times, and that's why I have LeBron here at number 3. Because simply put, neither of these guys are that dependable these days. Obviously, LeBron has been a little bit more available than Kawhi, But, I mean, we just saw what LeBron did in the postseason, and it wasn't bad by any means, but there's no doubt LeBron has taken a step or two back from where he was even just a couple of years ago. Whereas when Kawhi is healthy, like you just touched on, I mean, this dude is still so elite. If availability wasn't a factor, Kawhi is comfortably number one on this list. So, with that being said, there's no way I can have him below LeBron. LeBron is my number 3. Kawhi is above him somewhere with Tatum.
I agree. If Kawhi was somebody that played 70 games a year, best player on this list, you can argue a top 3 player in the world, probably.
All right, so I've been slandering Kawhi a lot recently. With that being said,
you got Braun.
My number 3 is LeBron. My number 3 is LeBron. And I don't know how this happened because last year I had Kawhi at 3 and LeBron at 2. And you think, oh, but they both missed a bunch of time, and LeBron's team went to the conference finals. They ended the season good. And Kawhi, he wasn't playing in the postseason, but I had to be honest with myself for a second. Now, when it comes to this list, and it's who would you rather have, Kawhi Leonard or X player? I'm going to be honest with you. Jimmy Butler, I'd rather have Jimmy Butler because I know Jimmy Butler's going to be there. He's going to elevate in the playoffs, and he's going to play, right? I've done that discussion. We did like a start bench cut on KOT. Devin was there, so he's heard me talk about this before. I would rather have Jimmy Butler on my team than Kawhi Leonard, but like I keep saying, and this is now the 3rd time I'm saying this, if I think you're overall just like a better basketball player clearly, and it's not just like, oh, very similar neck and neck, like your availability, I'm still going to have you higher. I'm just going to have you lower than the guy on your tier. And I think the top 2 guys are just like the best of the best. But Kawhi has that availability problem, so it drops into 2. But let me talk about why I had to move LeBron down. LeBron did a lot of great things last year. He broke the scoring record. The Lakers, they had this magical turnaround, went to the conference finals. LeBron still put up great stats. Year, 20? Phenomenal, right? The Lakers went to the conference finals in spite of LeBron James. I have to say it. When they made that run and turned their season around and put themselves back into the playoffs, LeBron missed a lot of those games. People don't talk about that enough. LeBron missed a lot of those games. That was a lot of AD and all the new role players they brought in really stepping up and really carrying the load for them and getting them back into being a good team. Then you get to the playoffs, it was hard to watch LeBron at points. I remember watching games in that Grizzlies series, and it's like, oh, the Lakers are making this big run. Oh, here's LeBron pulling up from 30 feet when he's 1 for 7 from 3. The shooting was horrible. And you can say, oh, he had a foot injury. This dude has had a foot injury like every year since 2019. So at this point, apparently that's just a player we're getting.
That's cap.
Bro.
That's cap right there.
Okay, now it was a groin injury before, but he's had like an injury, right? And I think 2019 when he missed that was the groin injury. But I feel like that's not his first foot injury.
2021 was an ankle injury when Solomon Hill clumped.
So yeah, ankle, foot, like that was like foot. Like, so like, it's been the thing that's happened a couple of times, right? Like he's not the Iron Man he was.
The motherfucker's 40. It's kind of expected.
It's expected, but it's just a reality. Like I'm not saying that
sure.
He shouldn't be, but it's just the tail of the tape. That's just what it is. But literally at times in that playoff run, like it was hard to watch him. He's not the defender that the top 2 guys on the list are. Obviously, Kawhi and the guy that it looks like we all have at number 1. And if he's not going to have the shooting or the defense, yes, he's still the best playmaker on this list. Yes, he's still one of the best scorers on this list. And at the end of the day, he's LeBron James. But just from what I saw from him out there last year, especially late in the year, I know when Kawhi Leonard is on the court, like I said with Paul George, but turned up to 10, there's not really a big flaw in Kawhi's game, like at all. at all. He is damn near a perfect basketball player. He just don't play. And so when it's like, oh, who would I rather have on my team? A lot of guys I'd have over Kawhi. But this is not a ranking of who I'd rather have. This isn't a draft.
Yeah.
This is a player ranking. Kawhi's a better basketball player.
It's so tough because like Devin mentioned, both of these guys missed time, but then it's like it seemed like when Kawhi missed time, it's like, oh, season over, or it's low managing and then the season over. Like at least LeBron was on the court in the playoffs. Like even if LeBron was regressed, he wasn't amazing in the playoffs. He was fine, but he wasn't great. Even though he regressed, at least he was out there, and there were nights where they definitely needed him to at least step up, and he was able to do that on certain times and in certain situations because Anthony Davis wasn't having the best game, or AD's a game on, game off kind of guy. Brown was still able to step up. They made the conference finals. They got swept, but they did make the conference finals. And I want to go back to your earlier point when you said they made the push in spite of LeBron because he missed a lot of time second half of the season. First half of the season, they were probably still afloat because of LeBron. Brown played great that first half, those first couple months of the season before the foot injury caught up to him. Because Anthony Davis missed a lot of time. Russell Westbrook was still on the team. Darvin Ham was still trying to figure out how to coach. Like they were probably in that position to make those moves and to make that playoff push because of LeBron at age whatever he was at that time, 37, 38. So I'm not saying y'all are wrong. I can see Kawhi being too. Like you said, if he was a fully healthy dude, that's the number one guy on this list. But that's why I have LeBron. That's basically why I have LeBron at 2. Those are my points.
Like LeBron was playing the best on the team at that time, and it was bad roster construction. But when he was playing as the best player on the team, like their peak was not being in the playoffs, right? The second half of the year going into the postseason when they were a good team, you could say, yeah, they needed him because AD was off one game on one game. That was on offense. Especially on defense, AD was the best player on that team every night. And role player guys stepped up huge. And then once AD's on offense, he's just the best player on both ends. And so at this point, Kawhi Leonard is so good that he is like your number one. If he's your number one guy on the court, your team is good. LeBron, when the Lakers were good this year, was honestly the second best player on that team.
Which is how it definitely should be that way at this point. And LeBron does definitely have that luxury of Anthony Davis when he's on he looks like a top 5 player in basketball when he's on. But I definitely see what y'all are saying. I'm just making my point, man. I'm just making my point why I got to make a compelling case to have LeBron over Kawhi at this stage. So that's my argument.
I'll banter here because number one is boring. We all got the same pick. Last year, I was the only one. This is my moment to shine. You know why it's my moment to shine? Because I had this man here last year, and you guys didn't. I had him here last year. I said he's better than them. I said, listen, LeBron don't got the availability. Kawhi don't got the availability. This guy leads his team deep every year, year in, year out. Steps up huge. He can have a bad 44 minutes of the game. Last 4 minutes of the game, he killing you. He is killing you. He is giving the C's the dub. He's just incredible, bro. He's incredible. What a great player.
Shout out to him.
Besides, dude, I recently all summer, every time I step on a basketball court, just start shooting around, try to work on my game a little bit. I took way too many sidestep threes this summer.
He don't even take them that much anymore.
Yeah, but when he did, bro, there's not a more beautiful shot than Jason Tatum. Like, come on.
Hey, Dev, do you remember that there was a time like in January or something like that where Tatum was our MVP?
I do remember that.
Good
that seems like a long time ago, but I do remember that.
Hey, good times, man. I thought he had a chance, but Embiid was great. He honestly fell to like 4th or 5th in the race, to be honest, but he still had an amazing season nonetheless.
He did still have a very good season. This continues to improve despite the postseason struggles. I mean, playmaking just continues to improve, although I did see some flashes that I liked a little bit more the year before, and especially the postseason before, but still improving there defensively. Now finally starting to get some of the respect he deserves on that end, but there's an argument that he's the best defensive player on this list. And this list includes Kawhi Leonard. This list includes Jimmy Butler. This list includes Mikal Bridges. Like, he's legitimately that good on the defensive end. I'm not saying it's clear cut by any stretch, but he has an argument, and he definitely deserves to be in that conversation. We all know how great he is as a scorer, like such a well-rounded talent. Still room to improve. I mean, we saw how good he was still at times in the postseason last year, and yet there was so many moments where you could say he can be better here, he can improve here if he just does this or that on the offensive end, whether it's getting to the rim more, getting to the mid-range more, just not settling from the perimeter as much. There's still so much more room for growth. But yet the fact that we saw in those games where he did struggle on the offensive end in the postseason, at least from a scoring standpoint, he still had some really good moments as a playmaker. He was still really impactful on the defensive end and was still that elite defender. He just has so many things to his game that he can continuously impact the game. Plus the fact that he's more available than some of these guys around him with Kawhi and LeBron. Has to be number one. Just has to be.
Amazing points, because the Jason Tatum from the bubble around that time, or maybe the year after, if he's having a 3 for 18 night, it's just a 3 for 18 night. He's not doing anything else. Now, like if you go watch that Philly game 6, where he was pathetic for like the first 42 minutes of the game, he was still the best defensive player on the floor. That's with Joel Embiid on the court too. He was blocking. He was being a rim protector. He was blocking James Harden. Like he was doing so much outside of, because the shots weren't falling, but he was the best defensive player on the floor. And then the shots finally started to fall. And then even though like there are the low scoring moments or offensive games for him, he still has those games where Game 7, he's the best player on the court, has the most explosive Game 7 ever. Games 4 through 6 of the Miami series, he was incredible up until that ankle injury in Game 7. He was incredible in that stretch. And, honestly, if the ankle didn't happen, who knows how that Game 7 turns out with a healthy Tatum. So, like you said, Devin, like he's still as good as he is, so much more for him to achieve in this game. Like, and he just continues to get better year in and year out. I'm excited to see just what he improves at this season, and how great can he be next year? Could he be an MVP candidate? Like, it's definitely in the realm of possibility.
Yeah, I'm ready for a big season from him. I was a Celtics hater for years, but listen, I softened my stance. You want to know why I softened my stance on the Celtics? Me and Reek have had this exchange too many times, bro. Nah, it's because Marcus Smart is no longer on that roster. What he did to the Raptors in 2020 is unforgivable. I'll never forgive him for that. He is not Steph Curry, but he damn sure was in that series. But he's not there no more. So now I don't have to hate the Celtics. So you know what I want to see out of Jason Tatum? I want to see him be a top 5 player. He's just a player who has, like, once again, hooper bias. Like, he aesthetic game bias, but I love the way his game looks on the court. And right now, I feel like guys he's talked to alongside are, like, in the league are guys in that, like, 6 to 8 range. Like, guys like KD, Booker, Tatum. Like, those are guys I see him compared to pretty often. I want to see him compared to, like, Giannis, Luka, Steph, Embiid. Like, I want to see him get to the point where people will put him over those guys, and it's not seen as a wild take. Because I think he's had that level of potential forever with how good he is on both sides of the court. Not to mention, like, especially when it comes to, like, the top players in the league, these guys who are out here winning finals MVPs and stuff year in and year out for a long time in this era were, like, guys around his position. Those, like, 6'8" guys. I mean, this is a small forwards list, so we'll say small forwards, but guys who are, like, sometimes the 4, like LeBron, Kawhi, KD, like, these are, like, the top guys. So I want to see Jason Tatum be, like, that level of guy. And I think he can do it. I think it's very possible. He's just, like, one jump away. Most people probably even, like, the 7th best player in basketball right now. Being a top 5 player, one more jump. Takes 1 or 2 guys to drop off.
Like, he's 25? Like, he's still got such a long, like, basketball life to go. Like, he still hasn't even really probably hit his true prime, like, physical prime yet. So it's scary, man. It's scary. As long as he's healthy, which he's pretty much more than available, the sky is the limit for him, which is definitely a good thing being a fan of the Celtics. As long as he's there, we're going to be a competent team.
Definitely a much better spot to be in than me and Gabe as Raptors fans. That is,
Bro, why do we have to
that
keep
is for
talking
sure.
about the Raptors, bro? Like, bro, here, listen. All right, I'll bring it back. Here's Happy Raptors pop finger to make you guys feel better.
That might have to be a staple like every episode. Like just show the Funko Pop, man.
Happy
Man,
Raptors pop finger.
it's gonna have to be. It's gonna have to be a staple because we're gonna come in here when we're 3-7, and I'm just gonna be sad. It's. I mean, I'm expecting it, but like, man.
Yeah, here's Happy Raptors pop figure to make you guys feel better. That's
okay. Yeah, if that happens, we'll just let you guys rant on the Raptors all episode if you need to, if it makes you guys feel better.
Hey, we might get a copyright strike, bro. I'm about to come in here just Marvin through, just blaring. Like,
dog.
No, I saw the tweet a week or two from our first 10 games. I was like, yeah, no, we're 3-7.
You did tweet that. Oof.
This is. I mean, I'm about the most pessimistic Raptors fan there can be going into the next season, but
Raptors fans
hate if I somehow get disappointed by our season next year, that's how you know it'll be bad. That's when you know, because I'm expecting to be way under 500. So if it's worse than what I expect, then that's when you know.
I yearn to be like a positive fan because, like I saw earlier, a Spurs account was like, "How many wins does this lineup get?"
42 and 40 or something.
I see 40 and 42. I'm like
40, bro. Like, oh
I love Devin Vassell. I think Trey Jones is a competent NBA point guard. I think Wemby is going to be great. I like Sohan.
That's like a 13 seed.
If that team wins 40 games, I will get a Spurs tattoo, and that's the second tattoo I've committed to. In the last couple of weeks. I forgot what the last one was last week, but the Spurs win 40 games, I will get a Spurs tattoo.
Yeah, there's no shot. There's just no shot. I wouldn't be betting a tattoo on it, but I'd be surprised if they get 30 wins. Like it could happen, but I don't even think they get 30. 40 is 40.
Somebody has to be bad.
Yeah. I'd bet a jersey, bro. Like, because I'll keep like, I don't know, like a team that I'm really low on, I'll be like, if they're that good, I'll buy a jersey of this player. That's it.
How about if the Spurs get 40 wins, you got to get a Zach Collins jersey?
Oh, fuck that. Nah, because I don't have that much investment in the Spurs, bro. Like,
I get a Trey Jones jersey if they get 40 wins, because that's my IRL player comp right there.
Like, it'd have to be like for me to make a bet, I feel like it has to be something like, if Atlanta wins this many games, I have to get a Trey Young jersey.
I knew you were going to
Trey Young hater guy.
How about if Trey Young? How about if Trey Young's an all-star and Tyrese Halliburton isn't? You got to get a Trey Young jersey.
Nah, bro, that's a popularity contest, dog.
No, it's not. People hate Trey Young.
Bro, stop. No, the coaches hate Trey Young.
Exactly.
Trey Young is either a starter because the fans actually like him, or
not anymore. Fans hate him.
Bro, wasn't he an all-star starter like the year after he cooked the Knicks? And that was like when he entered his villain arc.
What? Was he?
Bro, because year 2 he was a starter. I think year 3 he missed the team. And year 4 he was back to being a starter. I think the year he cooked the Knicks was the year he wasn't an all-star.
You're right, because they were bad to start the season after being a popular pick to be an improved team. Yep, you're right.
So, like, Trey, the coach is still like, if he's not an all-star starter, which might be kind of rough with like players like, you know, like Mitchell came over and he's like,
and who else?
Shooting guard in the whole league. Okay, yeah, honestly, and who else is it's
honestly between like him, Tyrese, and like Brunson, unless I'm forgetting like another guard.
Who was the other starting guard last year? What? Hold up.
It wasn't Jaylen Brown. I don't think they classified him as. Actually,
there was 1 year, like literally like 2 years ago, like DeMar was the starting guard. Like it was.
Yeah.
It was weird, bro.
No, it was Kyrie. Kyrie was still in the East.
Kyrie
was still in the East.
Right. Yeah. So it's gonna be someone different.
Bro, it's between like Brunson, Trey, and Tyrese.
Yeah, nah. Eastern Conference guards are that thin.
Maybe if Maxi's
I think they're just
exploding, he might have a case.
because Indiana would be good enough to have an all-star player. So I think he's in.
And if
I
the
think
Hawks
we're
were
both-
to have an all-star, it's Trae Young, like easily.
Yeah.
Unless like the Hornets have a very good first half of the season,
Yeah, but
LaMelo's
if
averaging 24 a game. That's possible because
If
people
the
love LaMelo.
Hawks are a top 5 seed, I would probably make that bet to where if the Hawks are top 5, I gotta buy a Trae Young jersey. That's a bet I would make.
That's a very solid bet because they're not going to be top 5. Just like how the Spurs ain't winning 40.
Yeah, I'd be very like everything about the East is a mess below the top 5, but I feel pretty confident in the top 5. And if someone is going to make a jump into the top 5, I don't think that team is Atlanta. That seems very unlikely. But yeah, no, those East guards are weak. I wish I don't remember for sure, but I would assume Franz is considered a wing. I wish he was considered a guard. If Orlando had a crazy first half of the season, he could get some love, but it's probably a wing.
It's going to be tough for them wings to make it because you got the Jays.
You got Jimmy,
DeMar still playing all-star level basketball.
Siakam, Randall.
Yeah. Levine might be I would say that we consider him a backcourt player.
I think so, yeah. I think so.
So, yeah, there's like 7-8 guys that we have in all-star cases at the wing spot. And Paolo's going to make his way to that conversation pretty soon. It's tough out there with wings, which front court used to be pretty easy to make it in the East, I would think.
Yeah, it's kind of changed.
Yeah. Like back then, it used to just be like LeBron, Paul George, Melo, like those were the locks. And then after that, it's like, Sabonis, here you go.
Yeah.
Nah, Sabonis didn't even make it for real. Sabonis, I think both times Sabonis was an all-star in the East, he was
replacement.
Was it both times? I thought it was just the second time.
I'm pretty sure he was an injury replacement both times.
I think so.
I think the first one might have been that was too. I was gonna say Blake Griffin, but that's too early for Sabonis to be that good. Who was he? It might have been like KD or something.
Yeah,
one of the times
it was, but
because KD was injured.
Maybe was the Blake Griffin too early?
That was 2019.
Might have not been.
That was 2019 because that was
I think that's the year.
Because they played Giannis in the Bucks as the 1 seed in the first round.
Or did Sabonis make it the 20 season?
That's what I'm thinking. I feel like even 2019, it's literally 2 years removed from him being a bench player. And
everything pre-bubble feels like it was so long ago.
Sabonis. Yeah, it was 2020.
Dude, I think players that entered the league in the 2018 draft actually feel like they've been around for 1,030
years.
It's I see Luka Doncic is 23 or something. And
is he going in year 5 or something like that? Or
I think so. Yeah.
It's year 5 or 6 at this point, bro.
My goodness.
The bubble was year 2, and the 72 game season was year 3. He's going into year 6.
Oh, year 6. Okay.
Dude, year 6 are bro. It's he's a young player. It's dude, he's been around for over half a decade.
He's not even 25. Trae Young's not even 25 yet. I don't get it.
That crop. I feel so many just crazy rookies came in. Not to say that recent rookies aren't also crazy, but besides Anthony Edwards, I don't know who else drafted in the 2020s so far. I'm he's about to be a superstar. There's guys that have that potential, obviously.
Yeah, Ant showed it already.
Yeah, I don't know who else has showed it that's been drafted in the 2020s. So it's this recent crop, there's guys that have played really good. Cade played really good. Even Paolo played really good. But how many people do you actually see right now saying Paolo's about to be a superstar? Who do you see saying that?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough after a rookie year. I think Paolo will get there, though.
I feel Anthony Edwards after the rookie year, I feel people.
No.
There was LaMelo.
Not that.
I was about to say.
People
I think
were not that high on Ant. People were high on Ant, but not that high.
After the playoff series, it was okay. This dude's him. There's very few guys who after a rookie year can do that. It'll be the same thing this year with Paolo now. If he has a bit of a better year, Magic made the postseason, has a good playoff series, I think they'll probably be saying the same types of things. I mean, a dude coming in and averaging 27 and 4 in your rookie year, like those are pretty darn good numbers. That does not get touched by many guys.
And that's while being the worst jump shooter in the league.
Like
behind the arc.
It's just
like that's gonna improve. Like there's no way he's the worst shooter.
Yeah, I mean, outside of that bad month, he shot like 33, 34% from three. So like he's gonna be fine.
A take that I'm just so interested in recently because there's two very good sides to the argument, and it's just like something that really caught my attention and why I bring up Paolo is I saw some tweets that are like, who are some of the most underrated players in the league right now? And some people were like, Paolo. And
I think
for me,
I think so.
I'm like, and some people are like, dude, he literally just got recognized as rookie of the year, all rookie first team, like number one pick. Like, what are you talking about underrated? But nobody talks about it. Like nobody talks about Paolo compared to other
people were just saying they would trade the rookie of the year that put up pretty unprecedented numbers for a rookie. Like you said, 27 and 4, crazy numbers for a rookie. People were saying that they would trade him for Wemby like already before Wemby even touches the NBA floor, which might not be insane, but I think it is, bro. I just think it is because I think Paolo's going to be an elite player for a long time. So
yeah, I mean, it's like people say Franz Wagner doesn't get talked about and is underrated, and he's talked about more than Paolo is, which is crazy. It's got to be one of the most unhyped number one overall picks ever, especially in recent memory in the social media era. Like he just doesn't get talked about, and this is a like up and coming Orlando team, a team that was pretty good last year after those first 25 games. Like
people are more excited for Chet. And Chet, I mean, obviously he hasn't played a game, but I feel like people are talking more highly about Chet than Paolo, who just had an incredible rookie season.
This is my
rookie of the year wasn't even close.
I feel like, and tell me what you guys think about this take. For me, I feel like a lot of it is probably because he didn't have the same level of pre-draft hype. So people just follow him less because, and this is really my main thing that's telling me this, is the other guys, a year out from the draft, like we knew Wemby was about to be the next number one pick. I think a lot of people had like Cade as that level of guy. A lot of people had Anthony Edwards as that level of guy. Like a lot of these guys were already hyped to be like the number one pick. Whereas Paolo was a shock number one pick. Like literally draft boards, like a day before the draft were like, yeah, Jabari Smith, number one. And then all of a sudden out of the blue is like, wait, Paolo got taken? And it was like right at the very end reports came out, oh yeah, Orlando's about to take Paolo. And so I feel like because of that, there was a little bit less hype than like some of these guys who are like, he's the clear number one pick a year out. This is going to be the greatest prospect since LeBron James, like a Zion or a Wemby or something like that.
That's a great point. Not if you watch Rick Knows Who's mock draft from the 2021 draft or 2022 draft because had Paolo number one.
He was the best player.
Yeah, the film was undeniable. He was definitely the best guy coming out in that class. And it's interesting, like you say, that he wasn't the projected number one guy leading up to it, but even still, he was even going into college a highly touted guy. And it wasn't like he was at a small school. Like he was a Duke. Like this wasn't the guy that just kind of came out of nowhere. Was not a guy that people knew coming into the draft process, rose up the draft boards. Like, sure, he did move from like 3 to 1, but dude was going to be a high pick. Dude was at a notable school. He was highly touted going into college. Like, there's an argument that, sure, he might not have had quite as much hype as some other guys, but it's not like he wasn't known. It's not like he didn't have recognition. It's not like he didn't have some level of hype around him. It's just, for whatever reason, Jabari was the number one guy, which as soon as I watched any amount of tape was like,
it was clear.
Jabari's good, but like Paolo was clearly number one.
Paolo, he has so much more upside as a number one, I think. Like Jabari has a lot of potential, but like I don't think his game is suited to a number one play style. And it's like Paolo's just is. I will say though, Paolo was not looking like a number one when he played against the Buckeyes. Reek knows what I'm talking about because Ohio State whipped that ass. Paolo couldn't play the shot, but
I think it's weird watching Paolo like in college because like the full games I watched, he didn't pop as much as like when you just watch the film and you watch like consistent, good reps, good plays, good decisions. Like that's when you could really see what kind of a player he was. But like it's hard to really pop in like a college setting, especially at Duke when you got a
So
lot
many
of top
talented
talent around you.
players.
It's tough. It's tough to like really pop and be like, oh, this guy's like clearly the best player in this upcoming draft.
She's probably the least hyped number 1 pick since maybe Ayton, because the conversation all year was Trey and Luka.
Was it? Or are you saying like post draft?
Post draft, the whole conversation was
Okay.
Trey. Like nobody really talked.
Yeah.
But even before the
100%.
draft, like I feel like part of the Luka hesitancy was because
Every
like
year
they
now,
came
no
right out
prospects.
Dragon Bender,
Yeah. Yeah.
but
I don't know. And
I don't
also,
know.
if you watched Ayton at Arizona, like you saw somebody that once he grew into like a grown man body, when he was already pretty dominant in college, you're like, oh, this could be like another Embiid or Boogie Cousins like type level talent offensively in the league, and hasn't panned out to that. But that's what people saw. That's what I saw too. I didn't really think it was a question like if Ayton should have been the number 1 pick at the time, but obviously hindsight's 2020.
Has there been? And I guess the guy right before him. What I was going to get at was Aiden was one of the only guys recently that was drafted to be a number 2. Like Devin Booker was already their guy. Like DeAndre Ayton he got picked after the 70-point game. Devin Booker was the guy in Phoenix, but
yeah,
the guy before him, like Markelle Fultz, was drafted to a team that Ben Simmons was about to start playing, and Joel Embiid was already there, and honestly, even Ben Simmons. So like really, the 3 drafts in a row right there.
Ben Simmons too.
Those guys all got drafted to be number 2s.
I mean, was Cat drafted to be a number 1? Because Wiggins, that was still like pre. What
that was rookie of the year, Wiggins.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of stretches. Maybe the last one would be like 20.
But since 2019, all those guys have been drafted to be number 1s. Because
even Wiggins, when he was drafted, because he was drafted to Cleveland, he wasn't drafted to be a number 1. They had Kyrie.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, So there was a really long stretch.
Maybe Anthony Davis might be the last guy before.
Between Anthony Davis and Zion, that's crazy. Because literally, like that's just a crazy stretch. Because if you go back, this is literally just rabbit hole talk now, but like AD before that, all those guys. Kyrie was drafted to be a 1. John Wall was drafted to be a 1.
Blake Griffin, Derrick Rose.
Rose.
Greg Oden was drafted to be Brandon Roy was there. That might be
that's
one of the few guys.
That one either way.
Yeah. But then before that, was that Bargnani's draft?
He was drafted to be
was that Bogut? That might have been Bogut.
No, it was Bargnani was 06.
What? Yeah.
So he was drafted to be a 2 to Bosch, but like
Bogut.
Yeah, no, there's stretches where like the guy that comes in,
the white.
Honestly, all these guys that get drafted to be number 1s are the most hype guys. Like
Braun was drafted to be the guy. Dang, yeah, that's.
Now, honestly, out of those guys that were drafted and ended up being 2s, Wiggins probably had the most hype, I'd say, from that like 2013 to 17 stretch.
He was deemed to be the next Braun.
But he ended up getting to be a 1, at least for the first year. Maybe, I mean, Cat came in and was probably the higher priority pretty quickly. But even as a scoring option, like people probably saw Cat as the better player when those 2 were the main duo there. But like, Wiggins got all the touches he wanted. He averaged 25 a game. He was
getting 20 plus shots a game. And that's even when Levine was coming into his own too. So it's
I can't believe they had 3 All-Stars on that roster. Then we're terrible. That's like OKC, but like the bad ending.
Yeah, like these guys never got their feet off the ground. That's crazy. That's a weird rabbit hole. And even like you look at the first like 4 picks of the 2017 draft, all those guys were drafted to be supporting players to their already young stars.
Whoa. Bro, Lonzo Ball was drafted to be the guy. I don't care that Ingram was already there. Lonzo Ball was drafted to be the guy.
You think so?
He was, bro. Magic Johnson was like, "Oh, make sure you save some of my records. Don't take all my records." He was drafted to be the guy.
Okay, man, I'll give you that one.
Yeah,
But
I can hear that.
Kel, JT was not drafted to be the guy, at least not right away. Josh Jackson, and then
Right? Yeah, Tatum
was
Tatum.
Boogie. Boogie was gone when De'Aaron was drafted, so yeah. So De'Aaron
Yeah.
was probably deemed to be the guy in Sacramento.
Tatum and Brown were like, because they were those Nets picks, like they both got drafted to teams that were literally like conference finals teams.
And Isaiah Thomas just averaged fucking 30 points a game.
Yeah,
and then they traded for Kyrie.
And then I guess Tatum did get drafted to play next to IT, but never did. But Tatum got drafted at that point as literally like a fourth option because they brought in Hayward, who was like an all-star. Dare I say Al Horford wasn't too far off an all-star appearance, but
he might have been an all-star the year before, if I'm being honest. Maybe a couple years before.
Somewhere around there. Still a damn good player nonetheless, regardless.
I was looking at Celtics like Twitter today. And they had Al Horford starting. I don't think Al Horford should be starting on this team. I wouldn't hate it, but I don't think he should.
I agree. I think it makes sense to have him off the bench. I mean, he's probably going to start enough games anyways when you just consider the health of the dudes ahead of him. But
I feel like their best starting lineup should be like KP and Rob as the two bigs.
Agreed.
I said Rob is their X factor. We had this conversation yesterday.
1000%.
Yeah.
And I think Garrett said it was Brogdon, and Jay said it was Porzingis, and Mo also said it was Porzingis. But I'm like, it's so Time Lord because he always has these injury problems and he's like never 100%. But when he is, this is the point I made. He was the defensive player of the year in 2022 until he got injured. He was so getting that award. And he still, I think he missed a part of the beginning of that season. He came back and he did so. Oh no, it was the season after. But
he missed like the last 20 games of that regular season.
Well, I know he missed part of the end, but for some reason I thought he missed part of the beginning of that year too. Either way, until the end of that season when he missed time, like he had that award in the bag, and so it just shows when he's at 100%, he's literally that caliber of defender. And I'm like, for a team that just lost Marcus Smart, who did walk away with that Defensive Player of the Year, and who was like the spearhead of that defense, the on-court leader, I'll say, of the defensive unit, like what Time Lord offers is just so valuable. He's got to be – because to me, and this is what I said when I was talking about it there, is when I think of the biggest X factor, to me that X factor is a guy who there's a lot of volatility involved, but if that like volatility or question about them turns into a positive, it can really shift the outcome of the team.
Yes.
And so with Porzingis, his ceiling versus his floor, like the big gap that's there, I don't think there's any argument for anybody else to be their X factor because you just have no idea because he's just such a question mark with the health. But if he's going, he's incredible.
Rob is so good. Like he literally like changed 2 playoff series just last year, like because he wasn't getting a lot of run in that Philly series, and then Mazzulla finally started 2 bigs, and it really limited what Philly could do in the paint, and really changed that series. And the Miami series too, like when he got a lot more minutes, Jimmy Butler on those switches was not getting those easy shots around the rim that he was getting in those first couple of games. So, that's a great call there, Gabe, for real, because he's one of the – he's another dude. A fully healthy Robert Williams is one of the best defensive players in the world. Probably like top 2 or 3 at his position, to be honest.
Respectfully, if he's healthy, he's on my top 10 centers list.
Oh, for sure.
Like it's just he averages like 8 and 8, but the impact that 8 and 8 brings, like,
and it's like he does a lot more than block shots and catch lobs too. Like,
yeah, he's a very underrated offensive player.
Pretty solid passer from the high post, good roller, great lob threat. Like, super just underrated player. It's just the health. Like he's
He's
probably somebody. I think he played like 60 games the year where he was about to win DPOY. He's probably not going to get the 60 plus, maybe, just because they want to be careful with him, which I definitely understand.
He's so great for what they do as well, because realistically his role is probably never going to be even like a top 3 offensive option. And most guys that are that good or that level of player, like they want more shot. Like we see other guys, every other guy that wins like defensive player of the year, like Marcus Smart took a lot of shots that he probably shouldn't have taken. Jaren Jackson Jr., he's made big strides on the offensive side of the ball. Obviously, like Giannis won DPOY. Really, Rudy would complain about not getting as many touches, and that's its own conversation because we know like Donovan Mitchell would literally never pass him the ball. And it is what it is, but we know he had a desire to have more shots. I feel like Robert Williams is a guy who he'll literally just play his role no matter what. And he's not even like – I feel like he seems like he's just perfectly content just filling that gap. And for a team that just has like a bunch of good scorers in Brown and Tatum, like it's just perfect. It's so perfect for what they need him to do.
Undersized center doing it too, bro. He's great. He's underpaid too. His next
Very
contract's about to be a super bag. Whether Boston's able to keep him or not, he's about to get a lot of money somewhere.
I feel like Boston would probably try to keep him by making like games played bonus incentives. Like if he had one of those contracts that was structured for a lot of bonus incentives, that'd make a lot of sense because it's like, dude, you're the perfect player. We just need you to actually suit up. And so it's kind of, I feel like that when Embiid got his first big contract, and Embiid's a different level player, but even showing that a player that high level, I think his contract was very like incentive focused because he had the games played problem. So like if Embiid can have that, dude, giving that to Time Lord, like I think that's very reasonable, and it might make it easier to keep him around.
For sure. It's interesting though. There's a lot of people love to talk about the bad contracts, but there's a lot of those types of extensions over the last couple of years that have been given out that look really good. Like the Rob Williams deal looks great. The Wendell extension looks great. The Mikal Bridges extension looks like a bargain now, and everyone was so mad at that extension when that was given. The Jaren extension looks great. Like there's been a lot of deals like that given out over the last couple of years that even like outside of the Wendell deal, people probably thought were overpays, and now we're like, yeah, that's really good value. Like you got a guy who almost won a DPOY. You got a guy who has won a DPOY. You got a guy who just averaged 26 with the Nets. Like, it's a lot of really good value in some of these extensions the last few years.
We talk about it often. Like the days of the bad contracts have, for more likely than not, like there's not too many that you can maybe think of like these days. Like there's just not a ton of bad contracts in the league, if any. Because I can't think of one.
GMs are getting a little bit smarter. I mean, I still like objectively the contracts
Rudy's might be a bad contract.
The contracts the Rockets threw out are bad contracts, and Jeremy Grant's deal is probably a bad contract. But in context of like what it means to the franchise, because those teams are so young and rebuilding, and a lot of those deals are off the books by the time you have to pay your like young core that they already have. Like I don't think they're as bad as like some of those 2016 type deals.
Yeah, the thing is too is like you think about the Rockets deals and especially the Dillon Brooks one, because the Freddie contract is like a wild number, but he can be off the books in 2 years. So it's really not that consequential. But especially when you look at the Dillon Brooks contract, like dude's making $21.5 million a year. It's descending in value over the course of the deal. And 21 million in today's league is nothing. Like to move that salary to match salaries, it's nothing in today's league. So there's only really going to be bad deals, just like it was back in the day, just at a higher salary amount. Is if one of these guys that starts getting 50, 60 mil a year either has major injury problems like a John Wall does, or just falls off significantly like a Kevin Love, like a Russell Westbrook, like a Chris Paul. Those are the only way they're really going to exist, because compared to 5-8 years ago, sure, a Dillon Brooks getting 21 mil might seem like a lot, but like he could get flipped for a Tim Hardaway Jr. tomorrow, and then you're matching salaries. Like there's just so many. It's so much easier to match those types of salaries now. So it's like in a couple of years' times, if one of these stars just really falls off, I won't say names because I don't wish it on no one, but some of these dudes start making 60 mil a year and they just fall off. It'll only be at that point. And I mean, let's hope for the players' sake and the organization's sake that no one that starts making 60 mil a year is starting to fall off, because that is a hell of an investment to have to try and recoup.
If Jaylen Brown falls off, I will come on the podcast crying every single week.
You'll need happy Celtics pop figure.
Yes, I will come on the pod crying every single week.
Nah, the point about 20 mil being like nothing is just such a fact. Like, thinking about just, I guess, almost tying it back in, like, we started this episode with PJ Washington, who literally didn't have a contract in late August. And he'd make a 16 mil a year. Like, 20 mil?
And if he got 20, I don't think many people would really bat too many eyes at
Brooks, is it 480 or is it 500? I forget.
It is 486.
486. So yeah, thinking that it's like once you get to the back half of that, like, either way, contracts, they're going to continue to go up. They've never gone, like, they just always, that's just how it works. So, like, once you get to the back half of that deal, especially if you think 20 mil is like nothing now, just 2 years from now, I mean, we're talking like 2 years ago, dudes weren't making like 50 mil a year in contracts. And now it's like 60 mil is like a bar. And like, guys are going to make more than that. Like, I think there's like Dame's extension is like, it's only like a 2 year extension, but isn't it like more than 60 mil?
Yeah, it's a bit over 60.
So, yeah, exactly. So it's like, if guys are only going to continue to go up, like, dude, 20 mil, that's role player money,
bro.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a bit more abstract to some people just because of it not being the pure value number, but percentage of the cap is always the great way for that, because, like, obviously it's based off projections, but Dillon Brooks' last year of that deal projected to be 11.6% of the cap. Like it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah,
Rockets defense on 3 Point Weekly. Listen, let it be known. It only took 2 hours and 30 minutes, but Rockets defense on 3 Point Weekly. Let that be known.
I might have brought this up either on Twitter or on a recent podcast, but like, I remember when Joe Johnson got his bag in the 2010 offseason. It was like 6 years, like $100 million. I thought that was just astronomical numbers. Like, that's nothing compared to, like, role players get $20 million a year. Like, that's not even 20 mil a year back then. So crazy times, man. Crazy times. And people are getting 60 M's per season these days.
Yeah, it is crazy.
Yeah, they're talking about.
I was just gonna say, even the crossover between sports, specifically with the NHL, because Austin Matthews of the Toronto Maple Leafs just signed a new deal the other day, and he's now the highest paid guy in the league. He's making a bit over or just at 14 mil a year, and I think he'd be the 100 and something highest paid guy in the NBA. Like, it's crazy the money that is in this league right now. It is absolutely crazy. Like, Dillon Brooks is making well and above what the highest paid guy is making in the NHL, given he's not the best player, but nonetheless, he is still the highest paid.
It's definitely the second best sports money. Like, baseball money is still insane because you get like a 10-year contract, and if you fall off in 2 years, then you still have a 10-year contract. But like, basketball contracts are very good, and football contracts sometimes have very high numbers, but a lot of football is non-guaranteed money. So like, all off the rip, those contracts are worse. But when you talk about like Joe Johnson, bro, it's like, dude, I just felt so funny because I was literally watching so many clips of Jeff Teague's podcast last night, and they were talking like, I feel like people overrate or like fans underrate how good Joe Johnson was at his peak, but he got paid like he was as good as he was. Like, he deserved that money.
He was underrated, man. The Suns let him go because they didn't want to pay him. Like back in the Steve Nash days. Like, are we serious?
Yeah, that was always the Suns' problem. They never wanted to pay that third dude. It was, okay, we got Nash and we got Stoudemire, and then we'd have a decent third dude, and then they'd go, whether it was Joe Johnson, whether it was Sean Marion, like, And
They
that one's
paid
bad.
Matrix, but they didn't hold on to him like too long after
Yeah.
that contract.
Yeah,
Joe's deal
exactly.
was 6 years, $119 million, so just under $20 million per year. That's crazy.
He is so
That
worth
is
that,
crazy.
especially at his peak. Like,
Bro, back then people were not signed. Like, I know like Pierce, Garnett, and Ray Allen were making like between 12 and 14 million. I know Bron and they were making like 14 million a year. Like, I think Kobe had like the biggest contract back then. I don't remember what the value was, but compared to today's, he's probably making like Cam Johnson money back then.
dude, mid 2000s, the Lakers weren't paying nobody else. Them teams that are just garbage. Assuming he didn't get like a new contract.
I'm thinking of
during,
like post
the
2010. Like,
dynasty. Even still, yeah, I mean, he still deserves that, probably the highest contract. In the league. Him and LeBron were still like best player discussions until like I think those conversations probably ended after the Achilles. But up until the Achilles, there's probably still a lot of people who said Kobe was the best player in the league.
There probably was, because Kobe was still damn good before that Achilles, bro.
He was carrying the Lakers to the playoffs that last
Probably
season.
the most complete version of Kobe, to be honest. Just offensively speaking, like his game was as rounded out as it's ever been at that point.
Yeah, I used to be an 8 Kobe guy, but here recently, I don't know, bro. Like I keep talking about how I enjoy these like refined, well-rounded games, where I like have grown that appreciation because a younger me, I'd appreciate the flashier highlights, better posters, like just the crazy stuff that 8 Kobe was doing. But now it's like, dude, just the refined game of 24 Kobe.
Just go on YouTube and look up Kobe footwork, and you can probably go down a nice rabbit hole of just amazing post plays from Kobe.
I'm a DeMar DeRozan fan, bro. If there's one thing I enjoy, it's footwork.
Bro, I've always been that guy. I mean, Paul Pierce is one of my favorite players growing up. So, like, I just love the crafty dudes that just can get buckets in weird ways.
Luka
footwork.
That's why I love Jalen Brunson, too.
Love Jalen Brunson,
so
bro.
Good for his size.
Like, Jalen Brunson's footwork is insane.
The short post player, yeah, that's Devin right there.
That's me right there, because I was a short post player.
Prince Albert hoops will never be the same since this man retired.
He was Jalen Brunson before Jalen Brunson was known.
The 5'7" Jalen Brunson.
5'7" Jalen Brunson. Brunson probably ain't that much taller in reality. He's probably like 5'10", but he looks short.
He is very short.
How you say he looks short? Aren't you like 5'8"?
Yes, short kings, man.
Yeah, like there's no he's listed at 6'2". There's no shot that guy's 6'2".
Bullshit.
I just forget. I'm gigantic.
Maybe 6 foot on a good day.
Yeah, at most. There's just no.
Hold up, wait. Let me go look at a picture of Jalen Brunson. Click a keyboard appearance. We're late enough into that.
There's a lot of guards
Gabe
like that, though. Like,
now.
Yeah, Freddie's the same way. Like Freddie's always been listed at 6 foot. That dude is not 6 foot. Actually, he's listed at 6'1". That's egregious.
All right. So for reference, all right. Obviously, Devin, you've never seen me in person, but
Gabe's pretty tall.
I'm 6'2". So Jalen Brunson's listed height is the exact same height as me. Jalen Brunson like as tall as me?
No.
Okay.
No. Just like Allen Iverson was listed at 6 foot, motherfucker's not 6 foot. Fuck out of here.
Chris Paul's not 6 foot either.
Chris Paul's 5'10" on a good day. Chris Paul, even Isaiah Thomas admitted, he's like, I'm not 5'9". He's like, I'm like 5'7", maybe 5'8" on a good day.
I don't know why they listed them as taller either, because you think that would increase their value, so they have to pay them more. But like from the team perspective, you think you'd want to list them at the shorter height.
I don't know why they do it, to be. I really don't.
So odd.
Because it's not like it's going to give you a competitive advantage or anything. Like,
it's the same player.
Motherfucker, we see Allen Iverson's 5'9". We are still attacking him. Like, it's not going to change just because I'll say he's 6 foot.
Dude, LeBron's went from what, like, probably like 6'7" to 6'9" to 6'8" to like KD's went from 7 foot to 6'9" to 6'10".
Bro, I don't know. It was like a story like KD wanted them to list him at like 6'9" because he didn't want to be considered a big or some shit like that.
Bro, there should always be the pictures. I think it's him next to DeAndre Jordan at Team USA, and they're like this
And
exact
Boogie.
same height.
He's
Yeah,
like
and
way
Boogie.
taller than Boogie. He's like way taller than Boogie.
I was trying to think if I was Mandela affecting myself into that. But I thought it
that's
was Boogie
as soon as you said picture, that's the first thing that popped in my mind, bro.
They just love lying, bro. Bro, they said I saw the funniest thing, bro. It was like, imagine you like pull up to a crime scene and the only two witnesses is LeBron and Hulk Hogan, bro. Like, you're finished. Like, motherfuckers just lie. They just say incorrect, unveritable facts.
That is insane. I would still believe LeBron before Hulk Hogan, though.
Bro, Hulk Hogan said he worked 400 wrestling shows in a year because he was flying back and forth to Japan and lost time.
Bro, I'm already a Hulk Hogan hater because man's was not a good in-ring wrestler.
Bro, the best LeBron, like, I think my favorite LeBron lying moment is still, I don't even remember. I think it was something about you got to put yourself in uncomfortable situations to grow or something. He said, that's my favorite saying. That's my favorite saying. That's my favorite LeBron clip, bro.
He said it so adamantly too, and people were like, yeah. Now I got two. One is when the reporter was asking him about that book. You could tell he either just started reading it or he's really like never read that book before. Because he was just saying like, yeah, it's interesting. I know how to lie like that. The second one is when he acted like he created the deluxe album. That is the funniest video on the internet, bro.
Oh, yeah. Bro, like, there's other funny ones, too. The one of him, they're asking him about, like, the soccer players that literally play for, like, is it Liverpool that he's a part of?
Yeah.
They're like, this guy's a Liverpool legend. Yeah, I'm real familiar with him. I actually did not get to watch that game, though.
He's such a capper. Such a capper. That is some of the funniest, like, I don't even know if that was this year, but that was a funny trend. Just like people just bringing up all the moments Braun was capping.
Bro. I mean, that's part of the reason I like basketball. I don't know. Like, I love the on-court product, but it's just like all the stuff around basketball is what makes it the best sport to me. Because, like, honestly, as far as watching a game, I get about the same enjoyment out of watching a football game and watching a basketball game. But just like the discussions, the memes, and the personalities around basketball are just like
the lore.
So entertaining.
Other level.
I know, like, team basketball is how it should prominently be played, but you can't tell me having these flashy, individualistic type players does not make things more fun. It's so fun and entertaining. And then, honestly, it gets to the point where, like, when you see stuff like the 2014 Spurs, it's like this standout thing, and it's like, this is crazy.
It's beautiful basketball. Yeah. I don't know. I get excited for football season, like, for somebody who didn't play football competitively besides 1 year. I still get excited for the sport, but basketball is always, like, number one for me. It's for a lot of the same reasons, because, like, I watch sport. Like, I do watch basketball every night. Like, it's on TV. Like, it's on pretty much just because I'm a sicko. But I could see, like, there are times in the season where I'm just not invested because it's like it's post-trade deadline. Nothing's really interesting. It's just kind of boring. But
3-point weekly episodes where there's an hour of basketball talking 2 hours of nothing.
But, like, NBA Twitter is always just so funny, and there's always something going on. Like, even in the dead of the offseason, there's always something that will just pop up, like James Harden calling Daryl Morey a lying heifer, like stuff like that.
Some morning I'll just wake up to Reeks thinking that James Harden is making an AI generated video, and here we are. So that's the NBA for you,
bro. That was really like, because sometimes when you wake up before the sun's even up, you're just kind of like delirious. Really got on my phone, saw that video. I'm like, nah, there's no way this is real.
Yeah, waking up before the sun is up, that's Y'all got that, bro. I have not woken up before the sun's come up in a long time. It's been a minute.
I'm partly capping. I'll probably wake up with the sun, like while it's on the way.
For now, give me a couple months, and you never wake up with the sun up here because you got to be waking up at like 8:30 for that.
That's how you know that literally basketball is king, because this man right here, this man below me right here, the NFL puts food on his table, and he said basketball is better. If you need any more proof,
did I say basketball is better?
Yeah, I think
basketball's my first love, man. I'm gonna always be invested in the NBA, no matter what.
We will not tell your employer that you think basketball is better than football. I will not do that.
He didn't say the NBA was better than the NFL, so you know.
I didn't. I'm excited for this NFL season.
I'll not be contacting. I don't even know who the owner of the Lions is. The Ford family.
There you go.
I'll not be letting them know what you said. But.
I love football though. I mainly got super invested though because of fantasy. That's the main reason why I was watching football week in, week out.
Dude, Justin's trying to start this fantasy league. Y'all might have to tap in, bro, just for fun. Because
I'm definitely with it. I got my buddies league draft on Monday next week. So
dude, there's 6 teams in this league, bro. We got to get to 8. We need to get to 8, and you two could be 7 and 8 right now.
I'll join.
I don't know everybody in it, but y'all know me. Jay's in it, Jelson's in it, and Steph's in it. There's 1 or 2 guys who I don't know them, but like,
that's cool.
Y'all gotta tap
count me in.
I got just send the link. I got like 3 drafts this week. I just drafted yesterday in the league that I just joined yesterday. Bro, that league it's a 14-team league.
That's what our main league was going to be this year too, but then there's a whole other can of worms that I'm not diving into on stream for that. But 12 teams is enough. But it was going to be 14.
Like super competitive leagues, like 12 teams is fine. Me and my homies, there's only 8 of us, so we just do an 8-team league, and we feel like 8's just like a fair enough number. Like it's fine. Yeah. Like if your team's not good, you're not a good GM. That's how we look at it, right?
Yeah, dude, I love nice little 18 league. That's pretty much all I've ever really done. Last year I wasn't playing fantasy at first because I'm like, fantasy ruined my enjoyment of football. Then I got to like week 5 and I'm like, I want to play. So I joined like a random league like mid-season, and there was like a 12-team league, and it was kind of fun. It was decently like interesting, but
I don't know if
I'm an 8-team guy at heart because like you got 8 teams, the top half make the playoffs, and it's easier to just have 8 people you actually know and talk to, and so you can talk trash. Because if I can't talk trash, I don't hit the same.
It's that, and it's like 8 people that will be invested will set their lineups every week. Yeah. Like I feel like if we had 10, there's going to be one person that we added to the league, and they're not going to be as serious as we all are. So we've kept it at 8 like for like the last like 5 years, and it's probably not going to change.
It's such a good round number, bro. Any tournament with 12, like, come on, bro. That's when somebody's getting a bye, and they're just weird. It's not the same. It's not the same.
I had the 13th pick in a 14-team league.
Ugh, that's gross. You know what I had this year in my first league, bro? Proud recipient of Justin Jefferson.
I think that's me too.
Yeah.
See, that's cute, but
this year too.
I won my league last year, so the winner has to draft last. But I mean, that's the price of being great, man.
Dude, I haven't won the league since like 2019. I had the most adversity-based year that I won and it's only because my QB situation. My 2 drafted QBs was Andrew Luck and Cam Newton. And Andrew Luck retired before the season started.
Cam Newton got hurt like week 2.
Cam Newton got hurt in week 2. But who did I pick up off waivers when Andrew Luck retired? Lamar Jackson. You know what Lamar Jackson did that season? He won MVP.
He was on waivers? I drafted him.
I picked him up on waivers and won that year too. That was exactly what I did.
You're talking about a 14-man league, bro. He's not going to be on waivers in 14-man.
Bro. No, I'm talking about my 18 league.
Oh.
I drafted him because I saw the vision. I saw the vision, man. I'm like, he's about to be great. I didn't know he's going to win MVP, but I saw he was going to be great, especially fantasy-wise, because the boy be running the ball.
Yeah, no, I picked him up off waivers after week 2. Started him every week after that.
You know, it's actually not that crazy because the year before, Mahomes was on waivers. Somebody picked him up, so it's not that crazy.
Yeah, I feel like I do that with QBs every year. Either I take a guy late or I pick a guy up off waivers. I've had Lamar, and then I drafted Kyler Murray late a year or 2 ago. I picked up Justin Fields this past year to have him through the back half of the year. I don't know who my dude is this year, but
I don't know if there is a guy for real. Like, the one dude I would take a flyer on is Anthony Richardson, and that's just because I know he's going to run the ball decently. But I would probably never trust him. So I don't know if there's a guy.
I didn't reach this year, but I took I have Jalen Hurts on my first team.
That was the other guy I took 1 year, and then I traded him.
Yeah, so I mean, I didn't because I didn't want to reach for a QB. I'm like, let me just stock up on other guys because and honestly, I'm perfectly the fact that I got Jalen Hurts without reaching, I'm more than satisfied with that. My team, I love the way
get him in.
Where did I get him in? Hold up, if I'm able to see, I drafted 32nd, so that I was my round 4, but I was the last pick.
Good pick.
I'll take him there.
Yeah, my team is looking good, bro. I got Jalen Hurts, Derrick Henry, Tony Pollard, Justin Jefferson, Devontae Smith because I wanted the Hurts stack, Pat Freiermuth because I did wait a little bit on a tight end because there's 2 good ones. Everybody else is inconsistent.
He's still solid.
My starting flex right now is Ramondre Stevenson. I think
League winner.
New Orleans defense and Buffalo's kicker. My bench is. But I like some of the players on here. I got Chris Godwin, Deontay Johnson, James Cook, Cam Akers, AJ Dillon, Sky Moore, and Juju Smith-Schuster.
I really like your receivers.
Yeah.
Your receivers are nice because Deontay had no touchdowns last year, and Juju's someone's got to catch the ball in New England, so Juju should do something.
Godwin, Godwin
is
but
still solid. It's just injuries, but
the QB situation too. Some of the Sky Moore was a flyer because it was so late in the draft, and I'm like, Patrick Mahomes has a random guy. He just gives some numbers too. So I'm like, maybe Sky Moore's that guy this year, and then I'm like, AJ Dillon, he's been getting even more and more touches every year in Green Bay. I bought into the Cam Akers, the revenge tour. I think he's going to bounce back. I think the Rams are going to be better this year. And
he was good
James Cook, I'm like, listen, they got off Singletary. Maybe
somebody got to step up.
Somebody. He might be poised for a year, but yeah, I mean, you might as well take some flyers with the end of your guys, end of the bench guys, especially in an 8-man league, because either they do well and great, or they don't, and you're just going to end up picking up dudes anyways, because there's probably a guy or 2 or 3 at every position that's going to end up being must-pick-up dudes. So,
dude, my week 1 matchup is the guy who drafted Jonathan Taylor. As soon as he made that pick, I told him it was a terrible pick. Our draft was a week ago, bro. They knew the situation.
Oh, yeah.
And they still took
This is the latest. We're drafting this Saturday. This is the latest we've ever drafted before, and I guess it's a good thing because they put him on the PUP list too, so he's probably not even going to be playing anytime.
That's what I'm saying. They said he's not eligible till at least I think they said week 4, maybe after week somewhere. It was either before or after.
Yeah, I think the first 4 weeks you're out on that list. I think so.
That sucks. I'll let y'all know my main league team next pod. So next Tuesday, I'll let y'all know. This 14-team league, I don't really care that much. I just wanted to draft. I was so eager to draft.
Dude, I literally got all the draft advice. Because it was literally the day before I came back to Columbus, my mom had a little cookout, had the fam over so we could all get together before I left. And, bro, I was straight asking my brother-in-law for all the picks because I'm I was looking is Ramondre Stevenson, is he a good pick? I feel like he's about to do good on the Patriots because somebody got to pick up offense. It's yeah, he's about to be a beast. I'm like,
he was good. He was good last year.
Bet. So I was asking because this man wins fantasy every year. So I'm like, all right, I'm some of these hot ones.
I wasn't that excited until like I started seeing the TikToks again. Like, here's who you should take if you have picks so and so.
Yeah, there's
Here's
some guys that
somebody
I
you must
really
draft.
like though. Like guys that I like. There's players that I just really like that I didn't get. There's some players that I like that I put on my not draft list. Like there was no way I was taking Terry McLaurin or AJ Brown. They've let me down too many times in the past where I wasn't drafting them.
What?
But like
AJ was so good.
I really like Jalen Waddle, but I didn't get him.
I traded him last year.
Dude, I don't know. I don't know what it is about the Dolphins receiving core that I'm like, dude, him and Tyrik, like, bro.
Yeah, bro. I got pick 8, and I have like a list of like 4 guys that I want with my back-to-back picks, and Tyrik's probably like the top guy that I want. Because I know realistically, like, even though my league mates, they're kind of lower on Cooper Kupp, I know he's probably not going to make it to 8. And then, like, I don't know if Eckler's going to be there. Nor do I don't know if I want Eckler again. I want Tyreek Hill for sure. I want Tony Pollard. But
I got to see where Cooper Kupp went in my league. Cooper Kupp. Oh, Cooper Kupp was drafted 6th in my league? No, I didn't realize that.
Bro, if he falls to 8, I'll be so happy.
I didn't know he would go that high. He was kind of coming off a down year.
Yeah, I mean, he's coming off a down year, but that's also partly because Stafford is coming off a down year. So, not that I expect Stafford to be amazing this year, but if his arm's feeling a little bit better this year, Kupp might have a bit of a better year.
I think it's really just injuries, too, because Kupp was averaging like 25 before he got hurt.
Yeah, he was injured a bit, too.
I'm not even going to lie to y'all. Dude, because I took Jefferson, obviously, first overall. When they got back to 16, and I'm like, all right, I need a running back. Bro, and I saw Derrick Henry and Tony Pollard both on the board. I was like,
that is wild.
Dude, I was licking my lips, bro. I'm like, dude, how? Because, bro, I'm like,
Derrick Henry still there is crazy.
I'm like, dude, but
Pollard, too. That's nuts.
Zeke is gone. Pollard has the whole backfield with this mid QB play. That great offensive line. Oh, better receiving back, too. I was like, bro. I'm sorry, Devin. Everybody hates the Cowboys, I know. But Tony Pollard, bro.
Pollard is so nice. So
Derrick
nice.
Henry, I don't know why they were so low on Derrick Henry. Like last year,
people were
wasn't even his best year. Dude, last year was like 2 years ago is when I think he literally missed like 8 games. But last year, he wasn't even the best version of himself, and he was still the 4th best like running back in the league.
He literally helped me win my league last year. Like, he scored a touchdown late against the Chargers. That helped me win that week and advance to the championship, bro. So, yeah,
that's the thing with him.
Always my guy.
That's the thing with him is, like, even though he's getting older and even though he's not the biggest receiving back, like, you just know he's going to get yards. He's going to get a ton of touchdowns, and he's just so consistent. He might not be the highest ceiling pick, but he's just such a safe pick. He did have those injuries a couple years ago, but like historically, man is available, especially for a running back.
If a running back gets a long-term contract on his first team, draft that guy. You draft that guy.
He's been there for a minute too, which is like 6 years, but in running back years, that's like 10.
Because, bro, the running back market, dude, 2 years ago, Jonathan Taylor was like the best running back in the league. And now, brother cannot get a contract for nothing. So it's like, if you get a running back like Henry, that for real, even like, dude, I think Chubb is getting close to that level too. Like, you take that.
Yeah, I love Chubb. Same thing, like not a big receiving back, but just dependable. You know he's going to touch the ball 20-plus times a game. Know he's healthy. He's going to get touchdowns. And now Kareem Hunt's gone. Yep.
Yeah, because that was my big beef with Nick Chubb was they would play like between the 20s, they always have like Nick Chubb in the game. But as soon as they get to the red zone, Kareem Hunt would get all the red zone touches.
That would piss me off if I had him last year, bro. My goodness. I got him in my 14. I got him and Pollard as my backs in my 14-team league.
Wait, hold up. You got Chubb and Pollard?
Chubb and Pollard with the 13th pick and like the 16th pick.
16th. No, that's such a W.
Well, I mean, I took Pollard at 17, so that makes sense. I don't know if Chubb fell that far in my league.
My receivers, they ain't mid. Like, I got Lawrence is my quarterback, them is my backs. I got Cooper, Lockett, and then Mark Andrews, and then I got Cortland Sutton. Like, those are
You
my
got
main.
Chubb at 13. He went 9th in my league.
Real.
Yeah, 13 is. I feel like I'd be
Like,
that's definitely feels late for him.
He was the first pick around too. Like he's a French first round guy.
I'm thinking about if he's at 8 in my other league, I'm probably gonna take him. For real.
Yeah, don't blame you.
I don't know if I want to go like receiver, running back, or 2 backs, or what. But I don't know. Or if Kelsey's there, like I don't want to.
Yeah, Kelsey's tempting there. It's really tempting there.
I might be the idiot. I might be the idiot to pass on him, but I think I might because I feel like I can get a tight end like a Waller later on, or Andrews maybe, or obviously Kelsey's
normally what I do. Kelsey's just so much better than everyone else, right? It's just such a separation above everybody every week.
Dude, my league was talking about dropping tight end, but I was a part of the people who said no. Like, it's just such like a thing.
That's lame.
Like,
that's lame.
Dude, you gotta do it. You have to have a forced tight end start. So he kept it in. That's how I ended up with Pat Freiermuth because I waited and I waited and I waited. But he was
I feel like I'll be fine with like a Pat Freiermuth because Pickett loves him. Pickett really like finds him, so I'll be okay if he gets like 10 points a week. That's fine.
I'm gonna lie. He put up a couple big stinkers. He had 2 0.0s last year towards the end of the year.
See, I won the league last year with Dallas Goedert mainly as my tight end one. Then he got hurt.
Right.
I traded for Dalton Schultz, and he was just good enough. Like he gave me more than I needed, like production wise, down the stretch.
Yeah, Goddard was really nice last year. Then it was a merry-go-round trying to figure out what I was doing after that. I think I had Evan Engram for a few weeks, but he had a couple of good weeks, and then he had a couple of stinkers. But
that's what he does all the time.
He'd be good for that.
That's every tight end though. They'll just put up some crazy stinkers. Like most starting receivers and running backs, like it'll be a bad week, but they'll at least get you like 10,
12 or something.
Like
a tight end bad week that's not Kelsey or maybe Andrews. You're getting 0, buddy.
I wouldn't be surprised. Like I don't know if Devontae Smith is giving me lower than 10. Like there might be a week where like he's just not getting it, and it's just AJ Brown's week, run heavy week. They're up big in the third quarter. They just don't pass the ball much the rest of the game. But like he's gonna get some stats.
I love AJ Brown. He helped me win last year, but I don't think I'm drafting him.
No, I've had beef with him since his last year on the Titans. I lost a matchup by 1 point because literally the whole fourth quarter, it was like a drive and a half. He just wasn't on the field. I don't know what Mike Grable was doing. He just wasn't on the field. Like they literally were running passing plays and stuff, and he just wasn't out there. And all he needed, I was literally lost by 1. So he has 1 yard reception because it's a PPR league. And I win. And I literally finished. I finished 6 and 7 because our playoffs started, I think, like week 14. But
Gabe.
I finished 6 and 7, and if I was 7 and 6 and I won that matchup, I was in. So I missed the playoffs because AJ Brown didn't play that drive.
I gave up on that man like multiple times, bro. Like he was like I picked T. Higgins over him in the draft last year because I just couldn't draft AJ Brown. Like I just can't. I think I might have had him that season, but this was year 2, right? His second year. He started the season off so bad. I dropped him to waivers. Like he was that bad. I just dropped him. And then after I drop him, like second half of the season, he was good. I'm like, bro, fuck you, bro.
Dude,
that's how I felt.
2 years ago, because last year I didn't play that serious, but the last year I played heavily. I traded for Terry McLaurin like week 6, and that week, and he was on my team the year before because 1, he's an Ohio State guy. 2, I don't know why, I just always liked his play. I've always been a Terry McLaurin guy, so I'd always take him. And so I traded for him. The first week he was on my team, he had like 35. I'm like, he came home. He came home. He's back where he should be, right on my roster. Dude, the rest of the year, he is not putting up numbers. I'd be like, this is the week. He's at 10, like, or less, like 3 weeks in a row. This is going to be his boom week. He's due. And he just never do. And so I'm like, I have to drop my bias. I can't take it anymore.
It's real. It's real. Like, I don't think I can draft Aaron Jones. It's not because of him. It's because of Matt LaFleur, bro. He just doesn't use him right, man. Every time I draft a guy, he just doesn't decide to give him carries at the goal line. Bro, when Aaron Rodgers and Devontae was there, I kid you not, it would literally be first and goal from the 1 yard line. Legit. Aaron Jones would be in the game. They would throw it to Devontae Adams 4 straight times. 4 straight times.
Yeah.
I'm like, bro.
But then Aaron Jones also be the guy to drop 40 points against you if you don't draft him.
Yes.
It's so infuriating.
The biggest struggle for me having the first overall pick is the fact that the second overall projected guy was Jamar. And I've had Jamar Chase both years he's been in the league on my fantasy team. So I'm like, that's my guy, bro. Like, I've had him on fantasy both years. I'm literally a Bengals fan. I'm from Cincinnati. Like, I need him on my roster. But he's not on my roster, unfortunately. And it's so sad. Like, I want him there so bad, but I couldn't pass up on Justin Jefferson. It makes me mad because I push Chase over Jefferson agendas every day. And I know I'm wrong. And I know I'm lying. I'm fully aware that Justin Jefferson is the better player. But I'm going to say Jamar Chase is better anyways because I'm from Cincinnati, goddammit.
The thing I love about the NFL, like, that's where I can be as completely biased as I want. I can't do that in the NBA because we do the podcast. I got my own channel. Like, I can't do that. Like, I would just look like a bad creator if I did.
I'm not an analyst. I'm not an analyst for the NFL. I'm a casual.
I can push agendas. I can push so many agendas.
I couldn't name you every starter on the Bengals O-line. I'm a casual. I know most of the skill position, but I know everybody who's relevant in fantasy, all right? And I know some players that are real good. Yeah. I know a fair amount of, like, defensive stars, too. But, like, it's not like basketball.
Super casual. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, that's where I'm at too. I enjoy being a casual. Need to be a casual in something because
it's fun.
It is fun.
It's fun, bro. When the Reds were heating up in baseball, dude, I'm the biggest fair weather baseball fan you've ever seen. And my boy G kept grilling me for it. He's like, you just start watching them until they were good. Baseball is not my primary sport, bro. But when it's fun and the city is rocking and they're energized, I gotta see what the hype is about, bro.
This is the first year I kept up with baseball in some sort of capacity since like 2019 or something like that. Maybe longer, to be honest.
The Yankees fan is crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
It's how I grew up, man.
It's a tough year to decide to start following as a Yankees fan. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I would always pay attention.
I'd
pay attention to them. But like,
right,
I couldn't tell you much about the rest of the league. Like obviously I knew like Shohei, like when he popped onto the scene, and you know other young dudes like Juan Soto and stuff like that. But I couldn't tell you who won divisions, what years, or shit. I don't even know if I can tell you what World Series winners from recent years, bro. I know the Nationals got one sometime within the last 5. The Dodgers got one. I think the Astros got a couple. Like, I just don't be paying attention like that.
Shoot, Garrett finally pulled up in chat, bro. John was in chat for a little bit too.
Garrett's in chat?
Bro, he came in chat super late, bro. I see. Yeah, John pulled up in chat for a second. Bro, we had a couple people in chat.
Dang, it hasn't been updated in StreamYard then.
Yeah.
That's tough. I didn't notice that. My last message is at 10:04 my time from Chelsea.
Same.
An hour and 40 minutes ago.
Hey, Gary.
My bad if I missed anything, fellas, but I ain't seen none of it.
I fear after the positional ranking episodes get done, I think that is when we have to do the long-awaited draft.
John was in here too, gave a J. Cole shout. Damn you, StreamYard.
No doubt. That's tough.
Yeah, we do got to do a draft. I feel like we're ahead of like other creators because I don't know if anybody's been doing like top 10 lists.
Yeah, we are a little bit ahead.
Which is crazy because
except for like BR, but they just started theirs like top 15s like this week.
We just stopped making content for a month, bro. Like, why are we ahead? Shouldn't we be behind?
We should be, but we're not.
Didn't we do like free agency reviews and then just stop making videos for a little bit.
Yeah, pretty much.
He was on the move, man. Summer be doing stuff.
I don't know. We might have done. I feel like we did one conference. Yeah, bro. We did off-season grades for the West and then never did the East. We did the West and then we stopped uploading for like a month.
Celtics get an A, Sixers get an F, Bucks get a B minus. Actually, I'll give them a B because they got Brook back too. Who am I forgetting? Hawks, they get a D.
Nets is crazy for finally getting rid of John Collins.
Nets get a C.
I'm pretty sure we did the East. We just didn't title it as such in the stream. I think that NBA draft and free agency reaction was Eastern Conference.
Because I remember.
Because then we did the West when we speed ran the West.
Yeah.
Because I had to jump out that night.
Bro, yeah, dude, we literally hopped in StreamYard. Was that your sister that came in?
Yeah.
It was like, can you take me to my friend's house in an hour? And you're like, oh.
Brother duty calls.
That's the fastest pod we ever had.
No, for real.
1000%. Hey, it happens.
It's crazy. We still got hella videos out of that too, bro. Like, I don't even know how that occurred.
Bro, this ain't even the ESPN league. What is Sleeper?
That's what I said, bro. Apparently, it's the most downloaded fantasy app.
I've heard a lot of good things about Sleeper. I haven't used it, but I've heard a lot of good things.
Yeah, use it, bro. Devin, I was able to send you the invite because it said you were on Sleeper.
Okay, yeah, I do have an account.
It sent mine to
used the league, but
it sent mine to Reek as a text, but it sent it to
exactly.
Devin as just like in the app.
I've used ESPN, and I think I use like one league for like the NFL fantasy app.
I've always been ESPN fantasy. I like the layout a lot.
Easy to navigate.
Yeah, that's normally what I'm on too, is ESPN. See if I can figure out how I accept a league invite on here.
Garrett's still in chat. Yes, bro, Celtics getting A. I think that's what I gave him in the original pod.
Oh, invite.
Celtics get it. What did Porzingis trade? But they didn't get rid of Marcus Smart.
The Bulls get an F because they let Patrick Beverly go. The heart of Chicago. Heart of the city.
Bro, y'all know what the Raptors get. God damn.
F minus.
Garrett wasn't here for the freaking Happy Raptors pop figure appearance.
Yeah, we definitely did do these because I remember. I think Devin had the full screen moment.
Yeah, I did, because that's what the Raptors video is. It's just
Yep.
my 5.5-minute rant or whatever it was.
Nothing like a 3-point weekly video where the comment section just shits on every single take we make, except they say, yeah, that Gabe guy kind of seemed like he had a clue, though. Come on, bro.
Bro banters towards fan bases.
Hey, bro. Listen,
that's what I'm about to start doing now. I want to be liked. I want to be the John Cena of the podcast. I want to be the John Cena of the podcast.
It's really crazy because I feel like I'm a generational heel, but these days it's just cool to like the bad guy, I guess.
It might be me and Dev, bro. We might be like Randy Orton and Edge when they were tag teams.
Bruh, most of the community posts like to agree with me, bro. What was it, Devin? Was it your community post or was it a 3-point weekly one that said who's better, Curry or Luka? And Curry won. I voted on it.
I think that was mine on my channel.
I was really about to just tweet at you and say, "Go check your community post, buddy." I was so close. I was so unbelievably close.
Bro, Garrett's beef with Jeff Teague is so hilarious. Like, is that how?
So hilarious, dude. He's so fucking funny. Jeff Teague
is comedy.
He is so
Listen, like he has to have one of the smallest egos of any player in the league.
He acts like he's the player that Garrett thinks he is.
Bro, Jeff Teague literally tells stories like he is like
the worst basketball player. Bro, he tells it like he's like prime Brandon Knight, like just getting shitted on all the time.
The only one where he for real talks like he is that guy is the story he told about when T-Mac got traded there. And they announced the starting lineup with Jeff Teague in it. And T-Mac was like, bro, he's trash. And then he just started going at T-Mac all season.
Yeah. He said at least he knows his word. Nah.
He told another story.
Gabe,
about, he was like, I committed to Purdue, but they didn't give me an offer. That shit is hilarious to me, too.
Have you seen how he talks about Danny Ferry when he was like in the front office in Atlanta?
I called him. I told him, I don't like you for this. I don't like the way you talk. I don't like the way you dress. I don't like the way you walk. I told him I'm signing this deal with who was it? Was it with the Timberwolves? No, it was the Pacers, I think. It was somebody.
I think the Pacers did somebody.
Or no, it was Milwaukee. It was Milwaukee. He said, I signed with Milwaukee for the first time. He said, I let it go. I was celebrating with the guys in Milwaukee that I just signed there. Danny Fury calls me again the next morning. Hey, that's how we do business. I'll see you back on Monday.
Bro, that had me in tears because he was like, damn, that's the business.
Bro, that's just the most, I feel like that's the best player insight into restricted free agency you can ever get. I'm out of there. I left. I just signed this big new deal. I'll see you right back here on Monday.
It's crazy because I never thought it was like that, but it makes sense.
Nah, he was the guys that are for real, when the team they're on is yeah, we want to see your market value. Because I feel like there's a lot of teams that do that. Not as blatant as we're gonna for real let you leave, make you think that you're gone.
Danny Ferry said, "Fuck you."
A lot of teams will be yeah, we're just gonna see your market value, and we'll match whatever it is, but we're not even gonna offer you. We're gonna see what your value is and just let you get as much as possible.
He said, "I haven't because I don't listen to trash cans."
Bro, he's so hilarious. It's probably the funniest podcast out. I'm not gonna lie, just because of him. As far as basketball podcasts,
I've never watched it in full, but the clips is all
I haven't. The clips are hilarious. But I see clips of Paul George's podcast, and there's funny moments. Paul George is his impression of Charles Barkley is funny.
No, his Kawhi impression is top tier.
He's funny, but I don't know if it's as funny as Jeff Teague, bro.
No, those are both elite.
But Paul George has the best guests right now, by far. He be getting everybody on there. Paul George, bro. Nah, he gets some high-level guests.
JJ doesn't have some Hall of Fame guests.
That's true. JJ's podcast isn't as funny. When it comes to comedic value, Through the Wire is funnier than JJ's podcast.
Yeah, JJ's is more just you just get great hoop insight watching his stuff. Good stories and stuff.
That's the only that's the most enjoyable basketball content to watch for me right now, though. Just because I'm when it's just fans who make analysis content,
I ain't been
that's
watching
me, bro. Why am I watching that? I'm not a consumer anymore. I'm a producer, right? So
I watched the homies.
But when it comes to
that's it.
Yeah, but when it comes to that internal side, some of the stories, for real, just dudes that are telling funny stories like that from when they were in the league, even dudes All the Smoke. So I don't watch them that much anymore, but I had stretches where I'd watch All the Smoke or Knuckleheads or something because
I like Knuckleheads.
It's just a different side.
I love Knuckleheads. Very good podcast. I don't watch All the Smoke at all anymore. Just I can't.
I don't know why I fell off of watching them. Probably just other stuff caught my attention more, but
I
don't know. When guys can just share stories of when they were in the league versus more analysis, dude, I don't really want to watch analysis stuff right now.
Yeah.
Did y'all see Paul George's? Yes. His Charles Barkley impression was actually perfect.
Hilarious.
That was so good.
Hilarious. I actually haven't watched a full Paul George pod. I need to watch that Klay Thompson one because I heard that one was pretty good.
Yeah,
they started the Devin Booker team off of it. I know that.
Yeah, he talked about Jordan Poole. I saw that clip. Yeah, I'm about to tune in. PG's actually a funny guy.
That's the top 5 shooting or top 5 small forward in the league.
Top 6, top 7 if you ask.
Top 7, yeah. Top 1 shooting guard last year, but
top 1.
Fall from grace.
It's funny because my facial expression when Dev said 7 was like I was shocked, but I literally had
Then you
him
got him at 6.
higher.
Yeah, I know. You guys kept fooling me throughout the whole list. Devin's like, yeah, DeRozan's availability jumped him over a couple guys, and he had one spot higher. I'm like, what?
I just couldn't spoil anything too early.
I was like, what is going on here, bro?
I thought I was gonna be insane for having Franz at 10, but I'm glad we all had different guys. So,
I thought I was going to be insane for not having Middleton on the list. So the fact that there was 1 10 placement and 2 not
I
on the
honestly
list,
didn't know if anybody was gonna like. I almost was certain Dev was gonna have Franz. I was almost certain.
Yeah, I really wanted to. He wasn't even 11 for me though. He was 12. I really wanted him on the list, but he was going to be my 10 before we moved Paul George and Jalen Brown.
Franz,
I had OG at 11. I
was going to say I'd probably have OG over Franz too.
Wiggins.
Maybe I need to watch more OG.
Another level down, but I definitely don't mind the shout.
Now Wiggins is my go, bro. On.
Yeah, you need like a Wiggins like jersey or something. That's your
Bro, that's crazy. Y'all call me a Clippers fan when I just show on the Clippers these days, but I have never caught Warriors fan allegations. I've caught Curry fan allegations.
We'll never call you that.
I've never caught Warriors fan allegations despite being like this big Wiggins and Curry guy.
Yeah, nah. The Clippers fandom was pretty outgoing, bro. You called yourself a closeted Clippers fan for like 3 months straight.
Although, to be fair, if this guy comes in and says Kevon Looney is a top 10 center, then we might have to have conversations.
I can't. I have to fool you guys this time, bro. I can't be as abrasive with my enjoyment of other franchises because at the end of the day, I have to enjoy something, and that is not Raptors basketball currently. You gotta find something to enjoy. All right.
I might be spoiled.
That's where I'm at with the Magic. So
Pistons, Gabe. Come on, man. They're right up the road. Well, 3 hours.
If you take me to Pistons
this
game,
man needs to go to this man needs to go be watching Halliburton for this year if he wants some enjoyment.
That's the closest player to him.
Yeah,
exactly. I'll go watch Halliburton with
I got the Pistons. You can have the Pacers, bro, because you're a Halliburton super fan. You can take the Pacers.
Kevon Looney is on my hate. How's Kevon Looney on your hate?
That's former Hawks point guard. He's still in that group.
Yeah, that former Hawks point guard. Yeah, bro. Dennis Schroeder is on my hate list. That former Hawks point guard because why is he starting for my favorite team in 2023?
Well, I already did enough hating on Dennis Schroeder in a 45-second TikTok this summer. So
happy Raptor, but. I understand Garrett's hate of Jeff Teague because watching him in Boston for half a season was like, I can't even describe it, bro. I would have rather watched like my little brother play point guard. It was so bad.
That's why my favorite Jeff Teague stories are always the ones in Minnesota. Because he like started to fall off, so it's actually like when he wasn't that good anymore. And so
he said Jamal Murray was frying him,
bro. He said, "Yeah, bro, I was guarding Gary, and Gary was popping off." So they said, "Oh, we're gonna switch you on to Jamal." I switch on to Jamal. He hit the step back 3. He's going boom, boom, going crazy. I'm like, I'm about to lose this.
Dang, not Gabe freezing.
I had my lag moment.
We were due for a technical difficulty.
Hey, this browser didn't crash.
It didn't.
Dude, 3.5 hours of Reek's browser worked, bro. Devin's hotel Wi-Fi held up.
Yeah, for real. I'm streaming on the hotel Wi-Fi and it didn't die. That's actually
like 5 players I wouldn't take a picture with if I met in person, to be honest. That's probably why Garrett started asking that question, like, after he'd have you as a guest, like, who's a player that you just don't like?
I was just waiting for enough people to say Jeff Teague.
Man, that was before
and assemble the God Squad.
That was before my hatred of players really became apparent, and Dwight Powell is top of the list now, by far. Dwight Powell.
You guys' real player hatred is just forever hilarious.
Yeah, I might be outside of Mavs fans. I might be the only Dwight Powell hater on like Earth, to be honest.
It's funny. I forget who tweeted it today. There was someone catching strays about Dwight. It was like relative to him playing with Team Canada. So it's like, so are we telling Mavs fans he's a top 5 center in the league or a top 10 center in the league? And their response was just ... It's just, yeah, that sounds about right. Man, I have heard nothing. I mean, I haven't watched any of the games because I'm not getting up at 3 a.m. to watch us play. But like, I have not heard anything about Dwight Powell, and I've heard things about RJ. I've heard things about Shea. I've heard things about Dylan. I've heard things about Olynyk. Nothing about Dwight. Things about Nikhil.
The biggest player on my hate list will probably always be Marcus Smart. Just because
you have
of
a
the
good
bubble.
reason. You have a good reason to hate Marcus
Just
Smart.
because of the bubble, bro. Like, that shit is personal to me.
When Garrett asked me, I think my answer was Kyle Lowry. I don't even really hate Kyle Lowry. He just annoys me.
It's valid.
Like, that's probably how like you think about Marcus Smart. Like, he's probably just annoying. Exactly how I feel about Kyle Lowry.
Bro, but you know, there's some players that just always play great against the Celtics.
Not taking a pick with LeBron is crazy. That's just ultimate hatred. Bill Laimbeer.
That is crazy.
Bro, if you meet LeBron and you're like, I'm not taking it. Bro, I don't care what team you're a fan of. That's crazy.
Mine would probably be like the Dwight Powell, and then I could think of like some Celtics that I just hated having on the team. Like Tristan Thompson. It's one of them. God, who else?
Who else? There's not that many players that I just dead ass don't like.
I'll put Bo Cruz on that list. I did.
Bro,
I did not like this man before he was a Raptor, and then we gave him a guaranteed contract, and then he was getting minutes, and then he started a game I paid money to attend. Like, bro.
Dude, the best, bro.
No
when you talk about Raptors fans like hating a player on their own team, it's got to be Aaron Baines.
No, I don't even hate Aaron Baines because he was the tank commander. He got a Scotty. I don't even hate him.
But during that season, bro.
That's the Celtics legend, man. Watch your mouth.
Hated Aaron Baines.
Oh my god, he's so bad.
Do y'all remember when Aaron Baines had like 37 points, hit like 9 threes?
Man, I was so happy when we signed him. I was like, oh, we actually.
He said Draymond's a punk. Draymond will forever be one of the most hated players in the league. Shout out you being in the chat this late, by the way. That's happy to tell new people joining in this late into it. But yeah, Draymond, he definitely
a hated guy. A hated guy.
He talks a lot of shit, and I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes he does back it up with his play, but sometimes he does rely on the guys around him to back up his talk.
I like Draymond. The only time I really just wanted like to punch him in the face, not literally, but he was just annoying, was that NBA Finals series. That's the only time. Because, man, he was playing bad. Yeah. He was terrible, but he was making sure he was gonna make sure his presence was felt one way or another, though.
Yeah, that shit was getting annoying for sure.
Why does nobody hate Jordan? I feel like a lot of people born post 2000 have dislikes for Jordan.
I don't hate a player I didn't. The only player I hate on that I didn't watch was Wilt because
John Stockton.
Look at him like he's a fucking god.
John Stockton. I will forever have beef with John Stockton just because I don't think he was that good.
Yeah, I don't think he was that good either. And he has an interesting off-court life as it is these days. But
yeah,
on-court even still. Definitely overrated by way too many.
I would say I wouldn't take a pic with Karl Malone, but I literally went to his camp when I used to live in Louisiana. So, like, before the allegations came out.
Nah, well, that's different then.
The problem with all my hate players is, like, I just ended up coming around on all of them. Like, I was the giant Giannis hater because they kept saying, like, the Bucks got so much hype when Giannis got good, and people are like, they're definitely going to the finals. And I'm like, dude, the Raptors can beat them, and the Raptors did beat them. And so, like, but these days, like, that's literally like 5 years ago now. So, like, the more I've just watched Giannis and, like, his greatness. Like, I've come to appreciate that.
Hey, man, Glenn Davis hate is not tolerated, bro.
Bro.
Or Tony Bradley, man. That's a Carolina champ right there. No Tony Bradley slander.
Denzel Valentine.
Denzel's warranted.
That's very warranted.
The one shot, you guys know exactly what shot I'm talking about. One shot ended his career.
It was like, whoa.
Whoa, no.
I think Stacey King was on the call. He's just like, nah, man. You can hear he's just like, nah, man.
That's one of the worst shots ever.
There's not a lot of Celtics I really just like hated having on the team.
Is this strictly a basketball podcast? So yes, this is a basketball podcast. However, if you are here after about 2 hours into the stream, there's no guarantee you won't be talking about anything.
You get what you get.
We just had a fantasy football discussion for like half an hour. We was talking about stuff pre-show that we didn't even record.
Dude, before we started streaming, I don't even remember what I was talking about. I was just talking about stuff I was doing this week for like an hour. Not an hour, but like a decent amount of time. Sometimes it's just how we start talking. Because in the dead of the off season, sometimes there's anything to talk about. Sometimes in the dead of the midseason after the trade deadline, who's better right now, the Lakers or the Suns? The Lakers. They're a better team. The Suns have a better top three, but the Lakers top to bottom
Lakers actually have
supporting pieces. Better team.
I'm more confident in the Lakers cast than the Suns.
Having Rui, Reeves, all these different guys like deeper in the roster, Vando, like just 4 through 10 for the Lakers is way better than 4 through 10 for the Suns. Suns 1 through 4 is like good. 5 through the rest of the team. 5 through 15 is not impressive.
Pippen is a big time hater. I agree with that.
Definitely.
I gotta ask you, Dev, would you take a pick with Yusuf Nurkic?
Fuck no.
No.
Fuck no.
Y'all are haters, bro. If I meet any
no shot.
I'm taking a picture.
Oh my
but
God.
I don't know if I can tag Bosnian Beast 27 in a post.
No.
There's
Dev
no
was like,
shot I
that's
can
his
do that,
handle?
man. It's crazy. I'm like, bro.
There are some
man's not even the best Bosnian center in the league. It's crazy.
Who are other Bosnian centers? I really can't.
I don't think he identifies as, but Zubac is also Bosnian.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think he's. Does he say Serbia or is it?
He says Serbian, yeah, but he was born in Bosnia.
Okay, we'll allow it.
So I'll do anything to not give credit to Nurkic as the best Bosnian center in the league. So
whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
I'm not gonna lie.
What?
Like, I can definitely say I was not a Cat fan for a long time, and I still don't really like Cat that much. Just because the way sometimes I hear him talk, and I'm like, why the fuck you sound like that?
President of the Jordan Haters Club. So if I offered you a pair of Jordan 4s right now for free, you wouldn't take
this is
Jordan
bro.
that much?
We got 2 active chatters right now, and one is like the biggest freaking Jordan stan, Bulls fan, and the other one is president of the Jordan Hate Club. It's a heavyweight matchup right there, gentlemen.
Hey.
What's crazy is only 1/3 of this podcast does all-time discussions.
And it ain't me.
I will never engage in such a thing.
I'll get into it, bro. Me and Garrett had a debate when he was on here about Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell for like 15 minutes.
We gotta have Garrett on the pod again. That was a fun episode.
No, for sure. I was looking at it. We got a couple of spare weeks in September where we'll finish off our rankings before we start doing standings predictions. So we got a couple of weeks to play with. So get Garrett on, see if we get a couple of the other fellows on. Go draft or two.
Should change your name to Anna Bro. And Tyson Fury will push. What is going on?
Because we've only had 2 guests so far, man. We only had John and Garrett, so got to get more people on there. And bro, the crossover, we know enough.
Justin said he's on the way.
Yeah, we know enough creators, bro. We gotta. Now that there's been a divorce, we gotta get the KOT guys the visitation rights with Devin, bro. They gotta come see my guy on 3 Point Weekly, bro.
Divorce is crazy.
It's crazy. I swear, wasn't it? Who was it the other day too? When I told you guys, you said it was gonna be a free man or some shit. I was like, is that making it sound I was getting like out of a toxic relationship?
He wants to go work on himself.
That's crazy.
Chill. What's up with dude, man?
Collab.
Bro, I ain't seen him on Twitter in a minute.
Man, good old Hindo.
Yeah, just
my guy,
bro. I love that.
Most entertaining and Twitter follow that you could find, bro.
I need Reek and Steph on the same pod.
No,
Steph extended the invite to talk Celtics Lakers for the season.
I've chatted hoops with Steph and Devin at the same time a million times, but having Steph and Reek together, that's a new combo, bro.
Definitely might have to make that one happen.
The guy that took me down in SMH game, man.
The guy that taught me how to make thumbnails, and now it's all I do in my free time.
W for sure. We'll definitely have to get some of the fellas on here. I'll have to get Jay on here some week too to throw a few wild takes into the mix.
Nah, bro, we gotta start making shorts.
Bro, Jay will be a Hall of Fame guest.
If we start making shorts, bro, Jahani McClain is coming on this podcast, bro. I'm bringing out the government, bro, because he has some fucking crazy takes.
Bro.
I'm telling you, man. I need the snow to show up early so I can just not have to go in the field anymore and can edit all week. This would be great.
Christian Wood to the Lakers or the Heat? Bro, Christian Wood to the Lakers, they don't need it.
I mean, I see it more than the Heat. Christian Wood and Heat culture would be interesting, to say the least.
But I love how the Lakers core is back as like a good defensive team, because when they won the title, they hung their hat on defense, and now they got so many guys on that court who will defend. I don't know if I want to see Christian Wood big minutes.
Christian Wood to Singapore. No, I'm just kidding. The Lakers should go get JaVale McGee.
Yeah, they should. They should. There's reports that the Kings are interested in him too, which would be a hell of a swindle to move off of Rashawn Holmes and then pick McGee back up.
Who's getting Kelly, bro? Where's Kelly going? Put Kelly in Miami. Put him there. I want to see him in Miami. They need wings.
I could see it, to be honest.
Is Kelly like modern day Rudy Gay?
I think that's a little bit disrespectful to Rudy Gay, to be honest.
That's why I said modern. Like, I don't know.
Like, was Rudy Gay not pretty consistently north of 20 points per game for a while?
He was around 18 to 22.
I think Kelly just hit 20 for the first time.
Yeah. No,
that's why I said modern.
Hey, Adam is cooking in chat, bro. He said they should get McGee.
I agree.
You know ball.
Ball no.
You know who the Raptors should get?
Nobody.
They should get 5 first-round picks for Pascal Siakam and OG Anunoby.
Give the keys to Malachi Flynn.
Hell no. Give the keys to Grady Dick and Scotty Barnes.
Grady can guard Sir Thompson. So
yeah, I don't want to see Grady Dick with the keys. That man needs to be like pass the keys once every 4 minutes, and then he can shoot the keys in the rim, and that's about it.
A lot of keys.
I don't need that man to be handed the keys. That's dangerous. He's going to lose them real quick.
Bro. Nah, bro. Grady Dick the GOAT. You guys just aren't ready.
Man, I'd love to be proven wrong, but
Colin Castleton, bro. Where's John at? Where is
God.
John at right now, bro?
This man was losing his mind that he wasn't picked at like the end of the first round, and he just goes undrafted, and then the Lakers side him. It's hilarious.
Man, I'm still waiting to see Jalen Slauson minutes just because of the TikTok, bro. I'll never forget that. The North is investing in Dick. Yes, they are.
I am not part of the North.
No, you are not. They do not claim you, Devin. The Raptors fan base
I am too far west for Toronto.
Yeah, Raptors fans hate Dev. They probably hate Gabe too, being honest.
I don't know, bro, because this I give scathing takes on the Raptors, but like the upload was just Devin's rant.
True.
So
Like
like
to the one from last video.
Me ranting on the Raptors. The one that goes out next Monday is probably where I'll catch some flack from Raptors fans.
Yeah, you're catching heat.
You're not safe from that one.
Guys are real Raptors fans. You guys are losers, man.
You guys are losers, bro. You guys don't know they're going to be a surprising team this year.
I wish I could do a Toronto accent, but I'm not even gonna try. So
Pascal's going to be in his bag. The Raptors are going to win a lot of games.
Bro, so far off base.
I can't do a Toronto accent. Bro.
I can't either. I'm not even going to disrespect them.
I'm going to start calling. I'm about to start calling, bro. If Raptors fans start getting on me, I'm calling them waste youths, respectfully. Just do the Jelson accent. Nah, I can get my Justin impression down. What I will tell you is the Minnesota Timberwolves have the best center rotation. Listen, what I will say is, yes, Rudy Gobert might have his flaws, but personally, I do believe that Anthony Edwards' superstar potential will take them to the next level.
That's exactly what he was saying last summer when he was on my channel.
Bruh, to do a Justin impression,
might have just been a year early, man.
What I will tell you is, personally,
you started that off on point.
I'm telling you, bro.
Now that sounds like a mixture between like Justin and John, to be honest.
Justin, I don't got a good John impression in me, bro.
I'm bad at impressions. So I'm not even gonna try.
Yeah, me too. That is not my alley. But I definitely wouldn't be doing John's well. I definitely could do Jelson's better.
I don't know if I could do John's either.
So I don't know how people from the Bay talk, bro. I'm not as familiar with the Bay.
He don't got an accent or anything. He just
he really doesn't.
Talks like a normal guy.
That's true. I think that's why it's hard because he does kind of just talk. He just talks like a normal guy. So it's hard to. There's nothing super.
Yeah. You'd have to do like his mannerisms. Like he talks with his hands a lot.
Yeah. Some people have notable phrases, bro. Like I don't know.
Like if you do Gabe from like early 2022 or 2023, you got to bring up purgatory in like every other sentence.
I'm definitely just gonna have to make a montage at some point, and it's just gonna be a 2-minute clip of Gabe saying purgatory over and over again.
Bro hasn't said it in a while, and I think it's just because there's not many contenders right now.
It's not really team talk, bro. It's a lot of player talk. And the teams we do talk about, like, because we're selecting specific teams to talk about, we're talking about teams that are interesting to talk about. And the teams that are in purgatory are not interesting to talk about because they have no direction. If we sat on here and we had, like, Bulls discussion, and Raptors is, like, kind of purgatory, but it's, like, self-inflicted, so I can't even call it that because they have the full ability to get out of it. They just won't.
They're getting there. If it's a year from now and they're in the same position, then we could start. We could probably throw that out there.
Yeah, like we're not really in purgatory yet. We're just in mediocrity, but we
just
we could get there.
I actually saw Jalen Slauson that day. I went to Summer League. I think he was a player of the game. That's dope.
Bro, nah, I knew Justin's accent was cooked when he started saying milk. If you pronounce milk with an E, I don't trust you. I don't trust you.
He's from the
I know it's a northerner thing, bro. I know it's a northerner thing. The Lakers did not misjudge Gabe Vincent, bro. That's the GOAT. He was one of the biggest impact players in the conference finals. We can say he's a Celtics fan, bro. Gabe Vincent's that guy, and his name is Gabe, so he cannot be bad legally.
He's got a point, though. Gabe Vincent's very, up and down. At least last season he was.
Yeah, his perimeter shooting can be a bit inconsistent, but the nice thing is they got so many guys there that they can literally just play the hot hand, and no one needs to be great for them because Reeves is going to get some time there, Vincent's going to get some time there, D'Angelo Russell's going to get some time there. They got so many options at the guard spot that are all going to be good to great at times.
He's just a Dennis replacement, which I like Gabe Vincent more than Dennis Schroeder for them.
Yeah, for sure.
I like him better.
There's a reason why I would have been much less sad as a Raptors fan if we got Gabe Vincent over Dennis Schroeder. There would not have been a
Happy Raptor.
Very frustrated Raptors TikTok of me.
Dude,
Gabe Vincent was side.
Why, everything circling back to the Raptors just makes me just sad.
Gabe, I think we need to change the banner. Instead of the Raptors logo, just put the Happy Rapper Funko Pop up there. That's gonna become a channel meme and montage. Happy Raptor. We need to get that
I hope that one day we can grow to the point where we can have shit like that, where we just have fucking channel memes.
We will.
For sure.
As long as we keep going.
Schroeder hasn't been good since the Hawks. That is cap. That is very cap. Didn't Schroeder on OKC was literally 6 man of the year, bro. Come on.
I literally have a memory of him picking, I think it was Kemba's pockets, clutch time and getting a clutch bucket.
Dude, I feel like he caught a full court pass from CP3 and had a game time late in OT or something like that.
Yes. That was when CP3 was got the technical foul because I think somebody's shorts were or their jerseys or something like that.
It was Andrew Wiggins, bro, I think
so.
Sounds familiar.
Hey, his shorts not touch. This is delayed game.
It probably was Adams to do the pass because it's Steven Adams on the outlet pass. It
was Adams, yeah.
Right.
Schroeder had his moments though. That's a forgotten team. I love that team, bro.
He wasn't bad in Boston. He just wasn't what we needed. He wasn't bad. Numbers wise, he was fine.
Yeah. I mean, even last year he wasn't bad, but he's just a fine backup guard now. He's not a great backup guard, but he's good, and he sure as hell shouldn't be your primary point guard. Which
don't forget about the Rooster
now
team. You know who y'all know who the Rooster is? Because I do, because I spend so much time around Garrett now.
Who's the Rooster?
Gallinari, Garrett's favorite player in the entire NBA.
Where is he at now?
Oh, the Wizards. I think he's on the Wizards.
Yeah.
Because I'm always like, Kuzma and Poole are gonna get all these touches, and he's like, and Gallinari.
He did get traded there, yeah. I was actually upset we had to let him go because he seemed like he was so excited to play for us, and now he hates us, which I understand.
Because, bro, the Celtics are the freaking grimiest organization in the league.
Bro, if you had the opportunity to trade Gallinari for Porzingis, you're taking that.
Bro,
at the
end of the day, bro, I still will never respect them after what they did to Isaiah Thomas.
I wouldn't either, but at the same time, I understand the business side of it because I would probably do the same thing if I was a GM.
I probably would have done the exact same thing too. They don't mean I have to like it.
Just like how they're acting with Dame, I would be doing the same exact thing. Bro, I'm not trading you there just because you've been here 10 years and you might be our franchise's best player. I don't care. You don't have to sign that extension.
Golden State has no bench. Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga would like to happily disagree. If there's one thing Chris Paul can still do is
Steve
play.
Kerr. Steve Kerr would like to disagree with you, buddy.
Bro, he's gonna
throw Chris Paul still in there. Throw Gary Payton into that conversation.
bro. 'Cause,
Ariel
like,
Saric into that conversation.
if Chris
I'm
Paul
not
can
saying
do
it's great,
one thing, bro.
It's okay.
Yeah,
It's better than last year.
all Chris Paul has to do is play make. And I don't think they're gonna run 5 bench guys because
They have Corey Joseph now too.
Like coaches that run lineups
Texas
of 5
legend.
bench guys, like it just doesn't happen as much. And with staggered minutes, the Warriors have enough talent, so we're literally just have just have Chris Paul pass the Rockets and these guys are fine.
I actually think Moody's the most. At least he's shown the most promise out of the young guys that's ran through Golden State so far.
Agreed. He looked good towards the back end of last year. Into the postseason too, he looked solid. I think they got enough guys there. He could do something.
James Wiseman got shipped out to Detroit for like nothing.
Did they still have JaMychal Green?
No, I don't remember where he is, but he's
Is
not.
Michael Green a Nugget?
Is he back in Denver?
Think so.
He might be unemployed.
He might be unemployed. Yeah, I don't remember him signing a contract this summer.
Who last played for Golden State.
Yeah,
that's an Alabama legend right there.
Why do you know?
But yeah, no, like Golden State's bench isn't great, but yeah, hopefully Moody can do enough. Gary Payton knows his role there. Maybe Saric can do something for them. I think not Gary Payton. I think Corey Joseph is honestly underrated at this point in his career. They got a couple of rookies who might be able to do something. Podolski might be able to do something. Honestly, I think Trace Jackson Davis can probably give them some spot minutes in the regular season. So
as a Big Ten student actively, I do have to love the Trace Jackson Davis shout. These aren't world beaters you're naming. They're bench players.
They're not, but when they won the championship, they didn't have world beaters really off their bench.
If you're starting lineups that good, why do you need a 6 man of the year?
They had Jordan Poole, fucking Bielitsa was getting big minutes. Otto Porter, that's not an amazing bench.
The Suns have better depth than the Warriors.
Oh fuck no.
Maybe.
I don't know if I can give you that. They have more guys that might be able to do something, but
I can tell you the Lakers
a lot of
have
might
depth in both. The
Grizzlies have a lot of
depth in both.
Suns got a lot of guys that got to prove that they can be consistent off that bench.
When it comes to the deepest teams right now, like it's probably like the Lakers, Grizzlies. Who else is super deep?
I don't even think I can call the Grizzlies deep right now. Because I don't even trust any of their wings. I don't know if I can call them deep.
Celtics.
I think they have okay depth, but
Celtics bias.
OKC at this point is one of the deeper rosters. I think that's why people have them going as far.
Are they?
I don't think they are.
They have
personally.
Who do you think is deep?
The Celtics.
And then West.
Oh, in the West.
The Lakers are deep.
That's what I'm saying. The Lakers. But it seems like you guys are sus on everybody else's depth, and at that point, if everybody's depth is 40 off,
I'd take the Clippers' depth.
Sure, yeah, Clippers.
That's like, bro.
I'd take the Pelicans' depth as one of the top ones.
I like the Pelicans' depth, but like, if everybody's depth is for real looking mid among the contenders, except for 1 or 2 guys, like
top 4.
At that point, having mid depth is not much of a killer if everybody has mid depth.
King's depth is decent too.
Better than it was this past season, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Lakers are. I just remember they got Torian Prince too. Lakers have a nice.
Yeah.
Team.
Yeah.
That was an underrated signing. The only thing I don't like is their center rotation. That's why I think they need JaVale McGee, because I don't trust that.
Dylan Brooks.
Look at Chad.
He said you won't.
That's hilarious.
Let me go look at the Houston Rockets roster.
The urge in me to say Kevin Porter Jr. is very there.
Let's see. Let me grill the Rockets.
I really want to say Kevin Porter Jr. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not a Jock Landale guy, so I'm gonna say him.
Yeah, I'm not the
me,
biggest
like,
Landau guy either. Although
I
he
feel
did have a
like-
better postseason run than I expected.
Aaron Holiday's not really good either.
To
No.
me, like Kevin Porter Jr. is not a good enough playmaker to be a point guard, but I don't think he's a good enough scorer to be a shooting guard full time. Like I just don't know if any. I don't know if he's really.
I think he's a really good six man somewhere. I think like he's gotten a lot of slack over the last couple of years because of how Houston has played, but like, he's genuinely improved over the last couple of years, and not just as a scorer, but also as a playmaker. Like, I'm not saying he's some great playmaker, but like, dude has averaged in and around 6 assists a game over the last 3 years on a team that has notoriously terrible ball movement and not great shooting, as bad as they've been. So, like, he's not great, but like, he's not bad either. If he can be a good six man on a team, that's probably ideal.
The best player on the Rockets is still Alperen Sengun until Jalen Green is not just relying on potential, but actually shows that starts to translate.
Oh, I don't know if I can buy into that.
Jalen Green guy, man. I like Sengun, but
nah, bro. Listen, Jalen Green has the higher potential, but what he's actually done, I've seen Alperen Sengun play more basketball that can lead to organized winning and fucking structure than what I've seen Jalen Green do. And yes, he is a guard.
How do we know that it conduces to more winning, though?
You say that until you really sit down and watch a Rockets game from last season. You say that.
I think it does give you better structure and flow on offense. I don't know if it's giving you more wins, though. Like, I know I do call him a flashy Enes Kanter, but like, there's a reason I call him that. Like, there's a lot of issues outside of the fact that he is a very good offensive player.
That brother can't guard, man.
Yeah, that guy cannot guard at all. So, like, right now, give me Jalen Green, give me Freddie. You might be the next man up, but
aren't they both? Well, I know Mr. Freedom doesn't claim Turkey anymore, but that's both where they're from, correct?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Y'all know Turkey is one of the 4 countries I've been in my life.
That's a dub. Enes Kanter is
one of 5.
He's also a player I dislike, partly due to his Celtics years and partly due to his post-Celtics years.
Yeah. Didn't he post the other day like he'd be the best player in the WNBA? He got
real,
bro.
I think Asia Wilson's giving him 35 and 15.
100% she is.
I'm not
man
gonna lie.
Is falling down on his ass so fast.
Sabrina is dropping him off, bro. Come on.
Oh, and the ball screen, he's cooked. He's cooked on any high level in the ball screen, brother. You could throw him in D1 college, he's getting cooked in the ball screen.
I could cook that by a guy in a ball screen. That's like one of very few dudes I could feel confident against in a ball screen.
If listen, Adam, if you're listening right now, bro, if you're a Rockets fan, just know Devin's your least favorite person on the podcast. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
I've definitely not said terrible things about the Rockets this offseason. Definitely does not exist.
We had like 10 minutes of good Rockets talk earlier. Maybe not 10, it was more like 3. But still, it was positive.
It did exist. It did exist. We were giving some credit to the Dillon Brooks contract, which I've done a lot of the opposites. So
he said I
hate the Rockets.
Oh, he's just like Devin. He's just like Devin.
This is a podcast for you, my guy, because we just like the Rockets too.
Yeah, I think they got a lot of upside too. I'm just a little bit concerned about how bringing in 1 million veterans is going to impact some of the development. But
if it was like a Jeff Green type vet, like how they brought Jeff Green in, I would be okay with that. Or even Freddie, like that's fine. But we talked about it enough.
where's on at this point?
Find his minutes, bro. Where's he gonna find his minutes? Who knows?
I can't believe that.
He said, "Could it what?" That is a 30-win team on a good year.
It's still,
They might win like 30 though.
Dude, I still think it's the worst team in the conference.
You think so?
It's actually the Spurs are probably still the worst team in the conference.
Yeah, I think the Spurs are worse, and I think Portland are worse.
Yeah, Portland.
Assuming Dame's traded.
Yeah, even if he's not.
Or not playing.
Yeah. Garrett,
Although I don't even want to know.
I committed to getting a Spurs tattoo if they win 40 games this year.
I said if the Hawks are a 5 seed, I'm buying a Trae Young jersey, 5 seed or higher.
I'll get a Spurs tattoo right on my left bicep.
Spurs tattoo on your bicep is insane.
That's how much
I still haven't got a tattoo, bro. I was offered a tattoo as my graduation gift, so maybe I'll have a tattoo in 6 months' time. But I said I was going to get a. I said if the Raptors ever won a title, I would get a. I said I'd get a Raptors tattoo, and it's been 4 years and I still haven't done it. So that shows my levels of commitment.
They seem overrated. Tattoos seem overrated. Cool.
Yeah, I do not really care for them too much, to be honest.
I want some. I do not want sports-related ones. I'll tell you that.
Oh, no. The amount of shit I'll talk about the Celtics, like, just imagine I'll just slander them on Twitter and then I'll look at my arm. I got a shamrock on my arm.
Our teams, Reek is a Celtics fan. I'm a Raptors fan, and Devin's a Magic fan.
That is some wild cap. I am also a Raptors fan. A sad one at that, but I am a Raptors fan.
Devin's a Canadian and the biggest Raptors hater I've ever seen in my life.
It is funny because
what can I say?
Dev might be the only Raptors fan that's pessimistic. And Gabe.
I was going to say, bro.
Outside of y'all, like, Raptors Twitter is a dirty place.
It is really a terrible place.
Like Scotty Barnes agendas I be seeing. What the? Tattoos are cool, but on anyone besides me. Facts.
Dude, I said in 2020, I'm like, dude, I want tattoos, but I gotta wait till I'm in shape. So maybe I'm finally at that point where I can be in shape enough to get a tattoo, but we'll see, bro.
I mean, I feel like the Magic took great steps for a young team whose best offensive player was 19, 20 years old.
Paolo's underrated. He's underrated, I'm telling you. He's so underrated.
Yeah, I mean, once Markelle was back, they played 500 basketball, so I'll give them credit for that, considering they started 5-20. They played well after that.
They won the season series against Boston.
Hey, hear me out. People who talk shit to Bulls fans, I'm going to come out and say it. Basketball is better when the Lakers and the Bulls are good.
I love Bulls fans. We talked about this last week. Bulls fans are some of the best people.
Because I just know Lakers fans are just going to be obnoxious regardless, so I'd rather them have a basis to stand on. And it's like, when the Lakers are good, it's always just like with these top-level players, like LeBron, Kobe, like it's Shaq, Magic. When the Lakers are good, there's usually some big star popping off. Basketball is good when the Bulls are good.
Knicks, too.
I was going to say that next. When the Knicks are good, bro, when the first year, because I became a basketball fan like around probably like 2015, 16.
Oh, they were ass for years.
When I saw the Knicks be good for the first time in 2021, that was lit as fuck.
The first time I saw them was like really good was like 2013, and it just seemed like the Garden was rocking every night.
For real. It's always a good time.
The Bulls have no point guard. Kobe White looked decent. I like what I saw from Kobe White last year.
The Bulls got Harden.
If the Bulls traded for James Harden, bro, respectfully, I'm roasting Garrett for his choice in franchise.
That's a 44-win team. Harden for Levine straight up. That's a 44-win team.
I feel like they're like more in purgatory than they already are if they make that trade.
1,000%.
And I didn't know that was possible. That team is purgatory.
Yeah. It wasn't me. It was not me. It was not this guy. It was these
Bad
guys.
picks. They had to get bad picks to make that make sense. I mean, Gabe, you saw me ripping.
I did. Ryan's dork was getting cooked.
I wish Garrett was alive. Like when, God, what was his name? The old Bulls GM. When he was the GM of like the Jordan Bulls. What was it? It was Jerry something.
I was gonna say it's Jerry. I wanted to say Jerry Sloan, but I think that's the guy who was the coach. Yeah,
Krause. Yes.
Jerry Krause.
Yeah.
Dude, when he was at Michael Jordan's Hall of Fame induction, he said, "Who invited this guy?"
Garrett would have ripped dude on Twitter every day after giving up.
Honestly, yeah, bro. After the last dance, and it's like, yeah, he was getting rid of all them motherfuckers right after. Anyways, built around Tony Kukoc. It's cooked, dog.
Building around 22 coaches is crazy.
The Captain Kirk years are not worth it.
I was alive for a few of his last years, but yeah, I would have been cooked. He was nuts.
Bro.
Randy Brown.
Jerry Krause, like.
Wasn't Randy
Brown,
like
bro?
or something?
Garpax.
Randy fucking Brown. That's terrible. I'd be looking back at like when the Celtics were like super mid, like late 90s, before Paul Pierce, or like mid to late 90s. Bro, I don't recognize like 95% of those names on those rosters, bro.
It's crazy thinking of like the Celtics being bad because they just always been good in like every era except the 90s.
After Bird and them retired or left, they were just
because like
Rick Fox. Rick Fox was like the best player on some of those teams. Like what the fuck?
Like the Lakers pretty much went from like Magic to at least like James Worthy was still there for a little bit, and then like Kobe and Shaq. Like Kobe and Shaq got there. Like literally, Magic Johnson suited up for some games for the Lakers in 1996.
Yep.
And that year, Kobe was drafted and Shaq got traded. Like
crazy.
Straight like, carryover. I mean, probably a couple poor years in there, and it's like before Magic was drafted, Kareem was already on the roster. Like they just always had guys.
In my lifetime, I think the Celtics have missed the playoffs like 4 times, and I've only been a fan of the NBA for like one of those instances.
So like 2014 or something like that?
Yeah, the year that got us smart. Like I'm lucky as a fan, to be honest.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy.
Respectfully, Tim, I don't even know who Tim Floyd is, but the worst. Oh, he said 20th century. Okay, you know what? That's respectable. If you would have said 21st century, the answer still is a Bulls coach because of Jim Boylan. That's the worst coach of all time. And I don't even want to like negotiate that. Like that's how do you come in day one and lose the locker room that fast and be that poor?
Is he the worst ever?
He was bad at X's and O's and probably worse as a player coach.
And what makes it worse, he's from the Pop tree, which it seems like I think all Popovich coaches like suck until like recently. Like they were all bad.
Is a Steve Kerr from the Pop tree?
Technically, he was never even on the bench though. Steve Kerr went from like front office to broadcasting to coaching.
I mean, it's like it's a lot like the.
I think Bud's from the Pop tree, so I'll give him Bud.
Yeah.
Doc Vaughn's first stint in Orlando did not end good, but he's good now.
It's kind of like the Belichick tree, bro. Like so many guys that were head coaches off of Bill Belichick.
Maybe I'm harsh because I think Monty Williams might be from that tree too. And Ime. I might be a little harsh.
I mean, even she's not in the NBA right now, but like Becky Hammond is killing the game right now for the Pop tree.
Yeah.
You know the Liberty owned Aces, but yeah, that's facts.
Hey, Sabrina's the GOAT. What can I say?
She's the one. Brianna Stewart's also really elite. So.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna tell you right now. Once Paige gets to the W, that's when I get to the W.
See, mine was going to be Caitlin Clark, but I wanted to be a fan this year, and I signed a 1-year deal. I might renew it, though, 'cause I'm enjoying my time as a fan.
A 1-year deal. Listen,
Yeah.
that's crazy to say anything about Caitlin Clark with Garrett around. That's all I'm saying.
That's why I said it.
Garrett was catching the craziest sexism allegations online because of his hate for one WNBA player.
Not even WNBA, just college basketball.
That's true. Future WNBA player.
So,
Wild stuff.
Caitlin Jones.
Caitlin Clank might be my favorite one, I'm not gonna lie.
That's my favorite. Garrett Lord.
So good.
I'm legally required to be a Caitlin Clark hater.
Why?
Because she's a Big Ten player, bro. I gotta root for the Buckeyes.
You love Jaden Ivey.
Not when he was going against Ohio State, but once he got to the league, I'm like, all right, all right.
That's fair. Name 3 Ohio State's women's basketball players. Go.
Bro, you just put me on the spot, bro. Hold up, bro. Bro, it's been a minute. I'm out of the loop.
That's fair. It was on the spot. I could think of like 2. No, I could think of 3 on
I
mine.
definitely remember JC.
You got Taylor, Madison, the center. I think her name was Rebecca. I don't know how to say her last name.
Dude, you know, I was just so. I think I just tried to bury all of that.
Cody.
because,
Forgot about Cody.
bro, I burned myself out so hard on Ohio State sports from doing fucking news coverage every day that I just don't want to think about it. You know how I literally could not tell you like 10 players on Ohio State's football roster right now.
Garrett's cooking.
Garrett is cooking. It's crazy.
He said definitely didn't look these up either.
Yeah, Ricky Harris was nice. Ricky Harris was
Nah,
nice.
she was valid. She was valid.
But like, dude, I just suppressed all that knowledge because I'm like, dude, it was so tiring.
Bros retired from Ohio State sports.
Right? It literally burned me out just bad. Now I just want to watch Ohio State football games just as a casual, just not give a fuck.
What a time. What a time.
I'm so excited to be a fan again. That was really like when I left journalism and just became a communications guy. I was just like, dude, I get to just be a fan and have an opinion again. Like for the longest time, I'm like, yeah, I want to work in sports coverage, and I still think working for a sports team as a PR person would be really cool. But working as an unbiased source around a sports team, I got too many opinions, bro. I can't do it. I can't do it.
He said I'm not familiar with their game. That's fair. That's fair.
This is a long fucking podcast, yo.
It's bags. I'm not even like as sleepy as I should be.
I told you I popped the energy drink before stream, bro. I was ready.
I took a nap earlier. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, I should be tired. I did not take a nap and worked a 12-hour day, but not that tired. But
It's
Did
fine.
our
the,
This is
the
greatest
alarm.
Leave, man. Anime in the chat anymore, man.
This is the greatest podcast in the world, bro.
Yeah, well, North American podcast. I'm not gonna say we're the best in the world because we might have to compete against other podcasts from like Asia and Australia and shit. But
What, you think they're better than you?
Hmm?
You think they're better than you?
can we say we're world champs? Are we allowed?
Yeah. YouTube is a worldwide platform. We're the best podcast in the world.
I bet. We did get another subscriber. Maybe our guy sub.
I'm telling you, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. Best podcast in the world. Nothing's better. My favorite passion project to be on at 3:00 in the morning on a Tuesday night.
My favorite thing would be like when I was working for the Blue Jackets and I'd get to work and one of my supervisors would be like, "Yeah, I was tuning into the podcast last night." I'm like, "Oh, I forgot I tweeted it out."
Oh, it's a W.
It was a great day. That guy with the backwards hat, he just wouldn't stop talking. I was on there for you.
I did tell you that. I forgot about that.
Nothing happened.
You was on one of your rants. It might have been the Nets rant, bro. I'll be honest.
Don't get me
Bro, you
started.
was really talking about the Nets for 20 minutes straight. We did not interrupt you.
I was cooking so hard too. I was so right because they started to turn it up too. They really started to turn it up.
That's it, right when they were starting to hit that like they won a few games in a row. They fired Steve Nash.
I was cooking so hard.
That's
They let me
crazy.
down.
That is crazy. Bro saw the vision, but Sean Marks did not.
Matter of fact, I'm a James Harden hater just because of that.
James
This
Harden.
podcast was around for the entire James Harden Philadelphia 76ers era. That's all you need to know.
That's facts.
That is facts.
Harden trade might have been one of our first episodes, or at least within the first like 5. Maybe sooner for real.
That might
Yeah,
be
it
true.
might have been.
Might have been like
Let's
second or third. That's what Suns Geek said to me about work.
bro.
January
Do you
31st.
work for the team? Actually, I guess you're not. You probably can't be as critical, but like,
I think it depends on what
as far
you do.
as giving biased takes, like,
Like if I worked for the Celtics, I would probably just stop tweeting about them.
I mean,
Which
you
makes-
have to just be
yeah, hard
more overly positive, I guess.
Yeah.
But like, it's just like, I don't know. It's so weird being at college, and I always thought it was so stupid. Like, I get
Yeah.
practicing the professional principle of like being an unbiased coverage person, but the fact of the matter is you can't be completely unbiased as a reporter on Ohio State when you're enrolled in Ohio State. You literally go here. Like,
I could
you
be.
pay to be here.
Yeah, true.
Like literally, like there's no way. And so at the end of the day, like, I can't show school spirit. And at the end of the day,
Nope.
No. I couldn't show school spirit. So guess what I get to do these days again? Show school spirit. I like that a lot.
No age.
I
Yeah. Working for the Celtics would probably be so stressful because I'll just be up in the press box like shaking when we just blew a 25-point lead to the freaking Atlanta Hawks on a Tuesday night game. Like, Rick, are you okay? I'd be like, no, I'm not.
Yeah, that would not be the environment to do work and to be like, yeah, okay, we just blew a 15-point lead in the fourth. Now let me go do my job.
Tatum
Devin's
let me
not getting
down.
hired by the Raptors, bro. They're gonna pull up that rant. Masai's gonna call him into his office.
Bro,
Man, give me another 5 years. No NBA team will want to hire me. I'll have said some wild shit about everyone.
Bro's
I
gonna
really
hear
hope
the
that-
fucking Vince McMahon theme song hit.
I might have
You're fired.
to delete my Twitter, bro. 'Cause I got so much the Celtics like negative tweets on there about Tatum, Brown.
You should have just made a new Twitter, bro.
I was going to.
You should have kept Tyrik 12 as just your. I can just randomly tweet whatever.
Should just
BS,
made that a
and
burner.
Tyrik Hutchinson became your professional Twitter.
You know what? If it comes back to bite me, I have reasons behind it. So be it.
I was a kid back then. I was insane.
You know, I was a content creator, very passionate about my work. Yeah, maybe I should delete my Twitter when I start applying for Celtics someday.
I'll just let every fan base think that I'm their biggest hater. I'm just embracing the role at this point.
This dude Devin does not care about what NBA teams think. He gets to build highway regardless.
And my vision is never to be with NBA teams and to be doing my thing on YouTube. So if they all hate me,
More than enough.
then they can hate me. I'm gonna do my thing.
No, that's a smart way to do it, Gary, because nobody knows that's you unless
Garrett has to have a second Twitter because if they ask him about social media use, This shit on Garrett's timeline, bro. They're gonna be like, dude, are you stalking this Gabby girl? Like, what is wrong?
Bro, every time I see a shorty on my timeline that's like not a type of female that I would look at, I just know it's Garrett, bro. I just know it's Garrett, bro.
He has the award for being the horniest dude on Twitter. That's okay. It's gotta be somebody.
Like, I would love to jump in and be like, hey, bro, thank you for letting me use the Lambo last week, but you be saying some wild shit, man. I don't know if I could be seen.
I think I've done that to Garrett once or twice, and I think I've done it to you, Reek. I don't even remember whose post it was on.
I don't remember whose it was either, but I remember that.
I think you said, like, I wish this was on the main feed.
Right.
Yeah, or the Twitter.
Right. I remember
I
that.
think it was Ruby Rose. She be looking so damn good.
Bruh, I'm surprised it wasn't Malika. Yeah. Reek's crush on Malika Andrews would be steady, bro.
It faded away, man. It faded away.
Reek was gonna go on. He was gonna finally get that big interview. He was gonna be like, "Yeah, actually, I'm gonna be the social media guy for all 30 NBA teams by the time I'm 40."
Yeah, and I think after that, I'm gonna try and play for the Celtics for him. Become the GOAT.
Say some outlandish shit, bro. This is setup. This is a damn setup.
Big time setup. This nigga Jaylen Brown said, wins 5 championships. That's on 28 or something like that.
Yeah, Jaylen Brown still has 2 years to win 5 championships.
It's possible. He did say NBA championships now.
And this is true. We could jump over to Taiwan in the summer and catch a few dubs with Dwight.
Maybe a Drew League stint. That counts.
I can't hate, bro, because if they put me face to face with Taylor, I'm finished. It's over.
I'm saying,
bro, I'm for real. Like, I've never played organized basketball in my life. I'm on my Ben Mathurin shit. LeBron ain't better than me till he proves it.
I check my phone and be like, damn, the bank say I just got $1 million deposit.
Oh, shit. Is that Amazon? They just delivered my new Lamborghini. Woo!
Malika Andrews burned her account following my Instagram the other day for some reason. That's random. Why does Malika Andrews have a burner account made of her? That's funny.
Well, most of the accounts that follow me these days is just
bots.
Literally bots. And bruh, this dude I went to high school with kept trying to slide in my DMs, bruh. I was not responding. That's
I remember when that brought up.
Bro was trying to raise up.
Bruh, I posted some shit. First was when I posted I went to SummerSlam.
Yeah.
And then the second one, bruh, is I posted. I was like, actually, Reek, you like this story too, I think. I posted like, bad week, this is my therapy. And it was just a picture of me at the gym. Bruh, he for real tried to slide up on that shit and said, hope you're having a good week. Don't talk to me like that, bro. I know you're trying. I know exactly what that means. But nobody does that shit if they're just trying to be your friend, bro. If you've never fucking spoken before. All due respect. I'm sorry. But I cannot reply to these messages. You cannot fool me. I'm familiar with your game.
Said I am familiar with you. I'm not even gonna ask what you think he wants. I'm gonna just assume I know.
It's not what I think, it's what I know. But hey, these days, pat myself on the back, bro. Your boy's back in the game. Come on. Stop playing with me, bro.
He's back.
If we get to the next podcast and I have not been on at least something adjacent to a date, it's like an L. So I'll let you guys know. When we come on next week, first time I talk, I'm going to just say if I took an L or a W. No context. No context at all.
It's going to be like,
you know what I'm just going to say? I took a dub. I won.
You're going to have to send that Uzi video like, I lost.
bro.
We're just gonna get a random meme or GIF on the weekend and be like, "Oh wait, we know."
Holding like Roman Reigns holding a belt or something like that.
Hit him with the A-Town down. Come on, bro.
God.
But,
Enough.
listen, it's gonna have to be what it's gonna have to be, bro. I'm gonna have to make the most of these opportunities because I've been out the game a long time, bro. This is I'm like Carmelo. I got blackballed. I'm back.
You both.
I'm back.
Brother been in retirement like MJ.
Bro, I was plotting my comeback arc. I do hope that I have a fruitful second prime like MJ from 95 to 98, you know what I'm saying? But listen, long ways to go. Job's not finished. I got to get into my Mamba mentality.
I don't think so.
I got a foot in the door. I made my first All-Star team, but I don't got no rings yet. Not even an All-NBA performer.
Gotta get the trophy, man.
Long ways to go. Such long ways to go. But listen, we're on that grind. Put in work. I worked on myself. Hit the gym. Hit the counseling. Inside and out. Come on, bro. We in V2.
Hello.
It's a different world.
I meant to ask, when is this draft, Gabe?
What?
When's the draft for that fantasy league?
In the Justin League?
Yeah.
I don't know if you said it yet.
I wasn't seeing anything either. Yeah, draft time has not been set.
I still gotta join up still.
Yeah, we need you to join, bro. Hey, we got reach, bro. Dude said he went from Kwame Brown's podcast to ours. We got 7 viewers right now at 3 a.m, bro. We're cooking, bro. Stop playing with me. It's the greatest podcast in the world. Who else? 4.5 hours in, averaging 7 viewers, man. You can't hang with us. No matter who it is, bro. No matter who it is. 3 Point Weekly has the best supporters. I love our fans.
Listen, this one more like active chats we've done.
We listen, bro. We put out quality content week in and week out. So I'm saying very quality content.
You know, we took that break, but we back.
Listen, bro. It's just a part of our lore at this point that every 5 months we're gonna take a month break. And so out of the year we're probably active for like 10 months. But that's a good ratio. That's a very good ratio.
But it's always like a weird time where it's okay to take a break. Like we was in the dead of the off season. Like only thing going on was like summer league stuff.
We took a break in like the middle of December last year, bro.
Like, are we really gonna come on here and be like, talk about summer league? No, we're not.
No shot.
I would say the June break, like a June or July break, is very warranted.
Yeah.
Our December break was random as hell, but it's okay. We came back and put up our biggest numbers of all time.
Holiday season, just done with the semester. It's weird, man. It happens.
Yeah, it be happening for sure. I'm probably out of town again this year around Christmas for a bit, so might happen again for a little bit. But
shoot, you know where I'm at around Christmas time? Wearing a cap, wearing a gown, walking across the stage, getting a funny little rectangular piece of paper. Got about 110 days left, and so we're a college graduate, and I never got to go to class again.
Maybe me and Gabe will just 2-man while Dev is out of town.
Welcome back to Nothing But Nylon 3 Point Weekly. Tyrik.
I'm gonna just quiz Gabe for like an hour on like where did guys go to college.
That'd be horrible. It'd be the worst video ever.
I'd probably still be able to jump in as it is. I travel better now while I'm still in this job because at least I got the work laptop. So,
like, where did the white bikes go to college, Gabe?
Bro,
white bikes.
All right, Gary, here's my request, bro. I know you only do one guest per episode. I feel like it is required that for one episode of Baloney Basketball, you got to have all three of us on at the same time.
Oh my god,
Just for vibes.
I'm down for that.
Just for vibes, just to have the raw chemistry of 3 Point Weekly all on your show at the same time. This commodity. That's great content. That's great content. So I'm gonna say, the lore is there of us facing each other in trivia games over and over. Reek usually winning. That's okay.
I told him he wasn't a bust just to be nice. I don't. Well, he was the first pick. He wasn't great, but he stayed in the league a long time.
Hey, at least he can always say that he wasn't as bad as Anthony Bennett.
Yes.
He has that. Every first overall pick ever will always have that.
And he's probably not even worse than the Candy Man either.
Probably not.
Candy.
Oh, kid, it's crazy. Can't even.
Who's better, Bargnani or Kwame Brown?
Bargnani.
He did have a couple of 24 games. Or maybe just one, but I'll do the idea of a tournament at the end of the season. Maybe I'll have to do
Who's better, Andrew Bogut or Markelle Fultz?
Give me Bogut. Current
Right now, Bogut. Bogut was like all defensive first team, bro.
Bro, when you said right now, I'm like, wait, in 2023?
Like Bogut's career compared to Markel's
40-year-old Bogut.
Markel's only had like one like relatively healthy season, pretty much. So he still has a long way to go.
Yeah, he does. Bogut was really
good.
solid.
He was the best player on the team that was like a playoff team. Multiple years. Or maybe it was just 1 year, but still. Bogut was nice.
Andrew Bogut, that was the best player on the Warriors dynasty, bro. Come on. He doesn't get hurt. They go back to back.
Hey. It's not ridiculous. I ain't saying to say if he ain't get hurt.
I'm telling you, bro.
People talk about the Draymond suspension, man. I want to talk about that Bogut injury.
I'll tell it how it is, bro. I'll tell it how it is. I know if Bogut was there, bro. Come on.
Because they was not getting to the rim like that when Bogut was on the court.
That's my favorite saying. That's my favorite saying.
Favorite saying. So then I can have each of you guys on separately during the regular season, all of you for a playoff episode, and then that's a bet.
Bro, we need the Devin media tour when the Raptors start 3-7. There's nothing, bro. What did Damian Lillard say? There ain't nothing I want more.
Man, the whole podcast might just be me ranting.
I'll have Dev like record a voiceover for one of my videos. I'm gonna be act like it's a film breakdown, and it's just Dev sitting on the Raptors for like 10 minutes.
Bro,
the most unanalytical film breakdown you'll ever see.
Like,
Rant the NBA is.
Scotty Barnes is sitting in the corner. What the fuck is this?
There's really no better content than Rant the NBA. When Devin goes on a rant, is
Gabe has his tangents. Dev has his rants. I just hate the white mouth. That's it.
I'm really just waiting on making a Toronto Raptors video for my main channel because like I don't even know what to say if I make a video right now. I just need to wait for them to actually play games, and then if they're as bad as I think they're gonna be, man, it'll have to be done because
What happened to optimistic Devin? What happened to the Devin that had
We will be there.
Precious Achiuwa as the future of the Toronto Raptors? What happened to that guy?
I mean, Precious Achiuwa probably is the future of the Toronto Raptors, and if he's the future of your organization, you're probably a 20-win team. So,
Kaka Prittle just got locked down, bro. Come on.
Gonna have to pull the nasty. I love it.
Pascal Siakam is going to be on the roster longer than Precious Achiuwa is.
You know what's funny? I have not thought about Precious in like forever.
Why would you? He's on the Raptors.
Like I don't even have any memories of him playing last season.
He was so good to end year 2 as well, and then he started last year, and he was just so bad, so frustrating. He's so bad. He was okay towards the end of the year, but man is just a shell of his former self.
I remember in 2K, Sims used to always win like 6 man in a year or something like that.
Yeah, I think he put up deep boys in my league. Bro, he was like a big impact player in that Philly series. He was putting in valuable minutes.
He was.
Because he was shooting and he was guarding.
Came into the year after, literally like the center position looked like our biggest issue, which now it's point guard because, of course, it's either center or point guard because there's 8 gazillion wings on the team. But like the Pirtle edition just made the Raptors so much better. Not better enough, but better.
Besides just building the 2015 Milwaukee Bucks. It's a bunch of tall players.
Yeah,
bro, it's like the 2015 Pistons with Josh Smith, bro.
Ooh, I don't know if it's that nasty.
It's pretty impressive to consistently have like multiple years to not have a center and have as bad a guard play and as bad of shooting as we've had. Like it is very difficult to have such bad bigs but such bad shooting at the same time. It's so tragic.
I gotta go watch that 20 questions again because I do not remember guessing Precious, but it checks out. It checks out. Kwame played defense. Might be his best traits, to be honest.
Kwame played, bro. I'm 15, bro. I was not there. I was not around. I was born in the year of our Lord, 2008.
Kwame played defense. I mean, I guess, sure. He could block a shot. I think he did average like 1 block a game.
He had 2 years averaging at or over a block a game.
Okay.
He averaged 0.6 for his career.
Yeah, you round that up, that's 1.
I don't know if he's better than John Henson, not gonna lie.
I mean, that's a Carolina legend right there.
Yeah,
So.
give me John Henson all day.
John Henson's a goat. You fucking John Henson.
Right. Getting back to Hoop Grizz. There was a pool the other day that made me so mad that it was so high. I think it was Eduardo Nahara. It was like 3%, bro. It pissed me off because, like, how
It's crazy that that's 3%.
How the fuck are y'all remembering?
I'll do my first hoop grid when I can guess Lucas Nogueira.
You know, I tried guessing him.
The GOAT.
I think I tried guessing him. His percentage was low high for whatever the grid was.
Bro, how, dude?
It was like
that's
Raptors
players. That's the Raptors legend, bro.
It was like Raptors players that average under 5 points per game for a season.
What number did he wear? Like 92?
Yeah, something like that.
Bro, him and Bruno Caboclo were the
Bruno Caboclo. I was going down the Bruno Caboclo rabbit hole again the other day when I saw his numbers in FIBA. Man's actually had like a really good international career for himself. Like he's been a multiple time league MVP across different leagues.
What
number has a couple of titles. Like
he's 2 years away from being 2 years away.
In my head, he wore number 5 or number 8.
I don't remember.
Like
he might have worn multiple, but I think
but
5 sounds right.
But wasn't he on the roster at the same time as like Damari Carroll? And I feel like Damari Carroll was 5.
I don't even know, man. I wanted to forget about the Damari Carroll debacle.
Bro, he's an answer for. I didn't realize he played for so many teams. Bro.
He played for what? Like at least like Brooklyn, Atlanta, Raptors,
been around.
Utah. I didn't know about you. I forgot about Utah.
San Antonio.
I think he played for Denver. I didn't know he played for Denver.
I don't remember Denver.
Bro, so you know how many random people probably played for Denver in that era? Like the freaking like Ty Law era?
Ty Lawson.
Bruh, I always forget. I feel like, yeah.
The only other famous podcaster I've talked to, Shane Mosley. I know that name. Gabe, this guy above me, other side.
I was about to say, bro. Like, what are you talking about?
He's famous.
I'm very famous. I'm
He's-
very well known in these
He's
streets,
Logan
man.
Paul and Jake Paul's like third cousin or something like that. See all the prime
Bro.
bottles.
Dude, I literally like am a prime ambassador, bro. Drink prime.
Yeah, see.
You know what I had before the podcast?
Prime
I had
energy.
this, but in energy form. Ice pop.
Quincy Miller. Is that a Baylor legend?
You're a sicko. You're
Might be.
sick.
That sounds right.
You're sick.
Quincy, I have not heard that name forever.
Quincy Miller.
Well, he might be Mizzou, but I want to say
Yeah,
Baylor.
he's Baylor. He's Baylor.
That was the Perry Jones team. I think Perry
Right.
Jackson was on that team. I think. I always get them and Mizzou mixed up from that era.
I'm gonna bring back the mullet, bro. Then I'll really be the third Paul brother again.
That was a good ass team, good ass college team.
Damn, I thought you were gonna say that was a good ass mullet, and I was gonna say thank you.
I mean, I don't even remember you with the mullet, to be honest.
That's
That
crazy. I saw you all the time.
That was last year?
Yes. We not only had the same workplace,
That's true.
it was in the fall too. You weren't even like fully with the Jackets yet.
I'm old, bro. My memory's going bad.
You need to hurry up and start a family is what you need to do. How old are you? Like 25?
I'm pushing 25. I'm basically 30 at this point.
God damn.
I judge your basketball knowledge based on your Anthony Randolph. Bro, Shavlik Randolph is better.
I still judge your basketball knowledge off your opinion on Lonzo Ball. That's still forever how you tell casuals from people who actually care.
Any player of that mold.
Yeah.
Really, Draymond Green is the ultimate test. How do you
Jay knows hoops. Jay has a lot of work to do before I'll admit that he knows hoops.
Jay knows who's?
Jay does such a good job of like Jay says shit that's so outlandish, but what I respect is like
He believes it.
when Jay says outlandish shit, I don't know if he believes it or not, but he fucking acts like he believes it. I buy that he believes it whether he does or not. So he convinces me that he's fully in on whatever he's saying, even if it's like there's no possible way he actually thinks this is true. Whereas a lot of people I can tell when Justin's saying it's like he believes versus if he's just chatting. Same with like Trent. If he just says something where he's just chatting versus where he actually believes it, two very different modes of delivery. With Jay, I genuinely don't know if he believes it or not, and it's incredible.
The only way to tell with Jay is when you can question him on contradicting things with the Bam rim protection thing or Brunson being the number one option. That's the only time you get him.
I still think he believed those takes. It was a bad take.
yeah, that's valid. That's valid.
Shameless agenda pushing, and I respect it.
I would love Jay on this podcast would be hilarious.
God, we might be laughing more than we talk.
For real.
He's just a funny guy in general.
Yeah, he is. Good dude.
I'm really wondering why chat's not updating on the stream.
Yeah, I don't know what the issue is there.
He said he was rocking with OKC back in the day, but he's been in Knicks.
Right? Okay, see.
Bro. It's for real.
He's
It's
from
not-
New York, too.
It's LeBron, Hulk Hogan, and Jay. Like,
Bro, that's like the third Hulk Hogan mentioned of this episode, bro. I hate it.
bro,
Hulk Hogan's
Got it.
like the John Stockton of
the worst wrestler of all time.
bro had no bag.
No, he really didn't. His bag was crowd pandering.
It was really like 2019 Giannis.
Everything people slander Roman Reigns for, I'm afraid Hulk Hogan is guilty of all of them.
100 times worse, bro.
Except the part-timer allegations. That's the only ones that he would not catch. But
Yeah, I guess. He got reasons though. Man's just 40, has a family, and he has leukemia.
bro, he's a 2-time cancer survivor, bro. Bro, come on.
I wouldn't be working full time either.
Hey, but John Cena's about to be there fucking 8 weeks in a row, so now there's no more excuses.
They'll be watching.
I'll be there.
Hulk Hogan's crowning achievement is hosting the American Gladiators. Yeah, man, he's a chump. I don't like Hulk Hogan.
I'm not a fan. We still got 6 concurrent viewers. So I'm gonna say
One of them is
One
wild.
of them is me. One of them is me.
I do think one of them is also me, but that's still if Devin's the third one, that's still 3 viewers. That's what I'm gonna say.
And 2 were talking in the chat. The other one, who knows? Not sure who it is.
But we do appreciate it.
My homie Mace said he was watching earlier, but he just wasn't commenting. I don't know if he's still like that.
You said who?
My friend Mason said he was watching earlier.
Isn't that your roommate?
Yeah.
I was about to say.
Yeah.
Me dang. Get your roommate on the podcast, bro. See if he knows hoops.
He was down here like right before we started recording.
Man, almost 5 hours in though. Dude, somehow these podcasts just get longer and longer.
It does seem to go that way. When in
Remember,
doubt.
like, we used to just have 5-hour podcasts like routinely for like a month straight.
Yeah, that was wild.
It was
It was a crazy time.
during school.
Bro,
Yeah.
the episode that fucking John was on was 6 hours and 8 minutes long.
He had to leave at like the 4-hour mark. He's like, bro, I've been here too long.
I remember telling him too that we usually go a bit long, and yeah, that was the longest.
We had a 5-hour podcast. Dude, the award show is fucking hilarious because Devin's in a dress shirt. I'm in a polo, my hair tied up, and glasses. And Rika's in a blazer.
A blazer with like a potato shirt under it or something. That was funny, bro.
Man. Forgot about that.
Didn't Gabe forget the dress code? He's oh shit, hold on.
I think that checks out, bro. Because if you check the podcast before that and the 2 after is both backwards hat appearances.
Backwards hat, Gabe, legend.
Yeah, that was true end of semester vibes where it was like, yeah, we're gonna chill and record for 5 hours and forget our school responsibilities.
This man Garrett would be there every time.
For real.
Bro.
He's a sicko. Yeah, being there for an entire 5-hour stream. Homies or not, that's insane. That is insane, bro.
Yeah, the one you were on, Garrett, was it was a bit over 5 hours.
Jeez.
It's wild.
And I didn't get into the old Tyrik thumbnails. I do legally have to mention it if this is the last thing I mention on this podcast. The Raptors video dropping soon. The thumbnail is definitely very Reek inspired. That's all I'm gonna say.
It's funny how you just say like you just go back and look at my thumbnails. Like
Nah, the one that I just made for the Raptors video we're dropping is inspired from your new ones. It's like my own spin on it, but it is Reek Knows Hoops inspired.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
I figured I'm allowed to rip you off since you're on this channel.
Man, you can rip me off anytime you need some type of inspiration, bro.
Feeds my soul.
Go ahead, man. Don't even gotta give me credit.
Always gotta get credit, bro. Come on.
Nah, you don't gotta do that, man.
Every time I see somebody drop a thumbnail now, I just wonder, like, did Gabe make this? Like when John dropped this video, I'm like,
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
the one that John dropped with Chris Miles. I made that.
you did with the questions for each Western Conference team.
Oh no, I didn't make that one. I made the Knicks offseason preview video with the guy from NBA TV. I made that one for John.
Okay, hold on. Why is it John like the first Clutch Talk channel that pops up?
Yeah, I think his ad is Clutch Talk Pod, so Clutch Talk doesn't always bring him up first.
Yeah, no, that one from today was not me, but his second and most recent video was me.
That's what I need to do tomorrow, actually, after work. I need to cook up a few more thumbnails.
Listen, all I'm saying is, if you need a job done,
I got a few already for my next couple of videos. I'm a sicko with things like that, man. I'll have like 3 or 4 different thumbnail concepts ready to go. So if a video flops in the first few hours, I'll throw the next thumbnail on it. I'm such a sicko with that stuff these days. Same with titles. I'll have like 3 or 4 title ideas, and it's like, okay, if this one flops, we go to the next one.
I'm about to start doing that with titles because that Asar video did not start out. Well, it actually did start out good, but it was a 1 out of 10 for a minute, but then it dropped to like 3.
Right.
Pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'd be doing that lots. Titles especially, and sometimes with thumbnails too. If it's one I'm not sold on, it's like, yeah, if I change the title and it's still not doing great, I'll put a different thumbnail in.
That's really sweet.
Sometimes it does nothing, but I've definitely helped out a few of them like that.
I hope one day people go back to the era of old Gabe thumbnails. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, at this rate, there's going to be quite the war chest to go through, so I don't doubt it.
I make way
These
too.
videos are starting to pop off. See?
I think the one I made for the Celtics video on our channel will still just be a personal favorite of mine for a long time. Another top one is, will the New Orleans Pelicans trade Zion Williamson on the Key of Threes channel, where it's just like the Zion meme where he's just looking dubious.
I like the one for just live. Them just the ranking ones. I like those.
Yeah, the ranking ones are really nice.
That's exactly why I've kept the exact same format for like all of them, because
The Harden one is decent.
I'm telling you, bro, the one I made for the Raptors video we're dropping, I was very satisfied with myself for that one.
Yeah, that's such a W.
Honestly, if I get time tomorrow, I might make a different one for the Cavs one, because I feel like I can do more with it. That one's kind of basic.
Yeah, that Celtics one is my personal favorite too.
The Brad meme is so fucking unserious.
It's so good.
Love the Brad meme.
Wait a second. Hold up. Oh, shit. Yeah, dude, I need to change the Cavs one, bro. I used the exact same photo of Garland and Mitchell. Wait, did I? Oh, my God, it's the exact same photo of all 3 players. Okay, I have a certain taste.
You like that?
It is a different background.
Yeah, Gabe made that banner last week, I think. That's when we put it up.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Just cooking.
Dude, yeah, I think I literally made Garrett's like the day after because I was just uploading stuff I made, and he was like, "Next thing you gotta do is make me a new logo." And then I like made him a logo, and he was like, "Yeah, but actually, if you make me a banner," and I'm like, "Okay." That's why, bro. When John asked me to make the thumbnail for him, he's like, "Yeah, I can throw you some bread if you want," but I'm like, "It's only fair." I got Garrett with a homie one, so I'm like, I gotta get John with the homie one. So I'm like, bro, Devin, if you want a main channel video, if you ever want something done, I'm like, I feel like at this point I owe everybody at least one homie one.
I definitely might hit you up at some point. What'll probably happen is when I inevitably, if Lord knows how many months down the line it'll be, but inevitably when I drop one of my deep dives, I'll probably hit you up for one of those, because that might be a little bit out of my scope. I'll have to hit the lab to figure out what I want to do for that.
Cannot wait for those. It's gonna be some good content.
Not sure if this is news, but the Pistons video hit 3K views. Like
Yeah, I did see that. I didn't know how long ago it hit that, but I did see it was there, which is pretty cool.
I think Pistons videos and being the highest viewed videos on channels I participate in, it's just par for the course at this point. It's just how it be. I do love the Pistons.
I got a Cade video written down. Oh,
that should be a W.
Yeah, everybody voted for Wemby. Not everybody, but he's leading.
Yeah, I gotta figure out what I'm. Actually, I got one more video I for sure want to script next. After that, I gotta figure out what I'm doing for the rest of the off season.
I still might do.
I was just gonna say I got 2 recorded, ready to go to edit, but after that we'll see. I got a Pacers video and an OKC video on the way that I recorded last weekend, but after that we'll see.
I can't believe that Jordan Walsh shit happened, bro. That was so fucking crazy. The fact that you had already made the video and then he got drafted to your favorite team, you changed the title and it became your most viewed video is like, that's like the freaking
so perfect,
bro.
I really wonder, like, if me changing the title, because it was already starting to pick up views. I wonder if me changing the title, like, actually helped that.
Oh, probably.
Hey, come on, bro.
I mean, if you would have went back at that time and looked at your views from search, so much more of it would have probably come from Celtics search as opposed to just Jordan Walsh that you wouldn't have got otherwise.
I was shocked by that shit. I was already shocked when, like, the Game 2 video for the finals actually did good. I was surprised by that.
Right. Remember that one.
Just under 2K. Yeah, that poll I put up earlier, like, I don't know which video I want to record next. So I just threw out the 4, like, ideas that I'm most interested in recording. And I really don't want to do a Wemby video. To be honest, there's not much to say.
Yeah, that's fair. I feel that.
Can you do a video on Marquise Noel? Can you do a video on Marquise Noel?
If you make the thumbnail, I'll make a video on it.
All right, bro. Appreciate it.
I'm gonna push some agendas that I don't believe in, but I'm gonna cook. I'm gonna cook just for you, Gabe. I got you.
Nah, bro. You gotta push an agenda of some 3-point weekly legends, bro. Where the fuck is the Nikhil video at?
Bro, Gabe, I kid you not. It's on the list. It's on the list.
Where's the Nikhil video?
He is right above Cade.
You have a month and a half into the season starts, bro. I need a Nikhil video.
I got you. He's right above Cade, and it says Nikhil Alexander Walker breakout film.
Like Devin made the Wendell video, bro. It happened.
Yeah, you're right.
And to And to be fair, before the 21-22 season, I had a Nikhil video as well on my main channel, so I covered my bases. But I swear just to mess with me, Reek's gonna have me waking up one day to a Yusuf Nurkic video, and I'm just gonna.
You gotta fight back. Nah, you gotta fight back with a Dwight Powell video, bro.
Here's why Yusuf Nurkic is the best European big in the league.
I might make just this like highly edited, like great basketball video on my main channel, just about Jeff Teague.
Just reacting to his podcast.
Jeff Teague retrospective, bro.
Bro, Garrett might like report your channel.
Us fighting each other with videos is crazy. Here's why Dwight Powell is the next big thing.
Dwight Powell is the best Canadian big to ever grace the court.
Yusuf Nurkic versus Dwight Powell comparison is nasty. Respectfully, I'll take Yusuf Nurkic though.
Yeah, but also have to take Nurkic, which would absolutely destroy me. But
Jordan Walsh looked like a bum. Nah, he played decent in some leagues, especially like the first couple of games. He was pretty solid. I'm probably gonna I'm thinking Shaden first because I'm excited about him with no Dame. Then I'll probably do Markel. Then I'll probably do Kill after that. But also, Beal doesn't excite me either to look at his film. I might just slander him for like the entire 10 minutes of how he just can't play point guard.
it's definitely valid. Why the Phoenix Suns guard play is doomed.
Yes, that's a beautiful title for Suns fans to hate.
Dude, Devin's deep dive on the future of the Toronto Raptors point guard position and how they got to this point will be fucking legendary. How the Toronto Raptors went from a championship-winning team to purgatory in 4 years.
I don't even want to know the depths that I would have to go through to make that video. I don't know if I can look at another Jalen Harris and Bums starting lineup.
Bruh, wow, bruh, that's the guy that looked like Nav, right?
Yeah.
That is a crazy trade.
Bruh. Did he get a suspension for like fucking drugs or some shit?
Yeah, and he's been playing in the Canadian League now the last couple of years. Well, he plays for half the year, and then he gets a summer league invite for someone, and then that's it. But
Nah, bro, that shit was hilarious. They said it was really Beebs in the trap. That was fucking comedy, bro. Because that was when they said all of the Toronto rap, like all of the Toronto artists were like on the Raptors. They were like, yeah, they got Nav, The Weeknd, and Drake.
Crazy.
it's wild times. Those starting lineups were just, oh man, those are just dark days. I don't know if I have the mental fortitude to do a deep dive on that yet.
Bro, Aaron Baines, Jalen Harris.
I'm trying to remember who else was starting. It wasn't Ron Harper. Ron Harper wasn't with us yet. I'm trying to remember who the guard was on that team. Maybe it was just Malachi. Would have been Malachi and Stanley Johnson or something. I don't even remember.
This might be outplayed, but a deep dive on like from the process until now where the Sixers stand could pop off.
Yeah. I don't remember who it was that did it when I watched the video on that. I know I've watched something on that in the last, I don't know, that might be longer ago than I think it is now. Maybe in the last 2 years, but I know I've watched something on it.
Bro. Kim Birch started 17 games.
Kim Birch.
Malachi Flynn started. Oh, bro. Now my goat was on the team this year. I will forever be a Freddie.
Oh, I got the lineup. I got the God lineup.
My Freddie Gillespie stand-up is forever unmatched.
the God lineup to end the season was
DeAndre.
Malachi Flynn, DeAndre Bembry, Stanley Johnson, Keem Birch, and Freddie Gillespie.
Freddie Gillespie's my king, bro. Come on. That's the GOAT. All due respect, bro.
Stanley Johnson starting in the 2020s.
I looked at this roster. Did he start for the Lakers like last year?
Hey, that's besides the point.
In a
He was
72 game season, we used 38 different starting lineups.
Jesus.
Dude, we had fucking
Henry.
Paul Watson starting games, bro.
Bro.
Man, that's a Marquette legend right there.
I forgot Paul Watson was a player.
Bruh, I remember
God, that season.
I don't know who hyped me up to think Paul Watson was going to be a decent player.
How did DeAndre Bembry start 12 games? 12.
Somebody hyped me up.
That's because our main starting lineup played 10 games together, and they were 3-7. Like, oh my God,
it is crazy.
so bad.
They really had Lowry, Gary, OG, Pascal, Fred. Gary was a bench player. Norman Powell was a bench player with a fully healthy lineup. I mean, the center play was still pretty garbage, but
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Matt Thomas. Oh my God, I've not seen that name forever.
Matt Thomas. Hey, that man got us a 2nd-round pick somehow.
why do I vividly remember Raptors legend Matt Thomas?
Matt fucking Thomas.
Yeah, and then we traded him to, I want to say Utah, even though I know that's not right, but I feel like
That's exactly what we traded him.
Correct. That is.
And then he
Utah.
went to Chicago.
Bro, yeah, he was a sniper, bro. He shot 41% from 3 for us. We traded him to Utah. He shot 25% from 3. Brother was a sniper. We traded him to fucking Utah, and he forgot how to shoot. It was beautiful.
Yeah, he was playing for the Bubble Raptors. Doesn't count.
He played for the fucking Tampa Bay Raptors. Is what he played.
Yeah, the Bubble Raptors.
Got rid of him. Got rid of Terrence Davis. Got rid of our only shooting.
I don't know how I watched basketball that year, bro. I had to just be hate watching.
I was just getting sad at Aaron Baines and yelling at my TV every night. It was great.
I think the 21 season was more weird than the Bubble, personally.
I still hated the Bucks, bro. I was rooting for the Suns so hard the whole playoff run.
Bro, the Celtics were so bad that year. I just almost stopped watching games. I was only watching because Tatum was having a crazy second half of the season.
I was praying on Jokic's downfall too. Literally, when the Suns just obliterated the Nuggets, bro, I was relishing in that shit.
I accepted that the Celtics weren't going to do anything, so I'm just Chris Paul needs to get a ring. So I was on.
When they took out the Lakers and the Nuggets, they took out freaking LeBron, the MVP of the league, in back-to-back rounds. Dude, then it was about to be a conference finals of Clippers Suns, and I was like, I win.
Goran Dragic is weak in Toronto.
Don't talk about that ever again. Yeah, you take that back right now.
Is that the most hated Raptor ever? Gotta be.
Aaron Baines takes the cake for you.
Unwarranted hate.
Man,
That's a lot right there.
I forgot that Henry Ellington played 2 games for us that season.
He did. Oh, that's a new weird pool.
That's crazy. And I also feel like Alex Len played way more than 7 games for us that season. I feel like that man just lives rent free in my head from that season, and he only played 7 games.
Toronto for 10 years or something like that. I don't know why.
Well, it took 10 years off my life, so it's probably accurate.
I don't remember the Alex Len era in Toronto being that long. I just remember him being in friggin' Phoenix and Atlanta.
Yeah,
and
felt like way more than 7 games.
Was he in Sac?
Kings. I think he's in Sac right now.
Yeah, he's been there the last 2 years, and I'm pretty sure he re-signed.
Yep, he did.
And he was in Sac a bit before, too.
I don't know what's crazy. Noah Vonleh played games for the Celtics.
Yeah.
I totally forgot until I was watching Tatum highlights yesterday. Vonleh was playing actual minutes for a decent chunk of the season.
He had a few games where he looked okay, and then he had a few games where he looked like Noah Vonleh, but
Whoa, Garrett. So you was rooting for Jeff T to get a ring? Wow. I'm screenshotting this.
The truth comes out.
Screenshotting this.
I have Matt Thomas's basketball reference page up on my computer right now. Let me close that real quick. Sam Decker, dude.
Sam
Oh,
Decker,
is-
man.
Rockets
That's
and Cavs
Raptors
legend.
legend right there, Sam Decker.
He is a Raptors legend too.
Sam
I remember
Decker's
making that
like-
video and thinking it was going to get 0 views, and it got 1,000 views. So thank you, Sam Decker.
That's a Cavs legend.
That is a Rockets legend.
I will always remember his infamous Rockets clip. It's great.
Bro. Sam Decker, dude, oh my god. You know who he reminds me of? Who was the guy on OKC in like 2016?
Alex, wait,
No.
16. Kyle Singler?
I feel like it was a different guy, but it might be Kyle Singler.
Kyle Singler, man, that's a Duke legend right there. Pistons legend, actually.
True. No, Decker literally played 1 minute for us. That's the definition of a Raptors legend.
Nah, bro. You know who I was thinking about? I was thinking about Mitch McGary.
Oh my god,
It's a name I
bro,
haven't heard in a minute.
Gabe, you're like 3 years too late, buddy.
What do you mean?
He was on the team in 2016.
Mitch McGary? Yeah, he was on OKC in 2015-16.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
He only played 2 seasons, and it was 2014 to 16.
I feel like he's like younger than I thought he was in the league like before then.
What school he goes to?
Michigan, bro. Come on now.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
I was thinking he was like drafted in like 13. He might have been drafted in 14.
Nah, bro. Why they have Kyle Singler and Mitch McGary on the same team?
That's crazy.
And Nick Collison was on the team too. That's copy paste white dude, bro.
Bro. Kyle Singler looks like every high school Disney basketball player in like the mid 2000s. He was a bucket in college though.
Yeah, Garrett said it. Or Mitch McGary. Come on, bro. Mitch McGary, my
Steve
team.
Novak pull,
bro.
though. It's another Raptors legend.
McGary was actually nice in college. Lefty. Little midi on him. He was nice.
I'll never forgive them for what they did to Andre Robertson, bro.
Forgive. What they do to him?
Bruh, how you get kicked out the league after being an all-defensive player, bro? Come on.
Because
Didn't
he
he
was
get hurt?
0 defense or 0 offense.
Maybe towards ACL.
Evan, this is
That
some
didn't help.
betrayal, bro. Aren't you supposed to be team defense?
I mean, I am supposed to be team defense, but when you have a significant injury and you're quite literally a negative on offense, I
Bro
mean,
shot
bro,
like
I can live with there's Dylan Brooks and then there's Andre Robertson. I mean, man didn't shoot the shots, but man has a career 25% from 3,
What's his free throw percentage?
47%. This guy had 0 offensive game. He
He's
was-
literally a worse offensive player than Tony Allen.
Yeah, it is very difficult to hold down an NBA. There's very few guys that can be elite defensively and bad offensively and fall out of the league. Robertson was that dude.
You know how motherfuckers always talk about, he's like Evan Mobley and Jared Allen. He has no bag. Bro, I'm about to start referencing Andre Robertson
Bro.
crazy.
This guy hadn't even found a bag yet. Never
Bro,
mind.
Dude was
developing
a
it.
starter. He was a starter for a while. He never scored 20 points in the game.
Yeah. You know, he
never-
started 269 of his 307 career games.
You can accidentally, as an NBA player, get 20 points if you get 30 minutes every night.
That motherfucker got mugged, bro. They stole his bag.
At least bro says Rachel Demita. I guess. Good for him. A win is a win.
Damn.
Didn't he try to come back in Brooklyn But
Yeah, he played 5 games for Brooklyn in
Yeah.
2021.
And shot 14% from the field.
You might have to violate him like that, bro.
there might not be an NBA starter that has like worse splits just all around.
I mean, he shot 47% from the field for his career, but like the difficulty of
Really?
those shots has got to be astronomically hot. Easy.
I was thinking it's gonna be like high 30s. To be honest, like
All right, Reek, you know what I'm going to ask you?
what?
What school you go to, bro?
I believe Colorado.
You're sick. You're sick.
I am. I've accepted that. He went to Colorado.
He walked so Ben Simmons could limp.
That's sick. I ain't gonna lie. That's not
Over, bro.
Oh, that is wild.
Limp Simmons. Ben Limpums.
Dang, Derek White went to Colorado too. I didn't know that.
Yep. Chauncey Billups. I believe went to Colorado.
Spurs legend.
That's all the guys I can think of. Am I missing somebody? I might be.
They will forever sleep on Spurs. DeMar DeRozan, something sick.
Shout out to Pop for putting the ball in his hands, man.
Facts.
Forcing him to be a playmaker. I'm on record saying that's the most complete version of DeMar.
No, 100%.
Probably until freaking Bulls DeMar.
No DeMar will ever be better than 2017. And that's just,
When he tricked people into thinking he was going to shoot threes.
bro. Come on, bro, stop. He averaged 27 points per game without a 3-point shot.
That DeMar was elite for sure. I would still take last year's Bulls DeMar.
Yeah, that was definitely his best season. But 2017 is next up.
2017 is my DeMar. All right, listen. That's my guy.
That's fair. That's like my favorite version of LeBron is like 2008 through 2010.
Like,
Cleveland days.
I love when Bulls fans show love to DeMar for being like the best thing about their franchise the past 6 years. But respectfully, he's a Raptor. When he retires, he's a Raptor. I don't care where his best season
Oh,
is at.
yeah.
I'm scared.
Yeah. Oh, I was about to say, bro. I was about to get sick.
It's like saying Paul Pierce is a fucking wizard.
That's not true at all. Paul Pierce did not have his best season in a Wizards uniform.
I don't know. I'm just talking.
I think it's like saying Ray Allen is a Sonic is a better comparison.
I don't know what the fuck Ray Allen is. I'm being honest.
Ray Allen's a bug, bro. Come on, stop.
I feel like a lot of people, if you
I don't
ask them
know.
where Ray Allen started his career, I feel like a lot of people would say like Seattle.
I think they would say Boston because they're casuals.
Maybe. Like, I feel like a lot of people don't really know about Bucks Ray Allen.
That's the best. They literally went to the conference finals with him as the best player, bro.
I feel like
I
his
don't think
best.
Se-
I feel like his best
Seattle.
individual years was Seattle, though.
it was, but he's still a Buck.
I don't know.
He's a tough one.
He's
What's the
first.
best version of KD? Who's the best KD? Warriors KD or OKC KD?
OKC.
I think the Warriors is better. I think he's a better defensive player on the Warriors.
OKC KD was unfuckable.
Yeah, I probably gonna take the Warriors.
That's fair.
It's a more complete KD.
That's fair.
OKC KD
Be different, to be honest.
was like a crazy scorer.
Ray Allen is a
The
real.
Warriors KD was pulling up in Game 3 of the finals hitting daggers, bro.
Yeah, like a lot of people could say Ray Allen is synonymous with the Heat because of that reason. Celtics makes sense. Bucks makes sense because probably had his most individual success, and then Sonics was his best like individual years. The best team success was in Milwaukee prior to Boston.
Pau Gasol's a Laker, though.
for sure. What's Kevin Garnett?
He's a Timberwolf.
Yeah.
I think he's a Celtic.
I mean, he'll always
Of course
haunt me
he's
as a Brooklyn Net,
Celtic.
but they weren't good, so.
Haunt you is crazy when you're not even a Nets fan.
Bro's a
I
casual
will
rapper.
always have images of that shot being blocked on Lowry in Game 7.
Didn't Pierce block that?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
That's crazy.
Pierce just destroyed my hopes year after year until we finally actually somewhat did something in the postseason.
I'm so sorry.
Nah, bro. You know a
Brooklyn
case that's
was
just like
Washington.
DeMar? A case that's just like DeMar. Paul George's best season was in OKC, but he's a Pacer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's a Pacer.
sure.
For sure.
Can't we say he's a Pacer though? Because he hates that franchise. Or
Bro,
we just
he's
we
not.
fuck
He's
his
sure as hell not a Clipper.
fuck his feelings. Sorry, but I'm with that too. 2015, bro. Powell was still good with the Bulls. He was even.
I'm gonna come out and say it though. Kawhi's a Raptor, bro. I don't care.
Kawhi is not a
Bro.
Raptor.
Nah, bro. Kawhi had listen, bro. The highlight tape and the amount of iconic moments Kawhi had as a Raptor outweighs any collection of moments he had with the Spurs and Clippers combined. Moment for moment.
It's so tough though, because it's like I
Dude,
want to
if you
say
look
he's
at the-
I want to say he's a Spur, but like how? It's just like that just ended so poorly. I don't know, but saying he's a Raptor feels wrong too.
Nah, bro, he's such a Raptor.
Oh, Lowry.
Kawhi, bro, go look at his top. If you look at the top 10 moments of Kawhi's career, at
Well,
least
we've had this
6 of them are in a Raptors jersey.
Well, we've had this argument.
I don't know, man. All I know is he should get some statue outside the stadium, and that's all that matters. He should have one. Lowry should have one. DeMar should have one, and all can be happy. But
No love to Air Canada. That's crazy.
no love to Air Canada.
Respect.
He is a
Yeah, Vince
comfortable
Carter is a net.
behind them.
Vince Carter is a fucking.
Vince Carter is a Raptor.
He's a net, bro.
Atlanta Hawk. It's barely better than
Vince
saying
Carter
he's a
made me
Sacramento King.
Joe Johnson. I mean, not Joe Johnson. Vince Carter averages the most points for somebody in their age 42 season. The more you know. He averaged 7 points per game.
That's insane.
Clippers at Pacers last year. I never heard a player get booed when the Paul George.
What team will you remember Eric Gordon with? I'm in the
Eric.
minority. I'm gonna say a Pelican.
Yeah,
Eric Gordon?
Yeah.
he's a Pelican for me.
Rocket, because he was always hurt in New Orleans. I'm going to say Rocket.
What's AD? Is AD a Laker?
He's a Laker.
Yeah, he's a Laker.
Tyrik Evans is a king, but they ruined him.
What's Lonzo Ball?
Oh,
I think he's a Laker.
he's a bull. That one season was good enough for me. Half season.
Who was it? It was like half.
Yeah, I think he's a Bull. I think.
He's a bull, man. About to piss Scared off. Derrick Rose is a Knick.
Is Wiggins a Timberwolf or a Warrior?
That's a good one.
He's a Warrior.
He's a Warrior.
His higher moments were with the Warriors, so I'll say that. So, D'Lo's a Ned. Facts. Cook.
D'Lo's
Pat
net. What a great pick.
Pat Bev is a bull.
Pat Bev is a Rocket, bro. Stop.
Almost forgot he played in Houston. Nah, that's a bull right there.
What?
Bro, every time I think of Pat
Such
Bev,
a
I think
Rocket, bro. You think of the Clippers, don't you?
of the Clippers.
Yeah, me too.
Clippers got a lot of guys, man. Lou Will, he's a Clipper.
Yeah.
Bro, come on. Lou was a Raptor. I'm
He's
trolling.
not a Raptor.
He's such a Clipper.
Blake Griffin's a Clipper. DeAndre Jordan's a Clipper.
Blake Griffin's a Piston, bro. Stop.
Fuck out of here. Karis LeVert is low key.
Pacer.
Did Mans play like a season there? Not even that.
Not even.
Got traded there halfway through the season. Then
Tyler Johnson's a Miami Heat.
That's a Brooklyn net.
Jimmy's a Heat. He's such a Miami Heat.
Jimmy is a Philadelphia
Timberwolf.
Jeff
I hate to say it, but Jeff Teague is a Pacer.
Why are we thinking of Jeff Teague at the same time?
Gallinari's he's a Nugget. Honorable mention to the Knicks.
Yeah, he's a Nugget.
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree.
Is Paul Millsap a Hawk? I think he's a Hawk, right?
His best
Yeah.
year. Atlanta.
He's a Hawk.
Al Horford might be a Celtic. I got to keep it a buck.
That's
I think
fair.
I think he's still a Hawk to me.
Everybody's a Celtic.
What's Kyle Korver?
Not a Celtic. I would
Kyle
guess
Korver was
Hawks.
a lot of
But
places.
my memories of Kyle Korver is like Bulls and Jazz, because that's when I first heard of him. But he's probably a Hawk.
Oh, I thought you were about to say
Yeah,
a six.
I'd say a Hawk.
Is Darren Williams a Dallas Maverick? Just kidding.
Okay, but is he a Net or a Jazz? Because to me, he's a Jazz.
He's a Jazz.
1,000% Jazz. I don't care how it is.
Oh, what's Chris Paul? Chris Paul's he's a Thunder.
He's a wizard.
Yeah, and Melo's a Hawk. D Rose is a Jazz.
The kid in me wants to say Chris Paul is a Hornet.
Chris Paul's a Clipper.
Yeah, he's a Clipper to me,
I'll say Hornet.
but I can listen to the argument.
I had a poster of Chris Paul in a Hornets jersey on my wall some season. Jason Richardson, yes, he is a Warrior.
Westbrook is a Rocket.
Nah, he's a Jazz.
You said that way too seriously. I didn't like that.
John Wall's a Rocket.
Aaron Gordon's a Magic, bro. I don't care. That dunk contest is just too big.
Drummond is a Cavalier. I forgot that happened. That was gross. What was
Lowry
that?
Markkanen he's a Cav.
Real. Nah, he's a Timberwolf, bro.
Ben Wallace is a Bull.
Dennis Rodman is a Laker.
I don't know. He might be a Spur.
Mitch Richmond is a Laker too.
Zach Randolph is a
King.
King. If he's not a King, he's a believer.
Marcus Camby's a Raptor.
Hakeem Olajuwon's a Raptor.
God. Patrick Ewing is a fucking supersonic.
Magic.
He did play enough.
Oh, all right. Here's a legitimate one. Is T-Mac, is he a Magic or a Rocket?
He's a
Say
Rocket.
Magic.
I think he's a Magic.
Just because those were his like peak years, but I could see like our generation of hoop fans saying Rockets because that's like our last good memory of T-Mac.
I don't know. There's some guys that are good with multiple franchises, but are just so identified with one. Like Melo is such a Nick, no matter how good he was with Denver.
Yeah, sad, but yes, he is.
Which is crazy because the Silk Denver Nuggets
Cursive.
Melo jersey is literally one of the most popular jerseys ever.
Cursive ones were so fire. I wanted them so bad.
Jeremy Lin's a Laker. Or a Raptor. That's a Raptors legend.
He's a Warrior, bro.
He's a Hawk.
Yeah, I was a Shark.
That's disrespectful.
Brandon Roy is a Timberwolves.
Kyrie's a Cav.
I don't know what Kyrie is.
Yeah, Kyrie's a Cav.
Kyrie's a Cav.
Yes.
Kevin loves a Cav too. I don't like. He's such a Cav.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Crazy. Penny is a Heat.
Dwayne Wade is a Bull.
Gross. I was thinking Cab though.
Rondo is a Bull as well.
Gross. I was thinking he was a Hawk though, to be honest.
Is Mutombo a Hawk or a Nugget? He's a Nugget to me.
Who?
Dikembe Mutombo.
Yeah, I would guess Nuggets.
I would probably say Nuggets.
More iconic moment being a AC we don't want to see.
Mike Conley's a Timberwolf because it's one of our highest viewed videos.
Facts.
Mutombo is a Rocket. That's disgusting.
Mans was like 47 years old.
Clyde Drexler is a Rocket though. So is Charles Barkley. So is Scottie Pippen.
Best Rockets player ever is Calvin Murphy. Short Kings.
That's crazy disrespect, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Ryan Anderson was right there.
What school did you go to?
Probably Gonzaga, bro. I don't know. He's white.
Nah, that brother went to. I'm not even gonna say it, man. I'm already bad.
Probably Utah, bro.
Nah, not Utah. Yes. Here's the sicko too, man. Yeah.
We've talked about that on the pod before that Brian Anderson went to Cal.
Didn't Aaron Baines go to Utah?
That sounds right.
I was gonna ask where he went to school earlier, but
Dirk is a Buck is crazy.
Dirk is a bug.
Aaron Baines went to Michigan State or Washington State. Sorry, I can't read.
Bad. Always get it. Too fucking school. Him and Clay might be the only guys.
Kyle Kuzma's a Laker too. Forever.
Wizard.
I don't know if I can say forever if this dude stays in Washington for the next 4 or 5 years.
KCP is a Laker.
That's a piss life.
Nah, bro. Ankle monitor KCP in LA will forever be iconic.
Marcus Morris, Clipper.
Unfortunately.
Why did NBA Central post Marcus Morris appreciation post today?
I didn't even see the post. I just saw people complaining about the post and say they need to boycott NBA Central. Like, bro.
Give that man a break. Shea is a Clipper, by the way. Shea is such a Clipper.
I guess. Jerome Robinson was better.
I guess it's crazy.
Kuzma's in that. Facts.
Norman Powell is a Blazer. Gary Trent Jr. is a Raptor, though.
No, that's like saying Rodney Hood is a Raptor.
Rodney Hood's a Cav.
Yeah, what school did Rodney Hood go to? I asked you this recently.
I still don't know the answer.
I'm not telling you.
If it ain't Indiana, I don't know.
Yeah, Rodney Hood is the Bucks. He said it was not Indiana. That's cool. CJ Watson's a Bull. That's all that matters.
CJ McCollum's a Pelican.
Sure.
Wendell Carter's a Bull as well.
Sure.
That's crazy.
That's a future Celtic right there.
Time Lord for Wendell.
Derek White's a Spur.
John Lucas. My only memory of John Lucas' third is getting jumped over by LeBron. I'm just kidding. He actually had a stretch in that 2012 season where he was decent.
On that note, Tim Hardaway Jr. is a New York Knick because he got jumped over by Giannis and no other reason.
And he caught that ref safe.
That's so funny. I don't know why that's so funny, bro.
Have you seen that clip?
Bro, it's the funniest because Ibaka missed the shot.
That was against the Raptors. Absurd.
It's my stomach, bro. I gotta go to bed, bro.
That was the energy drink wearing off right there.
No doubt.
Still got six viewers.
Nah, bro. That's the funniest basketball video of all time.
I might post that on Halftime Moves tomorrow.
Bro,
Oh, what the heck? Chat just updated.
that in the Fortnite edit of James Harden breaking off Wesley Johnson, bro.
Oh my goodness. Now chat's not updating on my phone. Isn't that crazy?
That's hilarious. Only for the last hour, though. John still got screwed over, which is unfortunate.
Man, unfortunately, he probably thought we was just ignoring him.
Probably.
Sorry, John.
It's tough.
I'm about ready for bed, though. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, I feel that. I should be getting up in like 3.5 hours. So
Tim Hardaway Jr. just took it out of me, bro.
Stream might be slacking facts, but we love him.
do be getting the job done. But yeah, it's almost 6 hours deep. Probably time to call it for another week. But appreciate you, Garrett, for tuning in, and everyone else who is for some reason still here at nearly 4:15 at your guys' time, which is absolutely wild. But we definitely do appreciate it. And if you are still here and somehow haven't hit the like button yet, please do, because I have to get up for 3 hours in 3 hours for work, and that like button hit might help me get up a little bit more in the morning. So please do hit that like button. Please do subscribe if you have not already. We will be sure to do, whether it be our power forward rankings or our center rankings next week, supposedly with the one and only Jelson, who should be here now based on his word tonight. So we will be sure to have that coming soon. But until then, we'll have a few videos coming out throughout the course of the week. So be sure to stay tuned for those. Hope you guys have a good rest of your week, and we'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.